The Death and Life of Harry Potter. Harry crashed to the ground alongside Cedric, the Triwizard cup bouncing away from their grip. His head spun as he laid on grass and dirt while gulping in the moist air, trying to combat the crush on his lungs from the sudden portkey travel. "Wasn't expecting that," Cedric muttered, rising to his feet. The good-looking Hufflepuff glanced around their landing area with a frown. "Did anyone tell you the cup was a portkey?" "No," Harry said cautiously, finally regaining his breath. Over the last few months, Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepared for the final task by studying the last 10 Triwizard tournaments with the intent of finding patterns to exploit. For those 10 tournaments, the last task was almost always a maze designed to test a general wizarding education. However, not one of the times a maze was featured in the previous tournaments was portkey travel used. The first fingers of worry curled around his stomach. Taking in the landscape, Harry could immediately tell that they were nowhere near Hogwarts. None of the usual landmarks were visible, such as the mountains surrounding the castle. Instead, they were standing in a dark and overgrown graveyard, the black outline of a small church visible beyond an old yew tree. "Wands out, you reckon?" "I think we should leave," Harry quickly replied. The crack of a branch suddenly drew their attention deeper into the graveyard where a short-stooped, pudgy man appeared from behind a mausoleum. His face obscured by the shadows, he ambled toward them, delicately carrying some sort of fabric in his arms. "Hey there! Is this part of the final task?" Cedric yelled toward the man. He uttered no words as he moved closer. Harry and Cedric quickly glanced at each other before raising their wands. Before Harry could say they should disapparate immediately, a familiar high-pitched voice echoed through the air, piercing his scar and almost buckling his knees. "Kill the spare." Harry furiously engaged occlumency to try and lessen the all-encompassing agony and force himself into motion. Eyes watering, he fell back on his training by instantly comparing the benefits of transfiguring the rocks in front of him into a shield, or taking the time to conjure a superior marble wall. Either action would have been second nature under normal circumstances. "Avada Kedavra!" the short-stooped man screeched. Harry instinctually waved his wand through gritted teeth and pain, and the rocks slowly formed into a wall in front of them. He wasn't fast enough. Green light slammed into Cedric, blasting him onto his back. He laid there spread-eagled and motionless in the grass, with his eternal blank stare turned to the night sky. Harry froze as his assaulted mind rejected the unfathomable scene before him. The pain in his scar tore through his occlumency like it was tissue paper, finally driving him to his knees. Ropes sprung around his chest a heartbeat later, leaving him tied up next to the body of his fallen friend. As he stepped into the moonlight and stared down at the lifeless body of Cedric Diggory, nervousness danced across the now recognizable face of Peter Pettigrew. "Quickly, quickly, move him!" Pettigrew used his wand to lift Harry from the ground toward one of the headstones. Harry wanted to fight. He wanted to spit in the face of the man who betrayed his parents and rip apart whatever monstrosity hid in the fabric he carried. The pain made that impossible. He began to dip in and out of consciousness as he floated behind Wormtail. Before he was roughly tied to a weather-worn gravestone, Harry glimpsed the name Tom Riddle engraved above his head. The next few moments passed in a haze as the unrelenting phantom spike continued penetrating his scar. He thought he saw a large snake slithering in the grass. Visions of an enormous boiling cauldron and a sacrificed arm left him wondering what was fantasy and reality. When he felt the sting of a blade stealing blood from his forearm, he knew everything was all too real. As soon as the sobbing Wormtail dropped the bundle of fabric into the cauldron, the fog of agony in Harry's head began to clear. A disturbing thought of what exactly had been dropped into the water caused the hair on his neck to rise. Let it have drowned, Harry prayed. Instead, white sparks and steam billowed from the cauldron, blocking Harry's sight of everything around him. But as the mist eventually parted, the outline of a tall, skeletal man rising out of the cauldron consumed his entire focus. "Robe me," commanded the high, cruel voice through the steam. The one-armed sobbing Wormtail struggled to pick up a set of black robes. He straightened back up and used his remaining hand to pull them over the being's head. The skeletal figure stepped out of the cauldron, their gaze never leaving Harry's. Harry stared back into the bone-white face, with vicious red eyes and a nose as flat as a snake's with slits for nostrils. Lord Voldemort had returned. Harry watched as Voldemort took time to luxuriate in his new body, flexing his abnormally long and bleached white fingers in the air, all while gazing at his body with a rictus smile. After pulling a long pale wand from his pocket and gently rolling it between his fingers with a lover's embrace, he gathered the sobbing mess of Wormtail to his knees. While Wormtail blathered about promises made, Voldemort touched his finger to the tattoo on the traitor's left forearm, sending a quick jolt once again through Harry's scar. As Voldemort waited for whatever action he set in motion to take place, the same giant black snake he glimpsed earlier slithered around Harry's ankles, hissing at him with utter malevolence. With the pain in his scar fully receded, Harry once again tried to slip into his occlumency. The idea of controlling his thoughts and emotions was the only thing keeping him from spiraling into abject terror. He visualized his mind arts training with Dumbledore, picturing the confines of the headmaster's office, Fawkes' comforting presence offering warmth and contentment. He thought on Dumbledore's soft voice, guiding Harry through his exercises, anchoring him while he explored the facets of his inner mind. Mostly he dwelled on the overwhelming safety he felt in those meetings, one of the only times he could truthfully remember achieving that state in his all-too-short childhood. Eyes closed, he took a deep breath in and out, using all his training to help him grasp at his fraying nerves to bring them into some kind of control. "Look at me, Harry." When he finally felt he had at least a tenuous grasp on his emotions, he opened his eyes to Voldemort pacing in front of him. A cruel smirk adorned his face as he linked his hands behind his back. "You stand, Harry Potter, upon the remains of my late father, a muggle and a fool, very much like your dear mother," he hissed. He opened his mouth to continue his taunts when pops suddenly filled the air. The swishing of black cloaks littered the graveyard, one after the other apparating into the shadowy spaces between the yew tree and each grave. Every single one of the 15 or so men and women were masked and hooded. "Ah, excellent," Voldemort said. "My true family returns faster than expected." Cautiously they all began to move forward toward Voldemort, as if they could not fathom the sight in front of them. Harry was both horrified and disgusted by the actions he saw over the next few minutes. Men and women prostrating themselves in front of this being, desperate to prove their worthiness with meaningless words betrayed by their own inaction over the last 13 years. Men and women crying out how they never lost faith, begging forgiveness even as their master tortured one of their members with cruelty and a laugh. These supposed titans of the magical world, Malfoy, Avery, Crabbe, Goyle, not all whimpering like frightened children. Even as a boy of only 14, Harry realized how pathetic the scene in front of him truly was. Voldemort eventually came to a gap in his followers. "And here we have 6 missing Death Eaters, 3 dead in my service. 1 too cowardly to return. He will pay. 1 who I believe has left me forever. He will be killed, of course. And 1 who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service." Harry noticed the Death Eaters in attendance glance at each other. "He is at Hogwarts, that faithful servant, and it was through his efforts that our young friend arrived here tonight." At the looks of his followers, Voldemort said with a horrible grin, "Yes, Harry Potter has joined us for my rebirthing party. In fact, one would not be incorrect in saying he's the guest of honor." That silenced the Death Eaters. After a few moments, the Death Eater to the right of Wormtail stepped forward, with Lucius Malfoy's voice speaking from behind the mask with barely a tremor. "Master, we crave to know. We beg you to tell us how you have achieved this miracle, how you managed to return to us." "Ah, what a story it is, Lucius," said Voldemort. "And it begins and ends with my young friend here." Voldemort proceeded to explain his existence over the last 13 years. How Lily Potter's sacrifice enacted old magic he was not prepared for, turning him into a wraith barely tethered to life. Then he talked about finding Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, followed by Wormtail's return. While discussing the traitor, Voldemort provided Wormtail with a metal arm to replace the one he'd cut off. Finally, he described the machinations of the Triwizard tournament that brought them all to this point, where a fully reborn Lord Voldemort returned triumphant with the blood of his greatest enemy flowing through his veins. So you see, my friends, my plan, my great work over the last few years has finally come to fruition. Now, he said, turning back toward Harry, examining him as if he was some mildly intriguing life form. You understand the truth of things. You understand that this child in front of me is not the cause of my demise. His reputation as the boy who lived, he spat, is but a false title, bestowed upon him by a desperate ministry in an attempt to claim victory over something they had no part in. The Death Eaters cackled gleefully. His only real accomplishment as the boy who lived is his ability to stand on top of the mound of corpses who have died in his stead. Before the rage could explode through his occlumency, Voldemort lifted his wand contemptuously. Crucio, was said, and Harry's world ended. Pain unlike any he'd felt lanced throughout his body, making his earlier scar episode feel minuscule. Conscious thought was impossible. He tried to not scream, some subconscious part of his mind refusing to give Voldemort the satisfaction. His jaw clenched so tightly, he felt his teeth starting to crack and loosen, and his body strained so hard against the bindings he could hear the rope creak. Voldemort blissfully released the spell, allowing Harry to sag against the gravestone. Impressive Harry Potter. The mild surprise in his voice caught all off guard. And to think that a child can bear my anger so much better than most of my Death Eaters. Voldemort began to pace in front of him. Now, Harry, I have heard stories. No, nothing around the pathetic moniker the boy who lived that the mudbloods and half-bloods cheer over. Rather, I've heard stories of your abilities that have even impressed Lord Voldemort. No, my friends. Voldemort placated over the grumbling of the Death Eaters. A wizard of talent must be acknowledged. For those amongst us who have not heard of Mr. Potter's exploits, allow me to mention a few of his more remarkable accomplishments. Conjuring a corporeal Patronus at 11? Impressive. Successful biological automaton transfiguration? Truly astounding. But my personal favorite is your alleged mastery of fiendfire. He stopped pacing and favored Harry with a smirk. I must say, Harry, what darkness must lie in you to have command of that spell? Harry grimaced as Voldemort continued pacing. I've even heard whispers from members of your adoring public that you are the second coming of Albus Dumbledore himself. How disappointing. But what do you expect from the sheep of the wizarding world? The Death Eaters exploded in laughter as if their lives depended on it. Dumbledore is a great wizard, Harry said through his panting. Certainly a better wizard than you. All at once the Death Eaters' laughter stopped, replaced with crazed jeering and threats. The only one not livid was Voldemort. You truly believe that, do you, Harry? You honestly believe that he is greater than I, Lord Voldemort? The one wizard who has gone farther than any others, accomplished feats of incredible magic not even dreamed of? No, Harry, there are none in the past, present, or future who can claim even an ounce of the mastery over magic as I have. Voldemort suddenly raised his arms and Harry, to his shame, flinched in anticipation of more pain. But no spell came forth. Voldemort smirked and further raised his arms with magnanimous intent. But never let it be said that I'm not also a merciful lord as well as the most powerful one. You, Harry Potter, are a talented wizard, the kind that comes along once every few decades. Not as powerful as myself, obviously, but you clearly stand above the rabble of the wizarding world. He began to stalk Harry, slowly circling around him. Thus, we will have a contest to see just how talented you are. I will give you the opportunity to leave this place and return back to Hogwarts, while you provide entertainment to me and my Death Eaters. A satisfactory result for all parties, if you will. Now, what is the contest, you may ask? Voldemort said, as he made his way back in front of Harry. The Triwizard Cup, he pointed to the trophy several yards away, will portkey you back to the site of the third task. All you need to do is get to it. Harry's mind was spinning, but he wasn't so foolish as to believe that the opportunity to leave would be anything he'd want to participate in. What's the catch? Voldemort's smile grew inhuman, demonic. Harry couldn't be sure whether it was his crucio-addled brain or a trick of the light, but his mouth seemingly opened wider than his face. Voldemort was a shark standing in front of Harry, ready to devour his prey. Nothing so difficult for a wizard of ability such as yourself. You simply need to, as they say, fight your way out. Fight you. Harry asked incredulously. Voldemort threw his head back in laughter. Of course not, Harry. That wouldn't be very sporting of me, would it? No, you will fight every one of my Death Eaters in several glorious duels for the ages. If you're able to survive them all, then the cup is yours. I must say that these ladies and gentlemen are quite accomplished at magic as well, but against someone of your magical prowess they should be mere child's play. Unless, Voldemort began as if puzzling out a particular difficult problem. The talk of your exploits has been overblown? More propaganda to make the masses feel safer that the all-powerful boy who lived was watching over them. Perhaps. Harry didn't acknowledge Voldemort's attempt to go to response, his mind already going over the task in front of him. He knew that he was beyond powerful for his age, and that his knowledge and understanding of magic likely outstripped any student currently at Hogwarts. But defeating all 15 Death Eaters present was an impossible task, and Voldemort knew it. Even factoring in his training with Alastor Moody for the last 4 years, Harry was still just a student lacking any meaningful real-world experience. He may have had countless successful practice duels with Sirius, Remus, and a handful with Aurus Nicodemus Tonks and Bartleby Redford, but he could easily acknowledge that those fights were nothing compared to what he was about to experience. The truth clarified for him. He now knew it deep in his soul, that there was no chance of leaving this cemetery alive. If he somehow managed to even defeat multiple Death Eaters, which in itself was an absurd task for a 4th year, Voldemort would certainly exact his revenge, and this time there would be no parent willing to sacrifice their life for his. His chest rattled as he took in a shaky breath. He didn't want to die. His life had just started to be his own. He desperately wanted to be with his friends, lounging by the Black Lake talking about Quidditch with Ron just to see how irritated they could make Hermione before she finally erupted on the pointlessness of the sport. It was such a stupid game they all pretended to play seriously, and right now a moment like that was what he desired most in the world. But even with the terror of the situation almost freezing the blood in his veins, he refused to go meekly. His parents had given up everything to keep him alive. His poor parents who were only a few years older than he was now and who had decades of wonderful moments ahead of them. While he may ultimately fail at honoring their last wish for his survival, he would die fighting to the last possible moment. Fine, let's do this. Excellent, excellent. Goyle, give him his wand. Voldemort beamed, and with a negligent wave the ropes bounding Harry to the statue gave way. Harry rubbed the muscles on his shaky legs, trying to get some feeling back into them. A large man with shoulders hunched like a gorilla reached down to grab the wand. Most likely he was the father of the Slytherin Goyle in his class. Harry idly wondered if he also communicated in grunts like his son. Goyle lumbered over and jabbed wand into his ribs. Harry hissed as he ripped it out of the older man's grip, feeling the normal warmth from his holly wand flow up his arm. Now, I think it only fitting that the first Death Eater of mine you face is Wormtail. After all, he's the real reason your parents are dead. Isn't he, Harry? Pettigrew's head snapped up, his face frozen in horror. Voldemort seemed to relish that fear with perverse glee. Wormtail, come here and let us see how you use that magnificent arm Lord Voldemort gifted you. Wormtail made no immediate move, as if he was trapped in a nightmare he couldn't get out of. Harry would have sympathized if it was literally almost anyone else. Eventually Pettigrew must have noticed the undercurrent of discontent from the crowd, because he quickly shuffled next to the Dark Lord. Now Harry, I take it you know the rules of dueling? Harry slowly made his way toward the designated spot, his eyes never leaving Wormtail. He thought that if he had to die, at least taking the betrayer of his parents with him would be something. If only he could somehow let Sirius and Remus know that the traitor would soon be taken care of. Now, Voldemort began once Harry and Pettigrew were in place. We shall begin. And Wormtail, I don't need to tell you how displeased I would be at your failure. Wormtail's whole body shuddered. Then he quickly mumbled, Yes, my lord. Voldemort waved his wand in a complex pattern and then took a step back. A dueling shield of blue and white arose around Harry and Wormtail, turning invisible just as suddenly. The Death Eaters crowded around, getting more and more agitated, as if they smelled chum in the water. You're going to die, mudblood, hissed a large woman to the right of Harry, her beefy fingers choking the stubby wand in her hand. Harry took several deep breaths, failing at trying to calm his beating heart. With detached amusement, he noticed that his hands were still shaking from the cruciatus. He didn't think it would impact his casting, especially against Wormtail, who stood as tall as he could across the field, looking as if he was chomping at the bit to begin. But Harry could see the truth. The fingers on his left hand were twitching in nervous energy, and sweat had broken out across his brow. Wormtail wanted no part of Harry, and Harry vowed to make that statement come true. Voldemort held up his wand. "Very well," begged Ash. With rage bubbling under the surface of his occlumency, Harry yelled out, "Defindo!" Wormtail's eyes grew huge at the white light streaking toward him, barely getting his shield in place to absorb the charm. Harry was already loose and casting again, channeling everything Moody had drilled into him about fighting. Keep moving, be unrelenting, keep your opponent on their back foot. His wand snapped through the movements, a blasting curse flowing into a piercing hex and so on. Even just a few seconds into the match, Wormtail's shields were weakening. Harry knew he needed to end this quickly and save his strength. "Bombarda," he thought, firing the blasting hex silently. His aim was true, impacting the ground several feet in front of Peter. Earth shot up like a geyser, causing Wormtail to take a step back and lose focus. Harry intended to use those precious few moments to rush in and overwhelm Wormtail. But when he got within a few steps and saw the rat's sniveling face, with that stupid, confused, and lost look that had no business being on the face of the vile murderer of his parents, Harry lost it. He had just enough frame of mind to use his offhand to rear back and deck Wormtail across his wobbly chin. Wormtail's head snapped to the side, and he dropped like a puppet with cut strings. The pain of the multiple broken bones in Harry's hand was as excruciating as Bartleby had once told him it would be, but it didn't stop him for a second from jumping on top of Wormtail's body and just letting loose. His left arm was a piston, smashing into the flabby face of his parents' betrayer. Wormtail feebly tried to grab his arms at first, but Harry was beyond stopping, beyond thought. He was a vessel for retribution, for the life stolen from him, for the 11 years of neglect and abuse. His arm kept swinging as blood continued erupting from Pettigrew's face. He was blasted from Wormtail, landing and rolling several yards away through grass and muck. Harry finally began to come back to himself and winced at the pain caused by his tumble. Voldemort slowly lowered his wand, his head tilted to the side. His Death Eaters were now dead silent and glancing at each other. Harry's left hand was barely recognizable, his bloody fingers going in directions that didn't make sense, already puffing into twice the normal size. He even saw what he thought were a few small rocks stuck in his skin, until he realized they were actually Wormtail's teeth. He looked back toward Pettigrew and gasped. His body was twitching on the ground like a live wire. The man's face was bathed in blood and misshapen like worked upon clay, and his eyes were already swollen shut and insect-like. The only reason Harry knew he was still alive was the clicking of his few remaining teeth as they tapped each other with each rattling breath. Voldemort eventually spoke. "We are not savage mudbloods using our fists to solve disputes. Because of your display, you forfeit the right to end Wormtail. But rest assured, he will still enjoy my tender mercies." Harry had no response. Everything was happening so fast. He couldn't take his eyes off his throbbing, deformed left hand, the blood and viscera standing out stark against his pale skin. The whole situation was beyond comprehension. It was certainly not how he expected the end of the Triwizard tournament to go. And Wormtail, that was Wormtail's blood on his hand. Did he feel guilty about that? Should he feel guilty about not feeling more guilty? He had planned to kill him, sure, but planning and doing are two different things. Should he feel elated to finally hurt the man who had so hurt him? He didn't know, couldn't stop pinging thought to thought. He rose to his feet on autopilot and cast a numbing charm on his left hand. He hissed in agony as the pins and needles in his mangled hand reached intolerable levels. But the feeling quickly went away, and his hand no longer bothered him. Of course he would pay later for the extra damage he was sure to incur now that he couldn't feel anything. But then again, he would most likely be dead, so problem solved. Two Death Eaters unceremoniously dragged the semi-conscious Wormtail from the area. He was barely outside the circle of Death Eaters before Voldemort yelled out, "Graves!" This Graves made their way through the crowd. taking his position across from Harry and bouncing from foot to foot. He was a lanky fellow, with extremely curly brown hair spilling from underneath his hood. Based on his energy levels and apparent fitness, Harry was already anticipating a much tougher experience than Wormtail. Begin! Graves wasted no time, firing a bone-breaker hex at Harry's chest. He was able to shield and return fire with his own bone breaker, forcing Graves to move out of the way and launch a bludgeoner at Harry, which he again deflected. While Graves certainly had more power than Pettigrew, he still wasn't close to any of Harry's sparring partners. Graves continued to fire a variation of cutters, bludgeoners, and piercing hexes, all of which Harry shielded or batted away with relative ease. What Graves lacked in power he made up for with an incredible ability to avoid Harry's return fire. He jumped, slid, shifted, and bent with as little movement as possible to evade all spell fire. Harry thought it was beyond obnoxious. After yet another piercing hex fired from his holly wand missed by inches, Harry decided to go passive and reevaluate. The strategy of going passive was a controversial one, as it meant observing his opponent while relying on muscle memory and his overwhelming power advantage to shield any return fire. It could be an incredibly dangerous strategy unless you were confident in your abilities. Moody would have had his arse if he knew he was doing it, but he wasn't the one looking at fighting a bunch of Death Eaters after this bout. It took but a moment of study to actually find a weakness. For all of Graves' remarkable ability to avoid spells, he lacked any sort of spatial awareness. The man paid no attention to where he was moving or the terrain around him, which only worked because they were dueling in a flat and open area. Harry could certainly exploit that mistake. He had to await a few spells for the one he needed, but as soon as Graves fired another piercing hex, Harry deflected it into the ground on the left side of the Death Eater. To most it looked like a missed attempt to bat the spell back at his opponent. But the spell landed exactly where Harry was aiming, gouging out a 2-meter-long groove in the earth. Harry fired a spell to the right of Graves, forcing him to shuffle left. Before Graves could return fire, his foot caught in the groove, his ankle twisting and sending him to the ground. In the split second he fell, Harry silently cast Reducto at Graves' chest, the bones cracking apart to the shrieks of the mortally wounded Death Eater. Voldemort sneered at the screaming man as he writhed on the ground. "Pathetic," he hissed. His wand flashed up faster than Harry could process, firing a red light at blazing speed toward Graves. The spell hit Graves in the face, his screams replaced by gasping and choking. Graves' hands shot up to his neck, tugging on the skin as his face turned a deep purple color and his throat made horrifying choking sounds. Blood and flesh collected under his fingernails as he tried to rip a hole in his throat in a futile attempt to get air. It took a few more moments for Graves to finally pass on with his own hands still around his throat, and the terror of never getting that last breath forever locked on his face. Harry rested his hands on his knees as he tried to slow down his own breathing once again. He watched 2 more Death Eaters grab his second victim. When Graves' corpse was lifted, blood poured out of his open chest, painting the grass a vibrant red. Even as Voldemort began to rage at the remaining Death Eaters about their inability to beat a schoolboy, Harry's mind felt as if it was flying high above all this. His occlumency was still going strong, which was helping him do his best Mr. Spock imitation, as Tonks would say, but it wasn't the only cause of his detachment. Beating Pettigrew nearly to death and causing the death of another, even if he didn't strike the final blow, had driven his mind into a shell, too many emotions and feelings overloading his system. At this point, even the sight of an enraged Voldemort generated only a sort of detached horror. Eventually, Voldemort calmed down and turned back toward him. "I must say you don't disappoint, Harry Potter," he said. He eyed the men and women around him with mild contempt, his wand again twirling gently through his fingers. He appeared as if he was waiting for one to protest his statement and earn his wrath. He continued when no one dared utter a word. "You've grown lazy in peacetime, my friends, and let your once considerable skills atrophy. You have forgotten what is necessary to bend the will of the people to my cause. You now believe that whispering in the ear of fat and useless politicians is the only means to stop the mudblood menace and preserve our way of life. What you've forgotten is how worthless government is when compared to real action." He continued, "Domination is what moves the wheel. making your enemies fear for their lives even in the safety of their home. Fear the very thought of saying one word against my cause. Even fear daring to look their betters in the eye. That's true domination. The kind that has your enemies so beaten that even the hint of a threat has them jumping to attention like the dogs they are, ready to make their masters happy. It's the only kind of domination that will save our society. But it requires action. The enemy must first see there is no hope. Voldemort lunged toward his Death Eaters, who collectively took several steps back. You grew fat and arrogant thinking your money and blood would be enough to make change. But you have forgotten what it will take to eradicate the mudblood menace, and what will happen to pureblood culture if you don't. He continued more softly, but Lord Voldemort doesn't forget. Tonight, we begin our campaign to once again purge the mudbloods from our lands. Tonight, we remind the world why purebloods are superior. And it will not be through bills in the Wiesengemot or angry editorials in the newspaper. We will start by attacking mudbloods and blood traders in their very homes. We will show them that there's nowhere to hide, nowhere we can't find them. We will turn their sanctuaries into their coffins. And when the light begins to leave their eyes after the inexorable pain we cause them, the last sight they see will be my mark floating above the wreckage of their lives. Harry looked on horrified as Voldemort played the crowd like a master. Horrified but impressed by the command and control he had over his audience. You could almost smell the coppery tang of the future promise of blood in the air. Now I ask you, who is ready to answer the call? Who is ready to begin the slaughter of the mudbloods and blood traders infesting our great land? Who is ready to start the domination of our enemies by destroying their beacon of hope, their hero, the boy who lived? The trees around them shook with the fervor of the Death Eater cheers. Harry began to shake uncontrollably. Malfoy, Avery, Voldemort yelled. The two men slid forward. Malfoy, of course, recognizable through his long blonde hair, and Avery remarkable in his unremarkable averageness. Harry gathered himself in an attempt to stop his shaking. Both of his opponents stood across from him in unbothered poses, making their thoughts plain on Harry's chances. Their dismissal should have bothered him. Normally he was full of bravado, probably too much if truth be told. It was not arrogant to acknowledge that his abilities and power at just 14 were already more impressive than most wizards and witches. It was the truth. But these were two Death Eater elites he was facing, and right now he was exhausted. His body throbbed from the cruciatus, his hand was in ruins, and he was emotionally fried. Every fiber of his being told him that this was the crescendo of the evening. That thought allowed his body and spirit to achieve the kind of peace that only came about when one knew that they were set on the only course available to them. 2-on-1? Not very sporting, Tom, he said, his voice somehow steady as he mocked Voldemort's earlier statement. Voldemort's previous veneer of civility finally evaporated. Your screams will fill the night, Harry Potter, he sneered. You will beg Lord Voldemort for your death, for a release from the pain and torment you will soon experience, and I will laugh over your broken body until I finally grant your wish. Malfoy spoke in turn. I did promise you would meet the same sticky end as your parents, Potter, he gloated. The two Death Eaters then let loose a barrage of spells. Harry's wand immediately shot up. Protego Maxima, he incanted silently, forming the white wall in front of him just before the spells impacted. They hit upon his shield like a giant's fist, forcing him to brace his footing and grip his wand with both hands. Harry's jaw tensed so much trying to hold back the tide one of his loose front teeth popped out, and he had to quickly spit on to the ground. The next 30 seconds felt like 30 years, his shield flaring as bright as the sun with no break to the relentless attack. Shields don't last forever, Potter, Avery yelled. He reared back and fired a particularly thick muddy brown spell that impacted with a loud gong. Harry's legs almost completely buckled at the power of it, and he looked on in horror as his shield began to crack. It's all going to be over soon, sounded a random voice over the cacophony of rapturous joy coming from the Death Eaters. Spells kept impacting and the cracks grew larger. He needed to do something very quickly to get out of this spot, even with the high risk of getting hit by breaking cover. A wild plan came to him. It required successfully using a technique he had only performed a few times in his training. But if not now, when? Plus, if he failed, it wasn't like Sirius would be here to take the piss, like he normally did when Harry screwed up a spell. With a silent plea for luck, he dropped his shield and rolled to the left, barely avoiding 2 sizzling spells. Before Malfoy and Avery could return fire, Harry rose with both arms extended and quickly fired a Bombarda spell at the Death Eater on the right, Malfoy, which he blocked. But Harry was counting on that. He wanted Malfoy and Avery's focus away from his offhand. As the spell was firing out of his wand, he took a deep breath and focused. Focused with an intensity that could only be had when you were fighting for your life. He found the tingling sensation throughout his body he associated with his magic, grasped it, and channeled it up his left arm and through his mangled left hand. He almost cried out when he felt the magic explode from his bloody appendage. It was a minor banishing charm, nowhere near as powerful as his normal version. But it was wandlessly done at the same time he fired a spell from his wand. Only a handful of witches or wizards could ever dream of doing that, which was why Avery was completely unprepared for it. Avery tried to dodge, but he was too late. The spell pushed him to his left, directly into Malfoy, who had just finished blocking the Bombarda. Malfoy grunted at the impact and jumped back, his mask falling off in the action. This left Avery exposed. Harry shot the most powerful bone breaker he could muster and struck Avery in the chest. The man screamed as he was launched onto his back and out of the fight. Harry quickly pivoted and fired the same spell at Malfoy. Unfortunately, Malfoy had recovered enough to bat the spell away. They both paused and observed the other. Malfoy's stance was much more defined now, and he no longer gave off the air of nonchalance. Harry reoriented his stance as well and remained alert. Taking on Lucius Malfoy one-on-one was still a dangerous proposition. They both launched bone breakers that smashed into each other, causing a minor explosion of light and sound. They continued to trade fire as they moved in a parallel circle to each other, where most spells missed and struck the dueling shield, lighting the area up in fluorescent blues and whites. Harry aimed a Bombarda in front of Malfoy as he did for Wormtail, but the man quickly banished the debris back toward Harry, who had to dive to avoid the rocks. He even tried to upset the terrain around Malfoy like he did with Graves, but Malfoy had a much stronger command of his area and avoided the pitfalls. "Tut-tut, Potter," Malfoy smirked. "It would seem that you are as predictable and dim as my son says." In his frustration, Harry let a cutting curse through and graze his side. "Your son's a twat," he grimaced in pain. However, he was already transfiguring the tombstone behind Malfoy into a wolverine. Malfoy spun around at the sound of the growl, but before he could act, the wolverine jumped and latched onto his arm. Malfoy shrieked in pain, but had enough frame of mind to swing his arm around and use the animal to block the blood removal curse sent by Harry. Malfoy threw the shriveling wolverine onto the ground, where it reverted back into the tombstone. He sneered at Harry as blood dripped down his arm. "Enough," he said. "This ends now, boy." Malfoy's wand weaved in constant movement, spell after spell launched with ill intent. Harry deflected or avoided as best he could, but his body was flagging. He was a little slow to deflect a banisher, and a portion of it struck his chest. It felt like a mule kick, and he only just moved out of the way from a sickly yellow follow-up spell. He tried to catch his breath as he shuffled away from Malfoy's onslaught. A cutting curse struck his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. In desperation, he again used his wandless and wand ability simultaneously. While he silently fired a confringo with his wand, he wandlessly sent the first spell that came to mind, which was a simple jinx. Malfoy shielded himself from the blasting curse and shifted his weight to fire back. However, his left leg stuck in place, making Malfoy to look down and frown in confusion. He had missed his leg being impacted by a wandless sticky limb jinx. Malfoy stared at his leg for just another moment, which is what Harry had been hoping for. "Bombarda!" he shouted silently, the curse erupting out of his wand. Malfoy's quickly raised shield absorbed the curse, but the force of it drove the Death Eater to his knee. Malfoy fired off a wild spell that impacted just to the right of Harry, and then hid behind a stronger Aegis shield to try and weather the power of Harry's magic. Harry fired spell after spell at the shield, with only the intent of seeing it shatter and the man inside finally receive what he deserved. Rage and frustration tore down his occlumency and plowed through his earlier shock. He was driven beyond his exhaustion into this frenzy he found himself in. His wand flowed in elegance, chaining one spell into the next once again. A blasting curse into a fireball, into cutting curse, into a sound piercer, and so on and so on. His unbridled emotions powered his magic so strongly that he was somehow cracking Lucius Aegis' shield, which should have taken at least 3 grown adults to do. The Death Eaters were forced to watch 2 of their elite lose to a boy still in school. He was only 14, and he was showing them all why he was so celebrated. He was a prodigy. Lucius somehow shot another spell toward Harry, forcing him to step to the right. Into the hole in the ground from the spell Lucius fired right before going behind his shield. Harry stumbled. He was only 14, and he lacked real-world experience. A purple spell from Malfoy impacted his chest, knocking him onto his back. He raised his wand to try and fire back at Malfoy when a black spell appeared from his right side and struck his hand like a viper. His wand exploded, shards of holly digging into his now mutilated right hand. He screamed and clutched his arm to his chest only to see Avery was the one who fired, somehow alive and standing even with his chest ruinous and bloody. Malfoy walked closer and fired a bone breaker which impacted his right arm. Before that pain could register, Avery hit his left arm and both legs with the same spell. Through his unceasing agony, Harry could hear the Death Eaters cheering in fury. "Enough," Voldemort said softly, all sound around him immediately stopping. The dueling shield disappeared and Voldemort slowly walked toward Harry. "Do you understand now, Harry Potter?" he said. "Understand the futility in opposing Lord Voldemort?" Harry didn't answer, couldn't answer. He was already in excruciating pain, and the dread of what still may come had dried up his tongue. Voldemort looked right into his eyes and peered into his soul. The smile that arose on his snake-like face was the most horrific sight of the night for Harry. "Yes, I think you have learned that you were never a match for Lord Voldemort, boy who lived. As I said, you were lucky to even reach this point with the amount of people that have died around you. Though you did make a valiant attempt, it was of course not enough. And now I will have my fun." "Crucio," Voldemort laughed as the unforgivable slammed into Harry. This time he made no attempts to be brave. He screamed and thrashed and cried, further breaking his ruined body. Voldemort's laughter rang out even over Harry's cries as he kept the spell on him, seconds turning into minutes. "Beg me, Potter," he shouted with wild abandon as he continued. "Beg me to end your miserable life." Harry was past bravery and courage. Those were concepts easily held when one was not being tortured beyond belief. He kept screaming, the crucio feeling like knives pushing into his skin and electrifying his pain receptors. As it continued on without mercy, everything that made him Harry was slipping away, gone to the relentless hunger of the spell. He could feel his thoughts floating away into nothingness. He was becoming nothing. At that moment he would have said anything to make the torment stop if he could only get the words out. Voldemort finally released the spell minutes later. He was breathing heavily as one does when caught up in an activity they love. "I said, beg me, Potter. I want to hear the words. I want you to ask your Lord for his mercy. Beg me, beg." Harry said nothing because he couldn't say anything. The whispers grew around Voldemort and Harry, the audience to his torture now curious by his denial. Voldemort's fury grew every second Harry's silence lasted. Didn't he know that whatever was left of Harry's mind was trapped in an unresponsive body? He tried to plead to Voldemort with his eyes, to let him know he had won, that all he wanted was for this to end. He would beg until his voice gave out if only he could. Voldemort looked down at him and mistook his pleading for defiance. "You will beg," he screamed. "Imperio." A warmness wrapped around Harry's mind, providing the first bit of relief in what felt like hours. He reached out to wrap himself in this comfort, but the feeling was like trying to grasp water. "All you have to do is ask for death," the feeling told him. Yes, I can do that," Harry thought. Harry felt his mouth begin to move, and the comforting feeling grew in happiness. "No more, please no more," he was going to say. "That should be enough." "No." he rasped, the rest of the words failing to come out of his mouth. The comfort quickly disappeared. He desperately tried again. No. You deny me? Voldemort whispered. There was a strange hesitancy to his countenance now, as if he was suddenly on his back foot. He looked around at his Death Eaters, and for the first time seemed unsure of himself. His followers were silent, but there was a strange malaise in the air. Voldemort closed his eyes and evened his breathing. After a time, whatever moment of weakness he had experienced quickly changed into barely controlled rage. I had planned on tormenting your beloved headmaster and godfather with the knowledge of your capture and continuous torture. But I think I have a more fitting end for you, Harry Potter. Harry tried to recoil as Voldemort slowly bent forward and gently removed his glasses. We of course cannot let the wizarding population know I have yet returned, so sending your broken body to the Ministry of Magic, while something I would find deeply amusing, would be antithetical to my plans. But your body can still be of use. You see, as time marches on and your disappearance lingers, the people will wonder what happened to their hero, he spat. With each guess as inane the next. Then the panic will truly set in when I finally make my return known. Then they will be truly desperate for any news about their beloved boy who lived, because in their mind only you can save them once again. Voldemort leaned down next to Harry's ear, pretending to whisper while being loud enough for all to hear. What then do you think it will do to their spirit when they see their hero finally appear after months away, triumphantly returning to Hogsmeade during a student weekend? You of course won't be returning as the hero. No, no, no. You, dear Harry, will appear as a shambling wreck, a mindless inferius there to take their children. Tears began to fall from Harry's eyes as Voldemort stood and addressed the group. We are about to break the psyche of our enemies before they even realize they are at war. Behold my beloved Death Eaters, the death of the boy who lived. Raucous cheers broke like exquisite ecstasy. Whatever piece of Harry was left trembled at the unrestrained madness he was witnessing. Voldemort had to shout over the crowd. Killing young Harry and turning his bloated corpse into an inferius may change his appearance enough to make him unrecognizable to even his friends and family. What better way to make sure the world knows it's Harry Potter's rotting body than emphasizing the famous mark your lord gave him all those years ago? Voldemort's removal of his glasses finally made sense as he pointed his wand at Harry's face and fired a cutting curse. It started at his right temple and went across his forehead, and then diagonal over his left eye and across his nose to his right cheek, and then back across his face under his lips. A new horrific giant lightning bolt to mark him. Harry hadn't felt a thing. Perfect, Voldemort said. He raised his hand for silence, which he received. He looked down at Harry, an unfathomable darkness to his gaze. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Die knowing you never had a chance, as you are an insect when compared to Lord Voldemort. Then he smiled that horrible, malignant grin one last time. I look forward to personally explaining your final, pathetic moments in detail to Black and the Blood Traitor Weasleys. Avada Kedavra. Harry's last flickering thought as the green light struck him was of a man with his face and a woman with flaming red hair. He died in anticipation. Time passed. The redhead woman smiled at him in adoration. The man with his face ruffled his hair. The grass under his feet felt like cotton, and then he flew so high he swore he could touch the sun. He was content and he was home. It was perfect. Except for the beeping. The beeping never stopped. Its anger grew and grew until he couldn't avoid it anymore. The redhead woman had tears and happiness in her eyes. The man with his face held him in his arms. They both whispered, "You are so loved." There was hope and there was longing. Harry Potter opened his eyes. He was laying on his back, which for some reason struck him as odd. Should he be laying in a bed, seeing as he didn't remember going to sleep? Did he go wandering and pass out in some odd place? He wouldn't put it past Sirius to have placed a sleepwalking jinx on him for the fun kind of blackmail material, as he would say. Being that he was on his back, the first thing that jumped out to him was the white and textured ceiling. That was at least one clue to his location. It meant he wasn't in the Hogwarts infirmary, the place he usually woke up when he did so without memory. Beep. Harry turned his head to the left with great difficulty. There was an old rickety end table near his shoulders covered with newspapers, Drubel's wrappers, and what looked like an old vase on top. The vase-like item suddenly pulsed from blue to gold, letting out that god-awful beep. "Just the worst," Harry murmured. He took a further look around the room. For off-white walls, one wooden door to his front, another slightly smaller door to the left, and a window showing a generic rainy cityscape to his right. There was also a ratty chair and ottoman pulled up next to his bed that still had the imprint of its last occupant. With no other indications of his location, he decided to try and get up and explore. The first twitch of an attempt, and he immediately regretted the decision. There wasn't an inch of his body that didn't hurt or ache, and he wouldn't have been surprised if his skin was just one giant bruise. He had a split second to wonder why he was in so much pain when the truth finally slammed back into his memory and stole his breath. He had died badly after being injured by the most powerful Dark Lord in the last few centuries. Was he actually still dead? He quickly dismissed that notion based on the pain he felt and the terribly itchy sheets he was under. Then that begged the question. How was he breathing? How was he here wherever here was? His hands shot in front of his face, looking completely normal. How could that be? They had just been mutilated beyond recognition. He couldn't even feel a twinge of pain when he flexed his fingers. Then he placed those normal hands on his face and traced the thick, ropey skin of his new scar. He couldn't catch his breath. He tried to suck in as much oxygen as he could, but nothing was reaching his lungs. Meanwhile, his chest felt like he had a hippogriff resting on it. Just as he was convinced that he was going to die for a second time, the door to his left opened, accompanied with a flushing sound. In the midst of Harry's breakdown stood the venerable Albus Dumbledore in the doorway to the loo, holding a newspaper while his attention was fixed on straightening his baby blue robes. Somehow the sight of the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry finishing his important meeting, as Ron always jokingly called it, helped a little to ease his breathing issues. Dumbledore eventually finished fussing with his robes and took one step into the room before stopping abruptly. "Harry?" he whispered, his mouth dipping down and his eyes wide in shock. Harry tried to answer but couldn't stop gasping for breath. Dumbledore snapped out of his surprise, dropping his newspaper as he rushed to his side. "Slowly, Harry, slowly," he said gently. When there was no improvement, he grasped Harry's shoulder and brought up his wand. The terror generated by a wand pointed at his face pushed Harry's bruised and battered body into instant movement. He scooted away like a frightened animal, his back slamming flush against the headboard. For a moment, Dumbledore's face collapsed into such despair that Harry almost apologized for his knee-jerk reaction.
"I'm sorry, Harry."
"That was foolish of me. What I should have first mentioned was that I know of a spell to ease your panic attack, and then I should have next received your permission to use it. I do so now." After a few seconds, Harry jerked his head in the affirmative. Dumbledore's wand moved in a circular motion while the man murmured under his breath. Harry felt the tension rapidly begin to ooze out of his body, allowing him to finally catch his breath and start to calm down. It took a few minutes for Harry to feel well enough to speak. "Thank you, sir," he said. Dumbledore waved him off. "You don't need to thank me. I had the means to assist, and barring my clumsy manner in offering said assistance, I'm simply happy that I was able to ease your suffering." Harry flinched at the inadvertent reminder of his recent torment. Dumbledore must have only then realized his words as his face once again crumbled into devastation. Harry caught a glimpse of his bright blue eyes filling with tears before he looked away. Harry was at a loss on what to say or do next. He was still coming to grips with the fact that he had survived the graveyard, survived untold no. Not yet, his mind whispered as it shut the thought down. In the end, Harry decided his best course was to ignore the elephant in the room. "Where are we, Professor?" Dumbledore didn't immediately respond. He peered at Harry, as if looking for hidden meaning in the question, before gathering himself and quickly wiping his eyes. "We are at St. Mungo's, my dear boy." He again spoke with the unperturbable strength Harry had come to associate with the headmaster, his momentary breakdown already gone. "Unfortunately, your injuries were too severe for Madame Pomfrey to treat, so you were rushed here by Portkey immediately upon your return." "How did I get back to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. The surface level of that question is easily answered, portkey. However, the much deeper portion, young Harry, is what the Muggles call the 64,000 question. Before Harry could even begin to tackle that statement, his fractured memory and thought process reminded him of the one other detail he should have already been screaming from the rooftops. He lunged forward and grabbed the old man's arm. "Oh my God, Professor! He's back!" "Harry, you need to calm down," Dumbledore said soothingly. But Harry was wild-eyed and manic, and calm was the last thing he felt. He needed Dumbledore to understand him. "You don't, Professor. It's Voldemort. He's—" "I know." Harry reared back as if he had been struck. "You know what?" Dumbledore took his time before responding. The wizarding world was made aware of Lord Voldemort's unlikely resurrection 3 weeks ago, following the conclusion of the Triwizard tournament. How could wait 3 weeks? "As I said, you were—" Dumbledore paused. "Quite injured when you returned. For the first 48 hours, there was a great concern that you would not survive. Your friends and family were inconsolable, as you can imagine. It wasn't until the 3rd day when you showed improvement that the healers felt comfortable in declaring your eventual full recovery." "Professor, what happened that night? How do you know Voldemort returned?" Dumbledore sighed and began to clean his glasses. "Are you truly sure you wish to continue? As I've always told you, the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. You will learn the truth, that I promise, but you do not have to face it right this moment." He continued in an almost pleading tone. "There is a very long, very difficult discussion about what happened after the 3rd task that you and I, and eventually several members of our ministry need to have, but the timing and content of that conversation comes a distant second to your health and well-being. You've just woken up, Harry, and I'm sure the healers are eager to run all manners of tests on you. This can wait for now." Harry barely hesitated before answering. "I have to know, sir." Dumbledore waited several seconds before nodding, as if he had expected Harry's answer the entire time. "Very well. I believe you had 2 questions, what happened that night, and how I know of Voldemort's return. To the first, I can tell you that, from the perspective of the audience, you and Mr. Diggory disappeared for approximately half an hour after touching the Triwizard Cup. There were of course a great many people who made every attempt to determine your location during that time, but the trap was too well planned, and we were unable to find your location." He continued, "Ultimately, to the surprise of all in attendance, the Triwizard Cup eventually returned its 2 champions back to the location of the 3rd task. This point actually leads into the answer for your second question." Dumbledore reached down and grabbed Harry's hands. Harry was completely thrown by the move, as he couldn't remember a time that the headmaster had acted so familiarly with him. "Harry," he said, his piercing blue eyes locking onto Harry's. "The reason we know Lord Voldemort was resurrected is because, as I said, the Triwizard Cup returned yourself and Cedric Diggory approximately a half hour after you touched it. You were not, however, the only 2 people or items to return with the cup. In addition to yourself, who was injured beyond comprehension, and the body of Cedric. The cup also brought forth the unconscious form of Peter Pettigrew, several priceless items thought lost forever, a dead snake, an anonymous note, and—" Harry Potter, stunned nearly into silence, managed to utter one quiet word. "Professor." The decapitated head of Lord Voldemort. The Death and Life of Harry Potter Chapter 2. Harry felt his heart stop. "Could you repeat that?" "It's true, Harry," Dumbledore said. Lord Voldemort's head rested on top of Peter Pettigrew's chest when the portkey reappeared near the champion's podium. As you can imagine, this led to the audience descending into pandemonium. "Wow," Harry said. Unfortunately, the result was more than one person getting trampled by the unrestrained mob. Most of the professors, myself included, were doing our best to try and keep the students safe and the situation from exploding into an even larger tragedy," Dumbledore said. "Is everyone all right?" Harry asked quickly. "Yes, we were able to ensure that no one was seriously injured. While this was occurring, Madame Pomfrey and Sirius were able to break through the mob and get to your side to determine the extent of your injuries. Then there was poor Amos," Dumbledore said, shaking his head while beginning to pace. "He eventually had to be pried away from Cedric once the Aurors began to examine the scene." Harry's chest ached with regret. "I tried to save him," he said softly, "but I wasn't." Dumbledore stopped his pacing. I know that you are unlikely to follow my advice, especially so soon after this tragedy, he said with the utmost compassion. But do not blame yourself for his death. If I can say anything in this life with certainty, it's that I believe you made every effort possible to save young Mr. Diggory. Harry locked eyes with Dumbledore for a few seconds, then nodded because that was expected of him. Before either of them could continue, a man and woman in lime green robes came into the room. Mr. Potter, glad to see you awake, the man said. He was a kind-looking man, middle-aged, built with slim arms and legs but possessing a slight paunch. Yes. The alarm alerted us to your status, he said, nodding to the beeping vase, which he mercifully turned off with a flick of his wand. But it is still good to see you up and speaking for ourselves. The man and woman both began to wave their wands in complicated fashion above him. Harry looked to a bemused Dumbledore for help. I believe, Lionel, that Mr. Potter may benefit from knowing who is checking him over, Dumbledore said. Lionel flushed, as if he was still a student caught doing something against the rules by the professor. Of course, I'm Healer Weatherly, and this is Healer Trainee Higbin. We've been primaries on your case since you were brought in. He nodded to the woman with him, who Harry noticed looked young, most likely a recent Hogwarts graduate. He tried to say hello, but she kept looking everywhere but at him. Harry frowned in confusion. After a few minutes of examination, in which Healer Weatherly asked Harry a dozen variations on how he currently felt, the healer declared him on his way to recovery. He told Harry that he would need to spend a few more days at the hospital, but that was mostly for observation. Weatherly left after telling Harry he'd be back in an hour to check on him. Healer Trainee Higbin scurried out the door behind him, never uttering a word the entire time she was there. Dumbledore continued once the door shut. Where was I? Yes, the Aurors were able to eventually cordon off the area from the public once everything calmed down. By then you and Sirius were whisked away to St. Mungo's by Port Key, and Cornelius was doing his best to hush up the scene. Hush up the scene? Harry snorted. Were they going to obliviate the hundreds of people watching live? Yes, well, Dumbledore said with a slight smile. Despite Cornelius' best efforts, the news regarding Voldemort still made it to the front page of a special edition Daily Prophet the next morning. Needless to say, the story has continued to dominate the public discourse over the last 3 weeks. Suddenly, he looked much more apprehensive. There's more, Harry. The return and death of Lord Voldemort has finally spurred a much-needed reckoning within our community. This has involved an increased focus into the lives of his Death Eaters, including the apparently reformed who claimed their actions were forced through the use of the Imperious Curse. Dumbledore removed and wiped his spectacles. As information from the renewed investigations has come to light, it has painted a very troubling portrait for several high-ranking members of the Wisengamot, including our minister. Fudge has decided to try to combat these negative public sentiments by attempting to shift blame and focus. He has chosen you, my boy, to be his scapegoat in this matter. Dumbledore produced a newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Harry. On the cover of the Daily Prophet was the headline, Boy Who Killed, with a shot of Harry in Diagon Alley. He looked relatively the same in the photo as he did now, so the picture had to have been taken during their start-of-term shopping last summer. If Harry remembered correctly, the photo version of him was laughing uproariously at an incredibly dirty joke Ron had just told. He had to admit that it was certainly more emotion than he normally let fly in public. If Harry didn't know the context behind the picture, he might have thought he looked psychotic, too. Harry quickly skimmed the article, seeing a mention of mental instability here, a quote from someone intimating that he practiced dark arts there. It seems his treatment by the media during the Triwizard tournament was just the start of an ongoing campaign of harassment. How dare they, he thought. How dare that rag of a newspaper write such trash about him, and how dare that pompous windbag Fudge try to save his own skin by trying to destroy him. He could feel his heart begin to pound, vaguely hearing Dumbledore mention something about most people not believing it. They weren't there that night, he thought with a snarl. People like Fudge couldn't possibly understand what he went through, the terror he felt. To then try and save his own career by twisting the horror of that night to paint Harry as the villain was absolutely monstrous. He could feel his hands shaking, smell the smoke coming from the paper where he grasped it. He wanted to find Fudge right this second, and see the look on his face when he turned his wand on him. He wanted to pull out. "Harry," Dumbledore said firmly, but not unkindly. With one word, the temporary fog of madness cleared, but that only allowed space for his mind to spiral, where he suddenly found himself dwelling on thoughts he'd rather desperately avoid. He felt his breath snatched away as he pictured Voldemort's cruel smile as clearly as if he was standing right there in the room with him. He absently fingered the scar on his face once more as his mind wandered. "The wound itself was caused by dark magic," Dumbledore said carefully, conjuring a small mirror as he artfully changed the topic of conversation. "As such, there was very little that could be done. I'm afraid that while the scar will somewhat fade over time, it will never fully heal." He handed the mirror to a tentative Harry. After a few moments of indecision, Harry brought the mirror up to his face and gasped at the image looking back at him. For some absurd reason, he expected a mess of bruises and cuts, which was his normal fare when he ended up in the infirmary. He should have remembered that those kinds of injuries could easily be healed in the time he'd been unconscious. What he found instead was a thick, red, and angry gash crossing his entire face like the letter Z. The actual scar was a few centimeters thick and looked stitched on his face, as if he was a horrible parody of Frankenstein's monster. At least he knew why the trainee healer avoided his face. It was a miracle that the mark itself missed most of his facial features. The only affected area was a corner of his mouth, where the two halves of the upper lip were stuck back together closely around the scar, but not completely in line, giving him the look of an almost permanent sneer. A part of Harry recoiled at having yet another distinguishable mark for the wizarding world to gawk at. He hated his lightning bolt scar for all it represented, the death of his parents and the life he should have had, and a population too enamored with the myth of the boy who lived to realize it. This new mark was infinitely more noticeable and thus worse. But another part of him thought that this is what he deserved. He had believed himself some sort of wunderkind, destined for greatness. But now he knew the truth. He wasn't strong enough to save Cedric, and while he had taken down some low-level thugs, ultimately his greatness had crashed and burned when faced with someone better. He avoided the desire to smash the mirror to the ground so he could never see his deformed face again, and instead handed it back to Dumbledore, who promptly vanished it. The headmaster gazed at Harry with such tenderness and sadness that he wanted to scream. "Harry, simply apologizing for not protecting you that night seems so inadequate in the face of your being forced to—" "What else?" Harry interrupted. He knew he was being rude but didn't care. Seeing the state of his face had temporarily replaced his anger and despair with nothingness, and he wasn't in the mood to deal with the pity of others. "What else happened after I got back?" Dumbledore nodded his head in acceptance of the obvious change in topic. "I imagine you'd like to know, besides his base desire to avoid any blame whatsoever, why Cornelius is focusing on you as his target. That's because a significant number of powerful pureblood witches and wizards have been missing since the night of the third task. Coincidentally, the DMLE believes those missing persons were the most likely candidates for being the Death Eaters that accompanied Lord Voldemort that night." "What?" He tried to sit up in his surprise, but hissed as his body once again protested. "You didn't mention them returning with the port key, but I thought they just operat out of the graveyard after whatever happened. And they may have, for all we know. As I've said, the details of the night are murky. But what is known is not only have these 17 alleged Death Eaters been missing from the public over the last few weeks, the families of 12 of them have recently filed injunctions in the Wisengamot." Wait. An injunction? Why would they do that?" "Why indeed?" Dumbledore asked, though he most definitely knew the answer. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Are they dead? Do you think the same thing that killed Tom killed them as well?" "Interestingly enough, that's a question I can answer with certainty. No, each and every one is still alive." "How could you possibly know that?" Dumbledore sat down on the ratty chair next to the bed. "I believe you can puzzle this answer out yourself, Harry. Think on our previous discussions around the expected politics of being the last Potter." Harry was thrown by the response, but did as recommended. He had spent many hours with Dumbledore discussing his family and their history, political and otherwise. He, of course, loved hearing about the impact the Potters had on wizarding Britain for the last few hundred years. What he liked significantly less were the political lessons Dumbledore tied into those stories. He had no patience for the backroom deals and glad-handing that went along with politics, but Dumbledore was adamant that while Harry's talent with a wand would impress people, it wouldn't lead to the kind of changes they both desired for magical Britain. For that, laws needed to change, and for that to happen, hearts and minds needed to change, helped along through political maneuvering. That had sounded a little hypocritical to Harry, coming from the man who had the public eating out of his hand because he impressed everyone with his wand when he defeated Grindelwald. When he told him that, Dumbledore just smiled and joked that the only reason people ate out of his hand was because he drummed up enough support to pass a bill requiring it. Harry was not amused. Harry refocused on the specifics of Dumbledore's hint. According to the outdated expectations for major houses in Britain, he, as the last member of the Potter family, would be expected to perpetuate and grow the family name. This would mean getting married and having several children, with the oldest male named as heir. He would train said heir in all the traditions, requirements, and most importantly family magic, associated with being head of the family. Then after hopefully many happy years, the title of head of house, along with the associated family magic, would pass to his heir at a point of Harry's choosing or his death, whichever came first. It was the tradition known as, wait, Harry thought, family continuation. The 12 missing Death Eaters were all heads of their houses, and the family magic hasn't passed on to their heirs, right? That would only happen if they were all still alive but unavailable to make the change. Suddenly the rest fell into place as well. And the injunctions are to try and force the Wisengamot to do something to help, like make a temporary head of house change to the heirs. Dumbledore beamed. Forever the teacher. Well done. Correct on all counts. Gringotts has verified that all impacted families retain their current head of house, thus proving they are still alive at least in some capacity. The minister has been lobbying to have the magic forcefully passed down, using the filed injunctions as his basis, and is apoplectic toward Gringotts for refusing to even attempt to do so. Dumbledore continued. This is of course ridiculous as Gringotts has no authority to make that kind of decision. As we've talked about in previous discussions, the process for transferring headship responsibilities to the heir involve archaic and powerful magics unique to the original 100 families of the Wisengamot, and cannot be tricked or circumvented. Believe me, many have tried in the past to their detriment. Dumbledore paused, looking thoughtful. But in a very minimal defense of Minister Fudge, he is no doubt receiving tremendous pressure from the families in question since they are some of his strongest backers. Harry scoffed. Typical. But why is Fudge pressing so hard on this? Why is he more concerned with changing the heads of the families instead of finding the actual missing people? Dumbledore began, obviously very happy Harry had asked this question. An astute observation. While Madame Bones has focused the considerable resources of the DMLE on finding these missing citizens, Cornelius' approach, no matter how fruitless it will be, at least makes some sense. That is because this, let's say very unusual situation has put the Wisengamot in a bit of a whirlwind that does not benefit the minister or his friends, and he's searching for any way to change it. That piqued Harry's interest. What do you mean? As you know, the 100 families make up the majority of the Wisengamot, with the head of the family typically taking the role of active voting member. This is the case for the 12 missing heads of house, who additionally are all members of the conservative faction as well. Now there are several safeguards in the Wisengamot Charter that handle changing of the headship for unusual circumstances, such as children under 17 who find themselves head of house, heads of house no longer in control of their mental faculties or physically unable to reach the Wisengamot chambers, and so on, he said. Dumbledore leaned in conspiratorially. But what has always remained a loophole, if you will, is the case of a head of house going missing. Though it may seem like a fairly straightforward circumstance to address, I assure you there is a very good reason for this loophole, most famously created because of an event in 1756 known as the Rosen Family Revolution. A fascinating tale of familial jealousy and betrayal involving warring brothers and unicorn manure, Dumbledore said with a quirk to his lips. But the particulars aren't necessary for this discussion. All you need to know is that because of the Rosen affair, in cases where a head of house goes incommunicado with no known location, their family must wait at least 90 days before requesting the Wisengamot to make the heir the new head. The cogs in Harry's mind began to turn. So that means that since only the head of house can change who votes for their family in the Wisengamot, Their seats go empty for the time being, and with all those missing seats belonging to the conservative faction. Dumbledore finished the thought. They have a severely reduced number of votes to pass, or more importantly, block any legislation until the missing members are found or the heirs can assume the headships. With this unprecedented window of opportunity, the Progressive Party has forced through 4 emergency sessions of the Waisengamot in the last 3 weeks, and have passed several laws that had previously been tabled because they lacked the necessary votes to pass. Most of these laws directly impact our declining Muggle-born population by removing the onerous financial obligations and employment restrictions designed to only affect that portion of our people, Dumbledore said. The older laws they replaced were cruel and reductive policies, both economically and morally, and I couldn't be happier to see them overturned after so many previously failed attempts. That's amazing news, Harry said with genuine sentiment. But there's no way the Progressive Party had the votes to get this done themselves, and I can't see the neutrals pitching in to help further the rights of Muggleborns. Harry, Dumbledore said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. The man was completely in his element, exuding the kind of passion and expertise that drew one in like a moth to a flame. It was moments like this that Harry wished he could have studied Transfiguration under a younger Dumbledore, no matter how much he respected Professor McGonagall. You forgot the first rule of political decision-making. Whatever the question may be, the answer is invariably because of the money. The neutral faction may have pushed back on some of the more audacious proposals up for vote, but for the most part they have enthusiastically supported these reforms. I know what you will say. Cyrus Greengrass and his followers are more than happy to smile and talk about what a momentous occasion this is for the rights of Muggleborns, when in truth most couldn't care less about their plight. You'd be right. Harry bristled at the thought, but Dumbledore continued before he could interject. That said, though he may be a proud pureblood, Cyrus understands the profound financial benefits of keeping a large percentage of witches and wizards from leaving our shores, as they're doing today. A man of business savvy such as Cyrus can already see the galleons rolling into his various ventures from the increased population. Normally, the callousness of purebloods toward Muggleborns would have barely registered to Harry, seeing it so often as he did at Hogwarts. But to his surprise, unmanageable anger again coursed through his veins. He tried to steady his breathing and slip into a peaceful state, but couldn't find his center. He hadn't had this much trouble maintaining his emotions since he learned occlumency. Of course he wouldn't go along with it just because it was the right thing to do. A Muggle-born like Hermione is worth 10 times more than a worthless arse like Draco Malfoy, or even Grengrass' own stuck-up daughter, he spat. Dumbledore frowned. I agree with your sentiments, Harry, even if rather crudely stated and unfair to your fellow students. I long for a world where the idea of prejudice is something relegated to a history lecture. Alas, I fear that no matter how much humanity grows, there will always be those who fear the other. But don't let the reasons take away from the results. This is an incredible stride forward for Muggleborns, and will lead to opportunities that would have been unfathomable even 5 years ago. I am happy that this is happening, but I'm so tired of pure blood superiority, he mocked. I see their disdain when a Muggle-born or half-blood makes some mistake of etiquette that only makes sense to someone who thinks society belongs in the 1800s. And most of all, I'm so tired of purebloods hiding behind complaints of Muggle-borns refusing to learn about the wizarding culture, when they make no effort to help them adjust. Harry's chest heaved as if he had just run a marathon, and he couldn't understand why. Why was he so angry? Why couldn't he calm down? It terrified him how little control he had over himself right now. Since he'd awoken, he couldn't get a handle on his intense feelings. Teetering from rage one moment to unfathomable sadness the next, and then somehow ending up numb to it all. It felt like he was completely losing himself, like there was something profoundly wrong with him. Maybe the coma broke whatever remained of him that Voldemort hadn't yet had a chance. Not yet, he thought at first. But then something inside him swelled up in indignation at his cowardice. He looked down at his hands, his unblemished and unbroken hands. He thought they should ache at least, provide some proof that they had almost been destroyed, that everything he went through really happened to him. Otherwise he feared he could just spend the rest of his life avoiding mirrors so he wouldn't see the obvious reminder in his scar, and instead allow his mind to trick him into eventually believing it was all just a nightmare. No, Harry, it would whisper to him, of course you were never brutalized in the graveyard. You've never been a naive fool with delusions of grandeur, and of course you're the most brilliant wizard since Dumbledore himself. Left the pitch? You never left the pitch that night, Harry. You hoisted the cup up in victory to the roar of your adoring public. Cedric, of course, was the first to reach you and shake your hand. What a great chap who's guaranteed great success after graduation. Everything worked out like you dreamed, like you knew it would. And at the end of the best night of your life, after all the well wishes and cheering, the great Harry Potter rode off into the sunset with another badge of honor under his belt. All was well. It would be so easy to let those thoughts become the truth to him, because he knew with certainty that something was now broken in him, shattering his control over his own feelings, and breaking his mind and soul so much they craved the pretty narrative instead of the horrific truth. But he refused to avoid the truth any longer. Everything from that night had to be real, had to leave him scarred for the rest of his life, because to do otherwise would have made what he went through, what Cedric went through, worthless. He couldn't live with himself if he chose ignorance, if he didn't learn everything that occurred that night in order to make sure nothing like that ever happened to him or anyone again. Suddenly there was only one line of questions that mattered to Harry, no matter how painful. So after a great struggle to gather his control, he asked, "How did he get me, Professor? How did he get my name to come out of the goblet? How did he know I'd end up with the cup?" It was clear to Harry that Dumbledore wanted to push back in answering, which almost reignited the rage in Harry's blood. But to the credit of a man as secretive man as Dumbledore, the hesitation lasted only a moment. Voldemort was able to place an agent within Hogwarts for the duration of the school year, where they took over the identity of a staff member. It was they who put your name in the cup. What? How? Who was it? All very good questions. A Death Eater by the name of Barty Crouch Jr. Wait, Harry said in confusion. You told me he was dead? And to everyone's knowledge he was. It turns out that his mother used Polyjuice Potion to take his place at Azkaban, and he had been living with his father under Imperius ever since. Last summer Barty Jr. was finally able to overcome the captivity and make contact with Voldemort. Well then, who did he impersonate, and how did no one notice? That's where I must commend Voldemort's plan, loathsome as it was, Dumbledore said with regret. They picked the perfect person to avoid any sort of scrutiny. Argus Filch. Filch? Said a stunned Harry. As caretaker, Argus could go almost anywhere in the castle without arousing suspicion, and with his prickly personality, no one was friendly enough with him to notice that anything was amiss. As I said, it was Barty Jr. as Argus that put your name into the Goblet of Fire, and he who confounded the goblet to think there were 4 schools competing. Wow, Harry said. And the real Filch? Dead, unfortunately, since last summer. Barty confessed to that crime just before he received the Dementor's kiss at Hogwarts. Harry raised his eyebrows. Kissed without taking him to the ministry for more questions? Let me guess. Fudge had something to do with it? Yes, on both accounts, unfortunately. Once Barty, in the guise of Argus, saw the state of his master, he started screaming obscenities and trying to curse you. Luckily, Alastair was there to stop him before anything occurred. Thus, Cornelius had a ready-made target for the public. He waited until Barty had been initially questioned and was locked alone in one of the classrooms to unleash the Dementors on him, Dumbledore said. I've known Cornelius for years. He believes that the people want action above all else during a crisis. That's one of the reasons he turned on you once the public was unsatisfied with just Barty's blood. He had to be seen doing something. The fact that in his mind you were the one that caused the public opinion of his performance to crater was just an added bonus. Harry huffed out a humorless laugh. There's a very stupid part of me that feels like I should be surprised. I need to constantly remind myself of the one absolute rule of Fudge's ministry. Stupidity comes in many shapes and sizes, but they all wear a shitty lime green bowler. Dumbledore didn't respond, but his lack of disagreement spoke volumes. They sat in companionable silence for the next few minutes, neither feeling the need to speak. Dumbledore was so serene and at ease, stroking his beard absent-mindedly, that Harry believed he could have sat there for years without complaint. Harry, however, kept focusing on his hands and working up the courage to continue his journey to the truth. Why haven't you asked me about the events of the evening? He asked. Even knowing that this was the only way forward, Harry still felt the blood drain from his face once the words were said. Dumbledore gave Harry a patient look and spoke quietly and slowly as if addressing a spooked animal. As I said before, Harry, your health, both physically and mentally, is more important to me than anything else. We will at some point need to address several topics, the top of which is what happened after you left Hogwarts grounds. We are not, however, under such dire circumstances that the conversation must happen immediately. He paused, searching Harry's face for some measure that only the headmaster knew. After some time, he slowly reached into his robes, bringing out a slightly singed parchment. That said, I feel I must be honest. I am not completely unaware of what you went through that night. I told you that within the returned items brought back by the portkey was an anonymous note. I think you should read it. Harry probed Dumbledore's body language for any hint of the note's contents, but he was unusually stone-faced on this occasion. With barely any hesitancy, Harry read the note. To all, considering myself a conscientious member of our great wizarding society, I decided to help nip this whole Voldemort resurrection leading to yet another wizarding war thing in the bud. Enclosed is his head, which I know is, let's go with distasteful, but sadly completely necessary. Otherwise, we all know that you'd never believe Potter when he told you that Voldemort resurrected himself with some blood and leg bone, and then came out of a big pot of boiling potion goo. I was there, saw it myself, and I still think I sound insane. Pettigrew was just an added bonus because I thought it'd be hilarious for all those people who doubted Sirius Black's innocence to finally get the proof they so angrily requested. Also, his RC rat face just bugs me, and it would bring me joy to think of it rotting behind bars in Azkaban. As for the rest of the Death Eaters that showed up tonight, I'm not sure where they went, but they were alive when I last saw them. For the people in the know, yes, the items sent along are what you think they are, and more, or less now, rather. On a serious note, Cedric Diggory died by the hand of Peter Pettigrew. He may not have had the chance to be brave before his life was ended so prematurely, but I was told he was always good, and frankly I think that's just as important. Harry Potter tried. He tried to save Cedric, he tried to fight his way through the Death Eaters, even though he was wildly outnumbered. He tried to get back to you so that he could tell the world of Voldemort's return. He was horrifically tortured for his effort, and was mercifully unconscious before I made my appearance. So don't press him on details about me. He has none. Well, I think that's all I have. You're welcome, by the way, for me helping spare this country more years of pain and suffering. Though in the darkest part of my heart, sometimes I wonder if you were all worth the effort. Voldemort wasn't by himself tonight, and all the Death Eaters he had around him probably didn't represent 1% of people who think Voldemort was right about Muggles and Muggleborns, but just went a bit too far. That's my way of saying be better. I won't help a second time. Yours, Mr. M.T. Enigma. Harry reread the note twice before he was under control enough to speak. Was he there that night the whole time? Was he one of the Death Eaters? Did he? Harry's throat convulsed before he continued. Just sit there and watch what happened to me? I don't know the answers to those questions, Harry. Guess then, Harry spat. Dumbledore slowly nodded. Very well. My own presumption is that yes, whoever this Mr. Enigma is, was most likely their last night as one of the Death Eaters, which means he saw all that happened. Harry looked away so Dumbledore couldn't see his quickly filling eyes. The thought of someone waiting to act, even after witnessing all the atrocities that happened to him that night, devastated him in a way he was unsure how to deal with. Dumbledore continued. Whether he was an actual Death Eater who turned in disgust at the horror placed upon you, or was someone who was able to hide themselves undercover amongst the group, I do not know. What I do know for sure is that whoever this Mr. Enigma is, he must be transcendent to not only defeat the Death Eaters on hand, but to somehow best Lord Voldemort. Harry? Dumbledore prodded gently once again after a pause, waiting until Harry looked at him. If I had to guess further, I would say that the person involved wanted to help you but was unable. Harry meant to interrupt before Dumbledore raised his hand. He spoke admiringly of you and Cedric both. He then went out of his way to make sure all who read his note understood that you wouldn't be able to identify him. That was the act of a man trying to protect you. Protection, Harry murmured in derision. Now, I won't claim to know exactly why he was unable to intervene, as even that goes beyond my ability and guesswork. But even with the limited words we have, This Mr. Enigma strikes me as someone who chooses the right path, even when it's more difficult. I have to believe that if he could have helped you, he would have. Neither spoke for a few moments before Dumbledore asked, I'm sure you made the connection on the name of the writer. Harry sniffed and swiped his eyes, and pushed his darkening thoughts as far back as he could. Yeah. Someone who knows about Tom Riddle and has a terrible sense of humor. Astute as ever, Dumbledore said with a small smile. It was a clever way for our author to indicate their level of knowledge without fully tipping their hand. The colorful description of their feelings for Peter Pettigrew, and including the word rat, is another indication. Though I am hard-pressed to understand how someone can know so much. Do you think it was someone you know? Someone from the Order of the Phoenix? Doubtful, Dumbledore said. While the members of the Order are all inordinately brave and talented, no one has the ability to do what Mr. Enigma did that night. I must admit, I would very much like to meet a man with that kind of ability. Another silence fell upon the pair. Harry worked a loose piece of sheet covering his lap, his brain focusing on one particular sentence in Enigma's note. Saying these next thoughts out loud were the toughest words he'd ever tried forcing past his lips. But he needed Dumbledore to understand the darkest part of his ordeal. Enigma was wrong about one thing. I wasn't knocked unconscious that night, he said. Dumbledore stilled, his body frozen as if he was under the body-binding spell. I died, Professor. The words hung in the air like a noxious cloud. Another killing curse to the head. How can I still be alive? Dumbledore did not answer immediately. It's truly remarkable, Harry, but I am unsure. There was no noticeable change in his voice or inflection. Albus Dumbledore had played the game for too many years to have such easy tells. But for someone like Harry, who knew the man as well as any could and was watching him with focused intent, the small hesitation and eye movement screamed the answer. But you have thoughts, he said with growing unease. Dumbledore did not immediately answer again, which was an answer in itself. Something sparked in Harry's mind. Does it have something to do with the items he mentioned? I noticed that was the only part of the letter you didn't bring up. Dumbledore paled, though his expression remained as impassive as ever. The only movement he made was a quick glance at Harry's forehead where his original scar remained. It does, he eventually said. When no further information was brought forth, Harry felt his anger roar back like fiendfire, set to engulf the room. He absolutely needed to know what happened that night, why he was still alive. He could barely hold himself back from screaming in the face of one of the most important people to him. And? Are you not going to tell me? Or are you going to pat my head and tell me not to worry? What happened to, I promise I will tell you everything. There are so many things that I need to tell you, Harry. Dumbledore began, aging decades every second he spoke. So much that you deserve to know. But I can't in good conscience further burden you with that knowledge today. Please, I ask you to trust me. I will tell you all soon enough. Get out, he said in a dead voice. Dumbledore's eyes grew wide, and he opened his mouth to speak, but Harry no longer wanted to hear his words. The great Albus Dumbledore couldn't stop my name from being put in the goblet, couldn't get me out of the tournament, couldn't stop Voldemort from kidnapping me, couldn't catch Wormtail who then killed Cedric, couldn't stop me from having to kill 2 men then get tortured so badly I begged to die, he said in that same dead voice. Each statement hit like a body blow to the headmaster, his face falling further and further with every accusation. Each show of weakness from the man he considered larger than life further fed Harry's anger, which was so entwined with his shame and guilt it was impossible to tell one apart from the other. Then I told you I died, which is kind of a big deal I might add, and what do? Instead of trying to help me, you keep your secrets once again. I can't. I'm done with you, he finished in a tired whisper. The emotions fueling him the past few minutes evaporated out of his body, leaving him hollowed out and past caring. With tears streaming down his face, Dumbledore stood. Of course, Harry. I will let Sirius know you are awake. He will be beyond thrilled, he said with a steady voice. Before opening the door to the hallway, he stopped and slightly turned his head back toward the bed. I am so sorry I failed you, Harry. In a lifetime of regrets, my inability to protect you from the ills of the world is one of my greatest. Before Harry could respond, the headmaster was out of the room and shutting the door behind him. Harry stared at the door for quite some time before the sobs erupted out of his body. The Death and Life of Harry Potter, Chapter 3. Well, this is kind of a shit day, innit? Harry couldn't help but nod at Ron's rather spot-on statement. Even Hermione, the usual arbiter of proper language justice, couldn't be bothered to chastise him for his curse. That's because their afternoon in Diagon Alley had been taxing, to say the least. They had arrived with Sirius several hours ago to complete their school shopping for the upcoming 5th year. Harry's emotions, which were always ready to explode at the best of times, were already frayed with the thought of being around so many people. This would be the first time he'd been out in public since the Wisengamot hearings 2 months past, and he honestly couldn't think of anything more daunting than having to try and ignore the looks of both pity and fear from the patrons in the alley. When they'd arrived, Hermione had done her best to keep everyone's spirits up with an attitude so positive that she could make a Dementor smile. She marched in to flourish and blots as if she owned the store, her determination for the day to go well almost like a visible aura shining from her body. That determination was beaten down, taken out back, and shot over the next few hours. First, they were accosted by a seemingly never-ending stream of people at the bookstore, either offering Harry sympathy or a snarl. What both groups had in common was a desire to glimpse the new scar on his face, to see if it was as grotesque as the newspaper reported. It got so bad that Ron had to be held back by Sirius from cursing a 7th-year Ravenclaw who called Harry a disease. Similar scenes played out at Madame Malkin's, Slug and Jiggers and Elop's. Everywhere they went, Harry was a spectacle to be whispered about, more circus sideshow than human being. Needless to say, by the time they'd finished their shopping, Hermione's earlier enthusiasm had deflated, and Ron's face was red from swallowing his temper all afternoon. They stood outside Fortescue's, waiting on Sirius to return from Gringotts before grabbing some ice cream and finally ending this trip. The day could have gone better, I admit, Hermione began, with Ron's loud scoff causing her to glare his way. But you shouldn't let this get you down, Harry. And why is that, Hermione? Harry asked with only a touch of derision. Hermione watched him warily before continuing. Well, because I'm sure this is all just temporary. People are interested in you now since you're the only link to what happened the night of. But once some time passes, I'm sure this will all die down. The confidence in which she spoke, as if she had all the answers, just irked him further. Plus the mention of the night of, the stupid moniker the Daily Prophet had given for that night, made him want to yell. He did his best to bite his tongue. Ron was side-eyeing him though, his lips forming silent pleas that Harry was sure were something like, "Don't get mad, don't get mad, don't get mad." Yet Hermione was oblivious to his rising frustration. In fact, I bet once we get back to Hogwarts, everything will go back to normal as soon as the first Quidditch match is announced. The mention of Hogwarts, and what was sure to be yet another hellish start to the year with his fellow students, was the last straw. Back to normal? Are you insane? It's been 2 months already and nothing's changed. In fact, I'd say it's worse. Every time I step out, people look at my face like I'm a freak. So stop acting like you know what you're talking about. You're just embarrassing yourself, he snapped. Hermione's posture crumbled while Ron stepped right into Harry's face. The redhead's fist curled open and closed next to his side, as if he was consciously stopping himself from using it. Mate, that was bang out of order. His words were utterly calm, which was much worse than him screaming. But Harry glared right back at his friend, ready to take Ron up on his silent offer. "I know you're hurting, Harry," Hermione said solidly, tears quickly falling. "I'm so sorry that this happened to you. Ron and I just want to help you any way we can if you'll let us." Then with a firmness that took Harry aback, she said, "But you can't talk to me like that, you just can't. I won't let you." Shame overcame him. Hermione and Ron had both been fantastic companions this summer. Hermione, who was there to listen and commiserate when needed, and Ron, who helped keep everything light and breezy when the topics got too deep. But that didn't save them from his rages. As he really looked at both of his friends, for the first time he noticed the crushed look on Hermione's face that he realized had been there every time he'd raised his voice the last few months, and that Ron was barely stopping himself from pounding Harry. He felt like the biggest prat on the planet. I'm so sorry, Hermione, he said. It's okay, she said softly. No, it's really not, Harry said. Ron was nodding his head in agreement, obviously not quite as quick to forgive. I don't want to be so angry all the time, and I'm sorry when I take it out on you. You know I'd be lost without you too. Oh, Harry. Hermione hugged him for all he was worth. He wrapped his arms around her after a moment and felt her tears through his shirt. Ron was rubbing the back of his neck as he caught Harry's eye. No hugs from me, mate. Just try to stop being such a bell end all the time. It's not like I want to have to punch you. Harry laughed while Hermione smacked Ron in the stomach. He gave a dramatic oomph, which made Hermione smile. Before anyone could say anything else, though, a young girl came up to the group, stopping in front of Harry. What happened to your face? She asked in that clueless, childlike way. Before he could respond, her mother came hurrying up and grabbed her. I'm so sorry, Mr. Potter. Elmira doesn't know any better. The woman spared a quick glance at his scars, and then looked away. She grabbed up her daughter and made a hasty retreat, the little girl's continuing questions about that man's face fading the farther they went. All their humor from a moment ago was gone, and his guts felt like they were in his throat, as if he'd actually just been punched by Ron. He needed to get away. I'm going to Quality Quidditch Supplies for a minute, he muttered. Harry. It's fine, Ron. I just need a minute. But Sirius said to wait for him, Hermione said. Don't tell me. He bit out before taking a deep breath to compose himself. The last thing he wanted to do was upset his two friends further. You can see the store from here. It'll be fine. She looked as if she was going to argue again before Ron stepped in. Let it go, Hermione. Fine, she huffed. But as soon as Sirius gets back, we're coming to get you. Yeah, we are, Ron said. I've been dreaming about Mad Muggleberry ever since I heard about it, and I need to see if the real stuff's as tasty. Harry barked out a short laugh. Burke, I'll be right back. He raised the hood of his cloak to try for a semblance of anonymity and headed across the street. The streets were so crowded he actually bumped into someone with such force he almost knocked them both over. He was glad when the man kept walking without comment. He walked into Quality Quidditch Supplies with the intention of calming his mind. Nothing still beat his firebolt, but he liked seeing what the competition may be riding. As he was reading the specs on the newest Nimbus 2002, someone bumped into his back. Apologies, said a sweet voice. Harry turned around and almost groaned before pausing. At first he thought Daphne Greengrass had slammed into his back, which meant he was in for a conversation full of cutting condemnations and smug looks. But while the girl looked Daphne's twin at first glance, with the same blonde hair and sky-blue eyes, there were subtle differences. This girl was slightly younger, but already an inch or two taller than Daphne, and possessed more of a dancer's build than the Slytherin in his year. The biggest difference, though, was the attitude toward Harry. While Daphne Greengrass had all the warmth and charm of a nesting pit viper, this girl seemed genuinely concerned that she'd injured him in some way. Oh, sorry, Potter, she said after glancing toward his face, of which he was pleasantly surprised her eyes didn't linger. It's fine air, Miss Greengrass, he said, lowering his hood. He winced inside at how indecisive he sounded. But the girl simply laughed. Yes, I'm Miss Greengrass, but my friends call me Astoria, Mr. Potter? She playfully finished in the same half-question/half-statement way he had. And my friends call me Harry. Harry it is then. Then she added slyly, So Harry, be honest. You thought I was Daphne at first, right? I could tell by your face. The thought might have crossed my mind, yeah? Ah, I knew there was a reason you looked like you wanted to run out of the store screaming. Sorry about that. It's just that I'm on guard when it comes to your sister. Let me guess. It's because she looks at you like this all the time. Her back became ramrod straight. Her nose rose slightly into the air, and her face dropped any trace of emotion, now looking like a blank mask. But it was the eyes that really sold the change. The haughty look of disdain that gave you the impression you were less than nothing to her. Yes, that's the look. You are scarily good at that. I know, right? She exclaimed, the impression vanishing like a puff of smoke, Took me forever to manage, but when you really want to mock your sister, then sacrifices must be made. I don't know how she does it, frankly. It's exhausting. You know, I've heard learning how to look at people like they belong on the bottom of your shoe takes a lot of endurance training. Astoria burst out laughing at what Harry thought was a pretty lame joke, but he wasn't complaining. But enough about my oh-so-charming sister, she began after calming down. Because I've got a question. What is a known firebolt owner doing looking at brooms? You're not wanting something new, are you? Because if you are, I will gladly take your manky old firebolt off your hands, she said with a toothy grin. Harry froze, still wrapping his head around the thought of bantering with a nice Daphne Greengrass clone, one who wouldn't threaten to use her wand and make him less of a man, which sadly was something her sister had actually said to him once. You fly? He finally asked. Alas, not as much as I like, and not the way I'd want to, she said wistfully, her hand trailing over the nimbus in front of them. Why not? She didn't answer immediately, instead continuing to focus on the broom. Let's just say for medical reasons and leave it at that. I'm sorry if he began. Oh no, she interrupted. You didn't say anything wrong, just not something I like to talk about much, that's all. Awkward silence descended on them. After a few more agonizing moments of no one speaking, Astoria flashed him a quick smile and seemed to be starting the process for saying goodbye. I'm not, he blurted out. Astoria tilted her head in confusion, so he continued. I'm not here for a new broom. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of my firebolt, and someone will have to pry it out of my cold dead hands to take it from me. Her face lit up. And here I thought I was going to get to tell all of my friends about acquiring the famous Potter firebolt, he rode when he caught the cup-winning snitch in the hood of his robe. Harry grimaced at the reminder of his less-than-impressive catch against Hufflepuff in his third year. The twins had been insufferable for weeks, taking the mickey out of him by pulling everything and anything out of their robe hoods and pretending to be surprised. Harry did have to laugh, though, when George somehow produced a full-course feast for 12, including pudding and after-dinner drinks. The fact that he did so in the middle of a house meeting with McGonagall was probably not the best idea, though. Anyone can catch a snitch with their hands. Catching it with an article of clothing is much more challenging. Just ask a professional. They'll tell you. I can imagine. She tapped her teeth with her finger. Are you sure I can't talk you out of that firebolt? You know, I even have a great place above the mantel in my room I could use to display it. I can picture it now. I'd put it in a glass case, a little plaque underneath describing how I won it off Harry Potter after challenging him to a race where I proceeded to completely trounce him. Oh, so nothing but the truth? Of course, I would never lie about something like that, she said with all the innocence of a convicted felon. Guess you must have flown circles around me, huh? He said in bemusement. It really was rather embarrassing for you, I must admit, she sighed. Anyway, I would have proudly shown my prized firebolt to all my friends, family, adoring public. It would have been the crown jewel of my budding brooms won by my superior talent collection that I just decided to start this second. I would cherish that firebolt forever, or at least for a few weeks, before I of course sold it to one of your many rich fans for an obscene amount of galleons. Oh, of course, it's never too early to start saving for the future. But that presents a problem for you, now that I have your firebolt. Imaginary firebolt you imagined winning, you mean? PSSSHH, she waved him off. Anyway, the problem for you would be that you'd have no fancy racing broom to win the House Cup with. I mean, what will you fly to beat your arch-rival? She said, her fingers making air quotes. Draco Malfoy. I could beat Malfoy in a canoe. She hand shot up to her mouth, but not before she guffawed once so loudly that they drew stares from the other people in the store. Her laughter and general good cheer were infectious, so much so that the smile on his face felt like the first real one he could remember in some time. Most people he met were initially intimidated by either his history or his accomplishments, or lately by his hideous scar and the mystery around how he got it. Within a few minutes of meeting her, he knew Astoria Greengrass couldn't care less about any of that, and he was surprised at how happy that made him feel. But would you really want the broom of the, what was it, arch-rival of your own house? He asked. He immediately knew he'd said something wrong, as her playful attitude suddenly went away, and instead she began to channel the body language of her older sister. "And just when I thought you were getting a bit interesting." "I'm sorry," he said, suddenly on the defensive. "To just assume I'm in Slytherin because that's my sister's house is lazy and kind of insulting." He thought. "Sorry about that," he grimaced, rubbing the back of his neck. "My mouth gets away from me sometimes." Astoria watched him for a moment, and then blew out a puff of air.
No, I'm sorry.
"I don't like being compared to Daphne. I love my sister," she said hurriedly. "But we're not the same person. I get enough of that talk at home." Their easy atmosphere was again strained. But for some reason Harry still didn't want the conversation to end. "So you're not in Slytherin, and I know you're not in Gryffindor unless you're really, really good at hiding in the common room. My guess is Hufflepuff." "What? Don't think I'm smart enough to be a Ravenclaw?" she asked with an arched eyebrow. "I imagine you are, but you just give off the feeling of a Hufflepuff.
Ojido.
And you figured this out based on our many interactions in the past," she said sarcastically. Harry shrugged his shoulders while delivering a grin. "Most Hufflepuffs have a vibe." Harry had to hold back a laugh as she actually harumphed at him. "Well, Mr. Magical Genius, I'll have you know that I am a Ravenclaw." "Ha!" Harry said with genuine surprise. "I would have bet money you were a Hufflepuff." Astoria's head wiggled back and forth, as if she was debating with herself. Finally she blew out another big breath. "It could be possible, just possible mind you, that the Sorting Hat thought about maybe putting me in Hufflepuff." She spoke as begrudgingly as possible, which only made Harry smile that much more. "Oh really? It's also possible, just possible mind you, that almost all my friends are Hufflepuff and I spend more time in their common room than mine." She stood there with her arms crossed and grumpy, which Harry briefly thought was rather adorable. "So what I'm hearing is, Harry, while not technically right, you obviously know me better than I know myself." Her eye roll in response was epic. "Merlin Potter, if I wanted arrogant, I'd spend time at one of my parents' parties. And I thought I said that my friends call me Harry." "Fine, Harry," she said with another eye roll, this time accompanied by a small turn to her lips. They spoke for a while about nothing and everything, and Harry enjoyed every second of it. They touched on their lives, especially at school and at home, and Harry found himself opening up more than he had in some time. She told him more about her friends. "I'm actually glad you're not a Hufflepuff. For the most part they're arseholes. I'm sure your friends are great, though. About life in Ravenclaw. Wait, fistfights have actually broken out? Over books." While he shed some light on some of his more well-known exploits, Astoria's favorite story was about freeing Dobby from Lucius Malfoy. "I love it. My parents can't stand him, so they would think that story is hilarious, and I think he's just a big poodle on two legs who needs to be knocked down a peg." Which frankly was his favorite, too. But the best part about their conversation was what she didn't talk about. Not once did she ask him anything at all about that night. She didn't feign sadness while trying to pick over the scab of his memories. She didn't add her 2 cents about the fallout and ask how he somehow avoided all claims of guilt through the Wisengamot. No, Astoria Greengrass gave him the kindest gift he'd received in some time, treating him like a regular boy that she seemed to be interested in. They were laughing about the time Hermione tortured Ron by charming the pages in every one of his Quidditch magazines to be the potions homework he had put off for 2 weeks when she said, "Speaking of friends," and nodded over his shoulder. He spotted what she was referring to through the front glass of the store. It was Hermione down the street, trying and failing to be discreet while peering in and watching his every move. As soon as she noticed Harry looking back, she immediately turned away, grabbed Ron's arm and began pointing at the buildings in front of her with big gestures in a failed attempt at acting naturally. Ron, who Merlin loved him, was never quick on the uptake. Leaned away and said something to Hermione, which she responded to with heat, and which he returned in kind. After a moment of Hermione furiously whispering at him, Ron's mouth slowly formed a perfect O, and then he whipped back towards the oh-so-interesting buildings and nodded his head vigorously at whatever Hermione was pointing at. Harry's jaw tightened. How dare his friends keep tabs on him? He wasn't a child. They didn't trust him to be by himself for a few minutes? How dare they? It's a bit much to be peering into the store like a concerned mother, but still, It's somewhat sweet. Harry was so engrossed in his own stewing anger that he almost missed what Astoria said. As it was, he could only ask a confused, "What?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just thinking out loud." Harry waved her off. "No, it's fine. But what did you mean?" "Just that it's nice that your friends are so concerned about you. And also, wow, are they terrible actors?" She smirked playfully. But Harry wasn't in the mood for playful. They should mind their business. Astoria peered at him. "But you can understand why they are so concerned, right?" "They act like I'm made of glass," he said. Astoria hummed in a tone of disagreement. "You don't think so?" Harry asked. Astoria froze, her face stuck in muted horror, as if just realizing she made that hum out loud. "Oh, Merlin, please forget I said anything. It is absolutely not my place." "No," he said firmly. "I want to hear what you think." "Why though?" she asked, brows creasing together. "We've literally just spoken with each other for the first time in 3 years of school. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's been a surprisingly amazing conversation. But, I mean, you don't really even know me well enough that you should care about my opinion on your life." Harry's anger actually stopped cold as he reflected over what she said. Why did he care so much? He had just met this girl, and as much as she intrigued him, he didn't really know more about her than if she was just a passing acquaintance. Maybe it was because she helped him for just a moment to be the old Harry, the boy he was before that night, the boy he desperately wanted to be again. The person that could help get him out of the funk he'd been in for weeks was worth listening to. So in the end, whether it was a plea for her help or simply permission for her to give her thoughts on his life, he uttered only one word. "Please." She didn't speak right away, and instead stared at him with an indecipherable look. Eventually she took a deep breath and began. "Okay then, I'll tell you what I think. First, I can understand why you're frustrated. Really, no one likes feeling like they're being watched. But with the way you reacted to seeing your friends just looking into the store, I think they're right to be worried about you." A black feeling rose up after her words, and he wanted to remove himself from the situation, so he didn't say something he'd be unable to take back. Before he could get the words out, she grabbed his hand. "I can see you're about this close to saying something really mean, but before you do, will you please just listen to me? Just for a moment? You asked for my opinion, remember?" she implored with a surprising tenderness. After a few seconds, he shook his head yes, and was rewarded with a quick but genuine smile as she tugged him along to a private corner of the store. Astoria took some time before starting again. "This may sound like a lie, but I know what you're going through." Before Harry could interrupt, she threw up her hand to stop him. "Sorry, that came out wrong. Of course I don't know what you went through that night, and I can't even think about how awful it was. What I mean is that I understand the anger you're feeling." "Oh, really?" he said with what he thought was just the barest hint of sarcasm. "Yes, really," she snarked back. Obviously, his barest hint of sarcasm was still fairly sarcastic. "Sorry," Harry said with chagrin. "Go ahead." "Okay. I have spent a lot of time at St. Mungo's," she began hesitantly. "I won't tell you exactly why, but let's just say that I've been sick all my life, and only in the last few years has it gotten even a little bit better with new treatments." Harry's eyebrows rose, surprised that the vibrant girl in front of him could be hiding any sort of malady.
I'm sorry.
"Why, is it your fault?" she snapped, but as quick as the anger came, she deflated. "Oh, Merlin, I'm so sorry again. You didn't deserve that. It's just that I'm so tired of people saying they're sorry. Like that fixes anything. Like that's the magic phrase that will keep me out of the hospital when my legs stop working again." She gave a humorless little laugh. "But do you want to know the absolute worst part of people telling me they're sorry? I know I'm being an arsehole when I snap at them, and I still can't stop myself from doing it. Who gets mad at someone for showing a little sympathy?" He had so many questions he wanted to ask about her health and what her sickness entailed, but Astoria's stiff and forlorn stance kept him quiet. He racked his brain for anything to talk about instead that wouldn't upset her, and thus blurted out the first non-question sentence that popped into his mind. "Well," Harry began with hesitation, "I'm sorry you're an arsehole." It could have been his hapless mind playing tricks on him, But he was sure every conversation in the store stopped so the people could stare at him and marvel at his buffoonery. He was also pretty sure he had transformed into some sort of pond monster from that one terrible old movie Sirius liked to watch by the way Astoria was staring at him, all shocked and confused and mildly horrified. So when her mouth stretched into the brightest smile he'd ever seen, it quite literally took his breath away in surprise. Who knew the boy wonder had so much cheek? Why, Harry Potter, you may just be my new favorite person. How is it that you and I have never talked before? Because you're much too cool for me, he said. Then maybe it was because of the way she was still smiling at him. But he was suddenly hit with a burst of confidence that would have made James Potter himself green with envy. But if we had talked before, I'm sure I would have just mucked it up. I don't usually do this well talking with pretty girls. There was just the lightest dusting of red on her cheeks. Oh really? Well, this pretty girl thinks you're doing all right so far. Just luck, he said while ruffling his hair. Usually I'm nothing but stutters and long silences. I find that hard to believe. Then her bright smile transformed into a Cheshire grin. Then again, I did see you try to ask Lauren Daniels to the Yule Ball. Wasn't pretty. Goodbye, confidence. It was nice to know you, Harry thought. Lauren Daniels was a Gryffindor and the head girl this prior year. Widely regarding as the most fit girl at Hogwarts, Harry, who had been feeling quite important since being named a Triwizard champion, thought that if there was ever a chance of going out with her, now was his time. What his inexperienced little brain didn't know was that there was no chance a seventh year he'd never spoken with, who also happened to have a long-term boyfriend that Harry was sure Hermione should have told him about, would ever say yes to him. So when he somehow stumbled his way into asking her right before dinner in front of what felt like the whole school, he was able to reach 100% full mortification when she very politely said no. The news of course traveled faster than the speed of light, so that over the next week his life felt like his second year with the Chamber of Secrets. Full of whispers and pointing in the hallway, but this time with less threats and more guffawing and mockery. The only bright spot surprisingly was an interaction with Malfoy, who was so obnoxious about the whole thing that when Harry finally snapped right before Charms class and hit him with a jinx that pulled his underpants completely over his head, Flitwick was nice enough to pretend like he hadn't seen anything. He laughed weakly and rubbed the back of his head. Sirius says that every man must have at least one humiliating experience when chatting up the opposite sex, so I'm hoping that's my only one. And in my defense, I would have never asked her if I knew she had a boyfriend. Boyfriend? They were betrothed. Harry slowly closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh my God, he muttered. I'm the world's biggest pillock. Astoria burst out laughing once again, which made Harry glad at least one of them wasn't completely mortified.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't tease.
I actually thought it was kind of cute how you asked her. Really? She paused. Yes. Harry glared at her in exasperation, which set off her giggles once again. Before he could find a nice tall building to throw himself off of, she latched onto his arm. Thank you, she said. He was somewhat thrown by her abrupt change from giggling to conveying warmth and earnestness. I can't remember the last time I've had so much fun. He squeezed her arm in return. Me too. Which is why I hate to end it with a serious talk. But you did ask for my opinion before we got sidetracked, and I'd like to give it before I have to leave here in the next few minutes. Harry felt his mood souring at the reminder, but motioned for her to continue. As I was saying, I've been sick for as long as I can remember. That means that I spent almost all of my childhood in St. Mungo's, getting test after painful test run on me. Even when I was home, my parents and sister were so concerned about me getting worse that I was barely able to leave my room, let alone do anything that took even the smallest amount of effort. So as the years went by and all the potions and procedures and resting didn't make me any better, I started to get angry. Why was I so sick? What had I done to deserve this? I was a kid. I didn't understand any of it. Still don't if I'm being honest. She shrugged. So I started to take it out, all my frustration on my parents and Daphne. It's not like I wanted to, but every time my parents got to leave the house and go to a party or Daphne went to a friend's house, I wanted to scream. Why did they get to live life when I couldn't? Sometimes I even wished Daphne had the same thing I did just so she could see what it was like. She laughed hollowly. What a great sister I am, huh? Here she stopped and kept staring down at the floor. We don't have to, Harry began. No, it's fine. I need to get this out now or I won't later. Anyway, as time went on, I just got more and more furious at everything and everyone and ended up saying some pretty hateful things to the people around me. I know that feeling, Harry said. She nodded in acknowledgement, then smiled softly. It wasn't always a bad thing. A healer once had the gall to tell me that I should be thankful for the time I have left. So I called her a dusty old twat. I was 9 years old. No way, really? Oh yeah, she said with a small grin. My mother didn't even really lecture me once we got home. She didn't say it in so many words, but I knew she thought she was a dusty old twat too. Her grin faded. But that was one of my few happy memories from that time. Mostly I just remember me yelling at everyone, which just made them frustrated at me, which then made them feel guilty when fighting with them just made me sicker. You know my sister and her personality. Well, my parents are the same way she is, so you can picture just what a tense Greengrass household is like. The yelling and fighting got so bad that one day I just couldn't stop crying after yet another argument. So I asked to go live with my mother's sister just to get away. He thought about saying he was sorry again to try and lighten the mood, but immediately dismissed the notion. He had a feeling Astoria wouldn't appreciate an attempt at a joke. What happened? He asked instead. I don't know who was more shocked afterwards, me or my mother, but strangely enough it was actually kind of the best thing that could have happened. For the first time I could ever remember, we really talked about my sickness and my life, and we actually listened to each other. We talked like two people instead of a parent just telling their child how it was going to be. I'm glad to hear that. Harry meant it too. Thank you, Astoria replied. But the whole point of my long and rambling story is that I know what it's like to be so angry all the time. Angry in a way that feels like your blood is so hot it's going to melt out of your skin. She reached up and gripped his shoulder, making sure to look him dead in the eye. And I know why you're angry too. Why you're so angry at your friends and family. I know how you feel so terrible that you're hurting the ones who love you, but that you just can't help yourself. His mouth dried up, and he found his breathing getting faster and faster. Why? He whispered. Because it's the same reason I was so angry. You had no choice, she said gently. I don't know what really happened that night, but I can guess. They robbed you of your freedom, took all of your ability to choose for yourself. They made you feel helpless, Harry, and you can't face that. He had to look away, had to dodge the words that cut so deep. He couldn't spare a second to really think on what she was saying because he would be lost, and he refused to lose his composure inside of Quality Quidditch Supplies store. But Astoria wouldn't let him avoid himself in the moment. Her long fingers gripped his arm that much tighter, and willed Harry to engage her once again. Your friends and family care about you, but when they look at you with pity, the only thing it does is make you remember all the ways you were hurt that night. Every time they show you kindness, you feel shame for what you think was your failure. His skin felt clammy, and he tried to rip his arm from Astoria's grasp so he could bolt through the door. Before he took one step, Astoria lunged forward and wrapped him in the fiercest hug he could ever remember. Her next words breezed across his ear, making him shiver. It's okay, Harry, it's okay. Please remember I've had all those same feelings, too. I was so angry that no matter what I did, no matter what new procedure or potion the healers tried, it wouldn't matter, my sickness would always win, which meant I failed. My parents having to devote all their time to caring for me? In my mind, it was just them trying to make up for my failure. Instead of telling them how thankful I was for them, I screamed to hide my shame. Her voice grew wobbly. And then there's Daphne. I know my parents love both me and my sister equally, but her and I know that at the end of the day their focus will always be on me. Sometimes I can't stop crying thinking of how I'm ruining her life. Harry just rubbed her back as he heard her sniffle. He put his own boiling emotions on the back burner and focused on Astoria and trying to ease her pain. Like you said, we really just met, he whispered into her hair. But I can tell you're a good person, a strong person whose family loves them. I know for a fact they wouldn't want you to ever feel this way. Then he added, there hasn't been a lot of great things in my life over the last few months, but meeting you has been by far the best. Thank you, she whispered back, burrowing her face deeper into his neck. They stood there in a corner of the store, hidden from the rest of the world as something passed between them. Harry had never been one for physical contact, a lasting legacy of growing up with the Dursleys. At this moment, though, the thought of stepping away from Astoria never crossed his mind. Eventually, it was Astoria who pulled back, her eyes wet but her smile still shining. After I had that talk with my mother, she held me and told me that yes, my sickness was taking away a lot choices in my life, but not all of them. You see, I spent so much time thinking on what I couldn't do, that I never thought on the things I could still choose to do. Sounds so basic, but I swear it's made all the difference. I mean, I still get angry sometimes, even with my recent good health, but it's so much better than it was before. Suddenly, her trembling voice turned to steel. You may have lost that night, Harry. You may have felt weak and helpless, but guess what? It doesn't ever have to happen again, she said with utter conviction. Everyone that's ever seen you with a wand knows you're special. But now you know just having raw talent isn't enough against some people. Train and work harder than you ever thought possible and make yourself so powerful that no one can ever beat you. It sounds stupid and cliché, but the choice really is yours. He felt this great chill start in his chest and work its way to his arms and legs, and then something unclenched within him. Her words, only minimally different from what others in his life had told him, somehow impacted him like a hammer blow to his sternum. He realized the effect of her words was because she understood everything inside him, as she had lived a different variation of the same struggle. But where he still felt broken, she was almost whole. Maybe with a few more jagged edges than before, but that was better than shattered. Just knowing she had found a way to piece her life back together was enough proof that the same, no matter how difficult, was possible for him. A conviction unlike any other in his life arose within him. He had barely picked up his wand since Voldemort killed him, but that changed now. She was right, talent wasn't enough. He had to go beyond what he had thought possible so he could be unbeatable. He refused to ever be at someone's mercy again, and with hard work and his ability, he could make it actually happen. The choice really was his. He tried to say thank you for listening to him, for not judging him, for not prying, for understanding, and for helping. It was all too much at the moment though, so all he could do was nod. She gave his hand a squeeze and said, "Any time." Harry had no concept of how long they stood there with her hand in his, both staring at each other with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. But all moments must pass, and Astoria was the first to pull away again, checking her watch and grimacing. "So I'm horrendously late to meet my sister," she said, drying her eyes with her fingertips. "In fact, I'm kind of shocked she hasn't been running into every store to make sure I haven't passed out somewhere." "Sorry about that," Harry said. "No," she said seriously. "This has been meeting you. I don't even have the words. I do know that I don't regret 1 second of our talk, so don't worry about me being late. Besides, flustered Daphne happens so rarely that I enjoy every moment of it." He chuckled at her impish grin. "Take pictures of her, because I don't believe you." "No way, too dangerous. I tried that once and woke up the next morning to the dolls in my bed threatening to bite off my fingers and toes. Once was enough." "And that's why you're not in Gryffindor," he said, receiving a laugh along with a sock in the arm for his troubles. She threw her thumb over her shoulder towards the exit. "I better get going." He didn't want her to leave. He wanted this conversation to last forever. It was a ridiculous thought, of course, but it did spur on another, more desirable idea. "Before you do." "Yes. Do you mind if I write you this summer?" he asked. She looked at him strangely. Is that even a question that needs answering? Giddiness gathered in his stomach. "Guess not." "Write me soon, Harry Potter," she said before moving toward the exit. "Soon. I mean, not today because that would look desperate," he joked. "Desperate isn't so bad." She laughed over her shoulder as she walked out the door. As she passed the large window in front of the store, she stopped and stared at him with an inscrutable look. After a moment her cheeks pinked up, but then she winked as she blew him a kiss. Before he could do anything other than make his eyes the size of dinner plates, she dashed across the street. "Wow," he whispered. He stood there in a daze, trying to wrap his head around what had just happened to him. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would have a life-altering conversation in a Quidditch store, but there was no better way to describe what had just passed with Astoria. Harry knew that the boy who walked into the store was not the same one standing here right now. He also knew that one conversation didn't mean he was magically cured, and that there was a long road ahead of him. But now he knew that the long road would eventually end with him in a much happier place. His mind was going a mile a minute, whether from his profound realizations or the high of meeting a girl that he was quickly becoming wildly infatuated with, he didn't know. Harry leaned toward the ladder since all he wanted to do was laugh out loud in glee. He tried to calm himself by making a mental list of his next steps. He needed to start practicing magic all the time, and he needed to have a long apologetic talk with Sirius, Ron, and Hermione and a bunch of other people. "So you going to buy something? Or wha?" Harry was knocked out of his internal monologue by a weedy-looking man in his late teens/early 20s wearing a quality Quidditch supplies uniform. His pockmarked face was twisted in just the barest attempt at a smile. "Huh." The employee rolled his eyes beneath his greasy brown bangs. "You and that bird been standin' here for Eva, haven't ya? So either buy something or shove off." He finished with a sneer, as if Harry was the cause of all the problems in his life. All right, Harry mumbled. He looked at the wall of items in front of him, selected a pair of seeker gloves, seeing as his current ones actually did need replacing. "How much for these?" 5 galleons, 12 sickles, the employee said. He shoved his hands in his pants pockets to grab the necessary coinage, and frowned in confusion as he felt a slip of paper in his right hand. He had just cleaned out his pockets right before coming to Diagon Alley, so he knew for a fact that money should be the only thing in there. He pulled out the ripped piece of parchment and read the small, elegant letters on one side. "Potter, you have questions to which I have some of the answers. I'll be in touch soon."
M.Enigma.
Harry read the words twice more to make sure they didn't somehow change. He wondered how such a simple slip of paper could be so momentous, and yet feel so incredibly ominous and foreboding. What answers would he finally receive? Who was this Enigma guy, and how would he possibly get in touch? Plus, how in the hell had he gotten close enough to slip? Astoria was close enough, his brain whispered. He dropped the gloves and tore out of the store to the screeches of the employee, looking left and right for any sign of the Astoria. He finally spotted her across the road at an intersection, her back to him and facing a narrow side street that was enclosed on both sides by rows of buildings. She checked her watch again while tapping her foot. He took off, trying to get to her as quickly as possible, but Diagon Alley was still so crowded that he was bumping into shoppers left and right. After trying to peer through the multitude of tightly packed shoppers, she threw her hands up in a huff and started moving further down the narrow street. "Astoria!" he shouted over the loud hum of the crowd. She stopped and looked around in confusion, giving Harry time to get closer. He was a few meters from her when he finally caught her eye. In the span of a heartbeat, she went from confused to delighted to mischievous. The teenage boy part of Harry wondered if she thought he was about to make some grand romantic gesture in public, which, unfortunately, was the farthest thing from the truth. He truly hoped that he was wrong in how that paper had ended up in his pocket, but he feared he wasn't. Either way, he needed to know the truth. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a loud bang went off some ways down the narrow side street. Harry paused in confusion, and a few seconds later people started screaming and crying down that same direction. Then 3 more loud bangs went off down that same way, followed by an explosion that blew out the store front of what looked like Madame Malkin's. For just a moment it felt like the world froze. Everyone in the area stopped walking and talking like Harry had, their heads craned toward the disturbance. But then the world began again, and just like a snowball rolling downhill, the number of people screaming grew larger and larger until there were hundreds of people seemingly out of their mind. Then the terrified crowd in the narrow street started to run away, right toward Harry. He tried to keep his feet as people plowed into him, but it was like swimming against a raging current. People were clawing and scratching to get away from what was clearly an attack. An errant elbow smashed into the side of his neck, stealing his breath away. He gasped for air and tried to stop moving, to take a moment to calm down, to just gather himself, but that was impossible in the frenzy. The crowd grew tighter and tighter, and his fear began to rise with every new bang and explosion. He was being crushed in from all sides, and he still couldn't catch his breath. In a panic, he tried pushing the woman in front of him just so he could have a few inches to try and breath. But with so many people packed into such a tight area, it was like trying to move a brick wall. "Harry!" someone screamed. Astoria was now a good distance from him, caught up in the same mad rush he was. Even from so many feet away, Harry could see every line of fear on her face, hear every shriek of her terror. She was desperately reaching out toward him, as if she could will her body to stretch the distance. He raised his arm above his head, shot his wand out of its forearm holster into his hand, and then pointed it right toward Astoria. "Divorcium!" he roared. An electric purple beam shot toward Astoria's outstretched hand. The moment the beam made contact, it wrapped around her hand like a lasso, then split in two. As the beams slowly separated further, they pressed against the crowd and began to push them apart. Harry had never had much religious education growing up, but even he was reminded of the parting of the Red Sea. When there was finally space just wide enough for a body turned sideways to shimmy through, he yelled, "Don't move!" and started shuffling toward her. He ignored the clutching of hands and the cursing and swearing he heard from the people being pushed by the spell. His only thought to get to the girl who he could see crying in relief. As he slid closer, he noticed that while the crowd was still dense right behind Astoria, a pocket of space had opened up further down toward where the original attack took place. In that pocket, he caught glimpses of people dressed in black robes and white masks shooting spells indiscriminately around them. Harry gasped at the carnage around the Death Eaters. Buildings were on fire with magically green flames. The street looked like the surface of the moon from all the blasting curses, and half-burnt papers from a blown-up Daily Prophet stand littered the sky. Diagon Alley had gone from a cheerful, hopeful atmosphere to war zone in less than 1 minute. But the worst were the bodies. A dozen or so were strewn all across the street, some looking like they were simply asleep on the ground, while others were bloody messes thrown about in impossible poses. One short Death Eater stood above a young boy, his eyes blank and sightless, and used the toe of his boot to nudge him. The boy didn't move. He finally clawed his way to Astoria just as the white of a Bombarda Maxima spell shot toward the crowd behind her. Even if it didn't impact her directly, it would still be close enough to cause grievous damage. He wrapped Astoria in his left arm and brought up his wand once again. Right before the spell detonated into the people, it impacted Harry's rippling red shield and was deflected harmlessly into the sky. The beefy Death Eater that fired the spell spotted him immediately even through the distance and crowd. "It's Potter!" he yelled, drawing the attention of the other Death Eaters around him. He fired another curse toward Harry, which he deflected again with the same shield. "Get out of here!" he yelled at Astoria, who was still wrapped up on his left side. "No!" she yelled back with an attempt at strength, belied by her entire body trembling. He spared just a second to look down upon her. Even through her obvious fear, she was gazing fiercely at him, daring him to disagree. He couldn't recall ever being as impressed by someone as he was right then. If he hadn't been taught that a battle heightened one's emotions, he would have even said he fell in love with her a little bit in that moment. But as much as she might have wanted to help, she was a student only going into her 4th year. It would be easier for him to handle this without having to worry about her. Plus, a slightly bent part of his mindset thought there was no time like the present to begin his own journey of healing, and he figured being the one to repay Death Eaters with some pain was as good a first step as any. He tried to think of some cool parting words to leave her with, but all he could muster was a quick, "Sorry for calling you an arsehole." He didn't have time to see her reaction as he let her go en apparat, appearing between what he now realized were only 4 Death Eaters and the last remnants of the crowd. Before the Death Eaters could react, he shut his eyes and silently cast Lumos Maximas, and lit up the narrow street like the surface of the sun. He heard the Death Eaters cry out in pain as he spun around and conjured a 15-foot-high brick wall from one end of the street to the other, effectively separating the crowd from what was about to happen. He turned back around hoping to catch the Death Eaters still unawares, but the time it took to conjure the wall was long enough for them to regroup. To his surprise, they had not immediately fired, and instead were just training their wands warily at him. They stood a few meters from Harry, arrayed side by side so that they covered the entire width of the alley. In addition to the short and beefy Death Eaters, there was one with burnt robes that were still lightly smoking. by the slight burns on his large hands and thick forearms. He was the one that had produced and then probably mishandled the magical fire. Then the last one was most likely female, going by the shape of her slim yet curvy figure. She stood a few steps in front of the rest, giving the impression that she was the leader of this motley crew. Harry wiped his brow, the heat from the fires around him almost unbearable. As much as he wanted vengeance, for on one were terrible odds, which meant he needed to play this smart. His only shot was relying on the Aurors to appear in time, which was a slim hope at best, or finding the right moment to act. "Where is he?" the leader hissed from behind her mask. She sounded young to Harry. It wouldn't surprise him if the others were the same age. Old enough to be Death Eaters, but too young to have really been involved in anything before today. "Who?" Harry replied in confusion. "Wait, do you mean Voldemort?" "You dare!" Beefy Death Eater cried out, jabbing his wand threateningly in Harry's direction. "What did you do with him, Potter?" the leader asked. "I honestly don't know what happened to him that night. I was unconscious, remember?" he said. "Don't lie!" Short Death Eater shouted. "Tell us where he is." Harry's brow furrowed as he tried to wrap his mind around the question. "Well, no one knows where his body is, since it hasn't been seen since the night of. As far as his head, my guess would be the Department of Mysteries," and with a snort he added, "or being used as a mannequin at a hat store." The woman Death Eater's posture grew so tight it looked like she might snap in half. She said in a deadly whisper, "Do you think we're joking, Potter? Do you think any of this is funny?" Harry stared at the destruction around him. The burning buildings, the destroyed street, and most jarring, the bodies. His momentary levity evaporated at the reminder of so many lives lost today. "No, I don't think you're joking at all." The beefy Death Eater said, "Tell us where the Dark Lord is, or you're dead." Harry was just about to repeat that he had no idea where Voldemort's body was when he finally understood what they were getting out. "Oh, Merlin," he said in shock. "You still think he's alive, don't you?" "Of course the Dark Lord is still alive," said the short Death Eater. "A filthy half-blood could never destroy our master. This half-blood destroyed him when he was only 18 months old. And then the Dark Lord rose from the ashes, more powerful than ever before, ready to cleanse this world of the mudblood menace," the female one said with crazed reverence. Harry wanted to cry. So much death and destruction, and for what? So for fanatics could delude themselves into believing Voldemort would magically reappear for a third time and tell them that everything was just a big misunderstanding? His decapitated head showed up on the stomach of that fucking traitor. "Pettigrew," he snapped. "Pretty sure having your head separated from your body is a good indicator that you're no longer a member of the living. Do you want to feel pain, Harry Potter?" The smoking Death Eater asked out of nowhere in an oddly powerful whisper. "Do you want to be tortured? Because if you keep delaying us from finding the Dark Lord, you will be." "Oh yeah, I'd love to be tortured," Harry mocked. "Nothing more fun than a couple of best mates wasting away a weekend practicing Cruciatus on each other. This is your last chance, Potter. Tell us what."
"No," Harry interrupted.
He was done waiting around for the Aurors to finally show, and he was past tolerating these monsters in front of him. People who are going to try and hurt you don't really bargain, they just get to the torturing. So you can either believe me about having no clue where Voldemort is, or you can go fuck yourselves. The beefy and short Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably, while the smoking Death Eater stood stock still, never moving a muscle. The leader, though, rocked back on her heels and looked at the others as if asking for help. It probably just occurred to her that Harry would never give her the answer she wanted, which showed how naive or stupid she was. Most likely a combination of the two. "You don't think we will, huh?" she shouted, her voice wavering with false bravado. "Just look around you. Does it look like we're bluffing?" His fury was ignited by her words, and his hand tightened on his wand. "I think that killing defenseless men, women, and children is a lot easier than taking on someone with their wand pointed at you, you cowards." The female Death Eater reeled back as if she'd been slapped. "You dare, ugh." Harry's cutting curse through her chest and neck ended the rant in a spray of blood. As the female Death Eater fell to the ground clutching her ruined throat, Harry immediately fired a bone breaker at the short one, hitting him directly in the left knee. The Death Eater also dropped to the ground, screaming in agony around his devastated leg. In less than 5 seconds, 2 of the Death Eaters had been neutralized. But now he'd lost the element of surprise, and with the alley so compact, his normal style of constant movement was impossible. The beefy Death Eater sent another Bombarda Maxima, his signature spell, apparently at Harry as the smoking one summoned green fire from the closest building. Harry barely deflected the Bombarda Maxima with his offhand wandless shield, this time into his conjured brick wall, while simultaneously hitting the summoned fire with a flame-freezing charm only a few feet from him. The skin on his face felt flushed from the heat, even with the fire not getting truly close. Harry batted away 2 more quick spells into his conjured wall. It sounded like some of the bricks tumbled off from the impacts, but luckily it wasn't a complete collapse. He spotted broken glass from the storefront behind where the Death Eaters currently stood. He dropped to one knee and twisted his hand counterclockwise, emitting an area effect stunner. It was weaker than a normal stunning spell but much showier, which suited Harry's purposes. As both Death Eaters were focused on stopping the spell, Harry waved his wand and summoned the glass shards forward, aiming for their exposed backs. He was partially successful. The beefy one fell forward, screaming as he tried to grab at the bloody glass littering his back. The smoking Death Eater, however, was standing slightly in front of the other, and used the extra split second to disperse the glass around him. In the blink of an eye, he transfigured the loose grains of sand into several metal darts, which he fired back at Harry. Harry's jaw nearly dropped at the impressively quick transfiguration. As it was, he barely managed to deploy his smaller but faster Protego shield, which was only big enough to cover a small area. He managed to protect his chest and head, while relying on avoidance for the darts aimed towards his arms and legs. He jumped, lunged, and slid as his shield held up to the pounding of several darts, but he couldn't quite get out of the way of one dart which slammed into his left shin. He yanked out the dart and cried out as his leg went out from under him, followed by his hands slamming onto the cobblestones to break his fall. The intense pain up his arms and in his leg shook him so much that when Smoky Death Eater fired again, he didn't raise his shield in time. His wand shot out of his hand from the successful Expelliarmus, clacking uselessly to the ground. As the Smoky One slowly walked toward Harry, ignoring the gasps of help from his still-alive brethren, he could only watch as his nightmare over these last few months came to life, injured and at the mercy of a Death Eater. His mind kept shuffling between 2 timelines. Now, where the Death Eater's wand pointed at him amongst the ruined street, and the past, where the Death Eaters were standing over him as he laid helpless in the graveyard. Back and forth, the scenes went until Harry had trouble telling when he was. "I will find our Dark Lord," the Smoky Death Eater whispered, "and he will reward me beyond measure, especially when I tell him of the death of Harry Potter." As the Death Eater raised his wand between Harry's eyes, his last thoughts were not on the horror and disappointment of falling to a Death Eater again, nor were they on Sirius, Ron, Hermione, or the desire to finally meet his parents, much to his guilt. No, the only thing that kept ringing in his mind were the words Astoria so passionately told him, that he could choose to be so powerful that something like this never happened again. If only he'd had the time to actually make that true. If only he had one last chance to get out of this. If only he wasn't at the Death Eater's mercy. If only... The Death Eater started the incantation for the killing curse when the sound of falling bricks rang out through the air again. The Death Eater's head snapped toward the noise, and Harry wasted no time in capitalizing on his loss of focus. Harry lunged to the side, ignoring the shooting pains in his shin and arms. The Death Eater turned back and fired a killing curse at him, which Harry avoided by inches. He rolled toward his wand and then shot his hand out, summoning it wandlessly. It made a loud thwack when it slapped into his palm. The Smoky Death Eater recovered and fired an inky black curse that Harry was unfamiliar with, so he didn't bother with his shield, instead leaping to his right to avoid the spell. Harry then raised both arms up as if he was lifting a heavy board, breathing hard at the exertion. The cobblestone street behind the Death Eater made a great crack, and then rose up like a huge wave. Smoky turned around at the grinding sound, but he was too late to stop the street from rolling over him like a tsunami. His screams were abruptly cut off as the street resettled, looking completely unassuming except for a human-sized lump. Harry rested his hands on his knees and tried to catch his breath. He was stunned to be alive, and couldn't quite wrap his head around how he'd done so. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Harry's head snapped up just in time to see the red and blue spells impact the short Death Eater, who had somehow gotten to his knees with his wand aimed toward Harry. Harry followed the flying wand back toward his conjured wall, where Hermione hung through a hole and plucked it out of the sky. The hole was big enough for her and Ron, who was right next to her, to squeeze through, which they did before quickly moving toward him. Hermione slammed into Harry first, wrapping him up tightly. Harry tried to hide his groan of pain, but Hermione didn't notice because she was too busy mumbling, "I thought we were done," over and over again. Ron was trying to appear unaffected, but his skin was so pale that his freckles looked like they were painted on. "Good thing we were there to save the day, huh?" Ron joked weakly. "How did you guys know I was here?" Hermione pulled back and rolled her red and puffy eyes. "Oh please, Harry. Once we knew there was an attack, we just made our way to where the fighting was happening. What did we find? Lo and behold, Harry Potter." "Yeah," Ron interjected. "Took us a while to get through all the people, but we finally made it to your wall. Nice job on that, by the way." Luckily, there was a weak point that Ron was able to push out to make bigger, and not too soon either. "He was just barely in time to stun that Death Eater," Hermione said. Curious bystanders were looking through the hole in the wall, gawking at the destruction around them. Harry, though, only had eyes for the girl who stepped through. The blonde girl with blue eyes who had made such an impression on him in such a short time. As a crowd began to gather on this side of the wall, Astoria was the first to make her way from body to body, studying each person for just a moment before moving on. When she reached the last one, the little boy the Death Eater nudged earlier, her shoulders dropped and she gave a watery nod. Harry then understood why she'd been checking each victim, to make sure none of them were her sister Daphne. She knelt down and lowered her head as she put her hand on the boy's chest. After a few moments she rose up and slowly walked toward Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Oh hey," Ron said as she drew close. "You're the girl from the What the hell, Hermione? He knows we were looking," Ron yelled as he tried to balance on the foot Hermione had not just stepped on, with limited success. "Can't you see they're about to have a moment?" she whispered harshly. Astoria ignored the commotion, however, and focused entirely on Harry. "Sorry for calling you an arsehole?" she said with the utmost incredulousness. "Those are the last words you chose to say to me?" Hermione gaped in horror at Harry's cluelessness, while Ron was still grumbling about his foot. "Sorry about that," he said. "I'm honestly surprised I was able to say anything at all." "Why did you leave me?" she asked. Harry didn't answer immediately. "Because I wanted you safe. Because I've trained for these kinds of situations and you haven't." He paused and took in the girl in front of him. She was obviously terrified over what happened, but still resolute. Her clothes were torn and dirty, and her face was smudged with her hair in disarray, but she still exuded grace. But it was the compassion he could see from her that made the next words so easy to say. "And the thought of you injured or killed scared me more, I can say." Now it was Ron's turn to gape while Hermione flashed him a brilliant smile, but he hardly noticed either as he waited for Astoria to react. She moved to him without comment, and once again nuzzled her face between his neck and shoulder as she hugged him as if he was her port in the storm. Harry rested his chin on top of her head and wondered why it fit so well. As the Orison healers finally apparat onto the scene, he knew that very soon there would be questions he'd need to answer from the Oris, and that his actions today would create new problems that would impact his already fraught legal situations. But even with the terrible scene around him, even with the firefight and deaths he's sure would start to weigh on him very soon, he chose to enjoy this moment with Astoria in his arms for as long as he could. There were so many things he wanted to say to her, so many things he wanted to ask her. One question, though, he had figured out on his own. He patted his pocket containing the slip of paper and just continued to hug her in silence. The Death and Life of Harry Potter, Chapter 4.
Dagdialls with elves anuli. Fa la 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 la, la 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 la.
Harry groaned as he rolled over, shoving his head between the pillow and the bed. He so very rarely took time to relax, and Sirius was ruining his nap with his horrific, off-key, and incredibly loud butchering of Christmas music. It wouldn't have been so bad if Sirius didn't bloody sing all the time. He knew he wasn't the only one put off by the constant crooning. Hermione took to walking around Grimmauld Place with fluffy pink earmuffs, which she emphatically told everyone were a present from her parents. Thank you very much. While Ginny decided that speaking in shouts at all times was the most passive-aggressive way to make Sirius understand how ridiculously loud he was. It didn't work, and now the house had two people constantly screaming at the top of their lungs. But as much as Sirius was driving the residents of Grimmauld insane, no one had the heart to tell him to stop. It finally felt like the hardships of the last few months, hell, the last 20 years, were almost completely over, and a post-Voldemort life was something that brought a kind of giddiness to everyone. It was doubly impactful for Sirius, who traded years of suffering hell on Earth in Azkaban to constantly worrying over a godson, who found himself facing off against his mortal enemy time and time again. No one would dare begrudge Sirius this newfound happiness and relief, even if their eardrums suffered for it. Deciding that falling back to sleep was a lost cause, Harry got out of his bed and went to the dresser to grab a shirt. As he was about to put it on, he stopped and looked at himself in the mirror, still surprised every time he caught his reflection. It was amazing what a few months of hard work could do for the human body. He was always thin and wiry before, but now there was a layer of muscle that made him look more man than boy. Plus, Astoria certainly seemed to like his new physique, which made his face heat up just thinking about. He decided to visit the kitchen to see if there were any breakfast leftovers, or if Mrs. Weasley had any pre-Christmas dinner treats available. If she was there, she'd tut and titter that he would ruin his appetite, but would eventually give in with a chuckle and a swat to his shoulder. Harry was thrilled that Sirius invited the Weasleys to stay over the holidays while they finally made some much-needed repairs to the burrow. Though Harry was less thrilled by the increased training he needed in order to work off the loads of delicious but rich food Mrs. Weasley cooked up. God rest ye merry hippogriffs. Harry grimaced and rubbed his ears. As he walked down the hall, the bedroom door next to the stairs opened slowly, and out popped Hermione's head. When she saw Harry, she actually eeped and slammed the door. Her reaction probably had something to do with the fact that the bedroom was the one Ron was staying in. Harry stood stock still in the hallway, when a Cheshire grin split his face from ear to ear. He whistled as he knocked on Ron's door, hearing frantic whispers and rustling. A few seconds later, Ron opened the door, a fake smile painted on his face. His clothes were rumpled and wrinkly, and his shirt was tucked in haphazardly, as if he made the quickest attempt possible to look presentable. Further into the room, Hermione sat at the desk, her hair so big it now possibly had its own gravitational pull. She was staring at the pages of the Quidditch magazine in front of her with such intensity that one would be forgiven for thinking it was a first edition Hogwarts. A history. Well, this is cozy, Harry said with glee. Ron grimaced as Hermione froze, still refusing to look up.
Oi, Harry.
What's up? Ron asked, his nonchalance so completely forced. Oh, nothing. Just making my way to the kitchens. Then, like a shark sensing blood in the water, he added, I was practicing a little while ago, and you know how it is. All that physical exertion really works up an appetite. I mean, nothing makes me hungrier than when I'm done with all those lunges and thrusts, not to mention the constant pounding of the practice dummies. Harry barely held it together when Hermione groaned and rested her head on the desk. Ron laughed shakily. I can believe that, mate. I think I'll join. Watch a reading, Hermione? Harry asked as he slipped into the room. Hermione's head shot up in panic. Finally she stuttered out, I was just reading. She grabbed the magazine and brought it up to eye level. About Quidditch? She said in confusion. Oh, finally learning to understand its appeal? Yes? I mean, of course. It took me a while to appreciate the finer intricacies of the game, I must admit, but now I find it utterly fascinating. Anyway, if you're going downstairs. What's your favorite part? Harry asked. Hermione stared at him with such burning anger that if he wasn't enjoying himself so much, Harry might be afraid of her retaliation. Well, Harry prompted. The strategy, she blurted out. Like what? Harry did his best to pretend he couldn't feel Ron wildly pantomiming the whole history of Quidditch behind him. I really like how. She went from looking at Ron to frantically riffling through the pages. Holyhead. Yes, Holyhead utilizes the. There was more frantic riffling.
Auxed formation.
They do. Harry feigned ignorance. I thought they had to go to more of the 2-1-2 formation with their star chaser Quigley injured. Hermione laughed nervously as her fingers twisted through her hair. Well, of course they initially made a change when Quigley. Yes, Quigley was injured. But just recently they decided that since no one would expect them to do the Hawkshead formation because of the injury, that actually made it the best time to implement it. If you think about it, it's truly strategy on top of strategy. Quite brilliant, really? Harry stared at Hermione, who to her credit maintained eye contact. The only sign of something being off was her slight quivering, possibly in rage at Harry or fear that he would call them out. Knowing Hermione, it was most likely rage. Are we really going to keep doing this? Harry asked in bemusement. Hermione erupted out of her chair. No, we are not, she yelled as she repeatedly punched the laughing Harry in his arm. You complete prat. I can't believe you. I never knew how much you loved Quidditch, Harry chuckled. I hate it, Hermione shrieked. It's so stupid. All anyone cares about in the magical world is flying around on brooms wearing tights and chasing little balls while trying not to die. A confused Harry mouthed, tights? To Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. You would think the fact that we can break the laws of physics with a little stick would interest people more. Maybe I'd get more attention if I tossed balls off your heads, as I explained how arresto momentum wreaks havoc with the gravitational constant. Rant over. Hermione bent over to catch her heaving breath. Feel better? Harry asked. Hermione nodded her head yes. Good, Harry began. Now that that's out of the way, maybe we can talk about how long you two have been together. Ron moved to stand next to Hermione. Are you mad at us? He asked, as he unconsciously slid his hand into hers. Instead of blurting out just another glib response, he actually studied his best friends. They stood in front of him, both exuding so much hope and weariness at his possible reaction that he didn't have the heart to continue his joking tone. Of course not. Can't say I'm too surprised either, he said, and they both let out a breath of relief. But how long has it been going on? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. About 2 months, Ron said hesitantly. Harry reared back in shock. 2 months? You hid this from me for that long? It wasn't just you, Hermione elaborated quickly. We haven't told anyone about us. We just wanted some time to figure out if this would work before we let everyone else know. That made a little more sense to Harry. And Ron and Hermione smiled at each other with genuine affectation, and Harry had his answer. Well, then let me be the first to say congratulations, said Harry. Though the fact that you somehow kept this secret from the twins the entire holiday break is a real Christmas miracle. Ron puffed up. You don't even know how careful we've been. What happened today then? Harry smirked. Ron's face turned flaming red. It's Christmas, and we wanted to celebrate. 'Tis the season, as they say, Harry said with an exaggerated wink.
Harry, Hermione said.
It's not like you don't do the same with Astoria. I will neither confirm or deny, Hermione, because above all else I am a gentleman. That said, if you two ever accidentally walk in on us during private time like I almost did with you, take notes. My girlfriend and I are both incredibly creative, talented, and, dare I say, quite fanciable, he finished, his voice the height of posh. Hermione and Ron burst out laughing, quickly followed by Harry. Eventually the laughter faded, with the three best friends just enjoying the silence. We were afraid to tell you, Hermione whispered. Why? He asked, reminding himself to stay calm. It was Ron who answered. We were afraid you were going to feel left out. Then much more hesitantly he added, and, well, you were just starting to get better, and we didn't want to ruin it. Harry grimaced at their concern. Since meeting Astoria and fighting those Death Eaters in the alley, he'd made a conscious effort every day to both work on his magic. and try to let go of his anger. To help with the latter, he'd met with a mind healer Sirius set up for him twice a week in the hospital wing once school started. While he was making strides every day to get a hold of his emotions, especially his anger, he still occasionally had moments where he felt like he was losing control. Luckily, he was being taught the tools to handle those episodes, and they were now growing fewer and fewer. Much more common were the days like today, filled with happiness and cheer. After it really sunk in that Voldemort was gone, and once his legal troubles were behind him, a crushing weight Harry never realized he'd been carrying just disappeared. "I'm sorry you guys felt that way," Harry replied, "but I can understand why you did." "We know, Harry," Hermione said, reaching out and clutching his hand. "And you're doing so much better. But like Ron said, it's always just been the three of us. And yes, you have a girlfriend now, but we didn't want you to think that your best friends were abandoning you." "I still can't believe you're dating a greengrass," Ron sneered with faux disgust. "Neither can her sister," Harry chuckled. "And I get what you're saying, Hermione, but there's nothing I want more in this world than my two best friends finding happiness. And if they're able to find it with each other, even better." Hermione wrapped him up in a hug. "Thank you, Harry. You don't know what this means to us." "Yeah, mate, this is a load off our mind," Ron said. "Of course you guys." Harry broke the hug and started backing up to the door. "But I do have a confession to make. While you two being happy is the one thing I want most, the thing I want second most in the world is to be the one to tell everyone downstairs about you two hiding your relationship for months." Harry took off through the door, cackling merrily while Hermione and Ron chased after him, screaming his name. Harry did not spill the secret to the people staying at Grimmauld Place. He felt he was a better friend than that, and more importantly, Ron and Hermione both knew where he slept. That's not to say he didn't get in at least some friendly harassment by asking Mrs. Weasley, in front of Ron and Hermione, her thoughts on couples living together before marriage. Needless to say, with her rather old-fashioned views on the subject, Ron and Hermione may need to keep the lid on their relationship until they're at least in their 50s. "So, Harry, it's unfortunate that Astoria couldn't be here tonight," said Miranda Coventry. It was a festive group enjoying the excellent roast turkey around the expanded Christmas dinner table. The Weasleys were there, minus Bill, Charlie, and Percy, along with Remus, Tonks, Hermione, Sirius, and his aforementioned girlfriend Miranda, and finally Harry. "That's because she finally realized Harry's a specky git," Fred began. "And decided to cut her losses," George finished. "Fred and George," Mrs. Weasley roared over the laughter of the table. "It's fine, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, as he then spoke to Miranda. "Astoria's spending Christmas with her family, but she'll be here for Boxing Day. She can spend the whole day tomorrow explaining to these two in her own special way why I am definitely not a specky git." The twins both comically widened their eyes, turned to each other, and yelled out, "Oh no, run George!" and then tried to escape the table. Mr. Weasley, with what Harry could only imagine was the result of years of practice, was able to grab a hold of an arm on both twins and told them to sit down to the chuckles of most of the table. Ginny was not laughing so much, as one of the twins bumped a glass of pumpkin juice into her lap in their hasty escape attempt. She was admonished by Mrs. Weasley for her colorful response in letting her brothers know what she thought of their actions. There was no forgiveness in Ginny's stare at Fred/George while she tried to dry her red skirt. The only Christmas gift those two could now expect from their sister would be painful retribution. After everyone calmed down again, Harry turned his gaze back to Miranda. She was a witch in her late 20s, currently employed at the Department of International Magical Cooperation as a liaison to the ICW. She was intelligent and kind, but enjoyed a bawdy joke more than anyone Harry knew. She was also incredibly attractive, with high cheekbones and a blinding smile and light brown eyes that contrasted so nicely with her caramel-colored skin. Harry had joked with her many times that she was way too good for Sirius, in which she would always laugh and say, "I know, but I think I'll keep him anyway." The two had met at this year's Ministry New Year's Eve party, where they both immediately hit it off. Sirius was enchanted by her beauty and wit, while Miranda had a bit of a girlhood crush on the Black Lord, seeing as she was a first-year Gryffindor when Sirius was a dashing rogue of a 7th year. While they dated casually for the next few months, Sirius was always hesitant to take the next steps. He feared that if Voldemort somehow returned, His entire focus would need to be on protecting Harry, leaving no time for a personal life. Miranda understood, but made it clear that she wanted to live her life and wouldn't wait forever for just the possibility of something more between them. Once the dust settled on the night of the third task and Harry was fully recovered physically, Sirius apparat straight to Miranda's flat and asked her out for, in his words, this weekend, actually the next several weekends, or maybe all of them, who knows? And they've been inseparable ever since. So Tonks, you heard from Mad Eye recently? How'd he enjoy his holiday? Sirius asked. Tonks, who had been entertaining Hermione and Ron by sporting the mouth of a giraffe, turned back to normal before responding. Ah, you know old Mad Eye. Not happy unless everyone's out to get him. Tonks turned his face into a passing facsimile of Moody's, including an extra-large eyeball and dour expression. You think you're safe sitting beside the pool, when he shouted, smacking the table. The next thing you know, the fella next to you sipping on that pina colada turns out to be a dark wizard out for your blood. That man, Mrs. Weasley said with a disapproving tut. Merlin knows Alastair was a wonderful orer, but I still can't believe they let him be a professor. He must have terrified those poor first and second years with his constant vigilance nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about, Mum, Ron said absent-mindedly as he speared some Brussels sprouts. Moody was the best defense against the dark arts professor we've ever had. Hey! Ron's cry was from another Brussels sprout impacting him in the cheek. It was thrown by Ginny, who was nodding her head toward Remus. It took Ron a moment to understand her point, but once he did, he began to sputter. Not that you weren't a great professor, Remus. It's just that you only talked about dark creatures. But Moody let us duel and stuff. Hermione, who was sitting next to Ron, rolled her eyes in fondness while Remus raised his hands good-naturedly. No offense taken, Ron. I understand that a year studying dark creatures is not the most exciting. As people went back to eating, Mrs. Weasley continued her previous conversation. But I will admit, Albus hiring Alastair as the defense against the dark arts professor last year ended up being a lucky stroke with everything that happened. Several people at the table shifted nervously at even an indirect reminder of the third task. Mr. Weasley jumped in. Speaking of Albus, do you know where he's spending his Christmas? Serious? I thought for sure we'd see him this evening. Harry grimaced as this topic was not a welcome one, as evidenced by the serious glower before he schooled his features. Not long after his blow-up with Dumbledore in the hospital, Harry, even with his emotions out of control at the time, realized he had been completely unfair towards his mentor. Yes, Dumbledore had held back information when he asked him not to, but Harry had literally just woken up from a coma, and even he eventually realized that wasn't the right frame of mind to potentially be overwhelmed with difficult truths. Thus, when Dumbledore had asked him and Sirius to visit his office at Hogwarts a few weeks later for a full explanation of what the empty Enigma letter's reference to items meant, Harry had apologized as soon as they sat down. Dumbledore had thanked him graciously, but told him the apology was premature. Before Harry could ask why, Dumbledore started talking about Horcruxes, and one Horcrux in particular. Sirius raged at Dumbledore for keeping the information to himself, while Sirius was threatening to smash every pretentious bauble in Dumbledore's office. Harry sat there silently, feeling both furious and numb at the same time. If he was honest with himself, he also felt a little relieved as well at finally having an explanation on why his death didn't stick that night. Sirius eventually stormed out of the office, cursing the entire way. Harry got up to follow, but looked back before he left. Dumbledore was slumped at his desk, weary in a way that made him seem fragile. It appeared as if the conversation had taken a piece of Dumbledore that he would never get back. Since that day, interaction with the headmaster had been very sparse and impersonal. Sirius couldn't stand to even be in the same room with him, but Harry was much more conflicted. Dumbledore had been his guide to the world of magic since he'd arrived at Hogwarts. He taught Harry to be inquisitive, to respect magic for the wonder it is, and to always use his abilities to benefit others. And most importantly, for a lonely boy who had such a prodigious gift with magic that it sometimes alienated him from his classmates, having someone who could relate because they experienced the same exact issues growing up was a comfort beyond measure. Now everything related to Dumbledore felt tainted by his silence on the Horcrux that had infected Harry's head. It was such a violation of the trust he had believed they'd built that Harry felt their relationship was now untethered. On an intellectual level, he understood Dumbledore's actions didn't wipe out all the good he'd done for Harry in helping him be a better wizard, and frankly a better man. Harry even understood some of Dumbledore's reasoning in not telling them before. He was only sure of the Horcrux after Harry's second year, and he wanted to exhaust all potential avenues of resolution before burdening Harry with the terrible truth. But in the end, understanding someone's reasons for the way they acted didn't mean you had to agree with them. Harry hoped that someday he'd feel comfortable enough to sit in Dumbledore's office, sipping tea and discussing some esoteric piece of transfiguration. But even if that happened, the kind of closeness they once shared would be gone, and that grieved Harry tremendously. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shot each other concerned glances as they waited for Sirius to respond. The only reason they had even brought up Dumbledore's name was because they were unaware of the rift. Harry and Sirius had only told a few people about the Horcruxes, and with how much Mr. and Mrs. Weasley admired the headmaster, they didn't have the heart to ruin their image of him. "I'm sure he's off doing something important and vital to the safety of magical Britain," Sirius mocked bitterly, cutting into his turkey as if it was his mortal enemy. Remus jumped in, shooting his friend a look. Albus informed Harry that he was spending the evening with friends. "Ah, yes, of course," Mr. Weasley replied awkwardly. After a lengthy stretch where the only sound in the room was the tinkling of silverware against plates, Miranda asked, "So you three, are you ready for your OWLs? All these years later, I can still remember how stressful my 5th year was." "Well, Harry and I have been studying every night like we're supposed to, but Hermione's really been slacking in her responsibilities," Ron joked. "Yeah," Harry added. "It's a shame when a prefect sets such a bad example for the other people in our year." Hermione was so scandalized that anyone would impugn her study habits, even when only pretending to do so, that she couldn't sputter up a defense, much to the table's amusement. "That's an interesting approach to take, Ron. Antagonizing the girl who I know for a fact helps you with your coursework, and happens to be one of the most intelligent people in her year," Remus said innocently. "Yes, Ron," Hermione gritted out with a forced smile. "Since I'm such a bad influence, who do you plan on asking to help you finish your transfiguration work when, and I quote, McGonagall will throw a wobbly if I don't get this turned in on time? Ron?" "Well now, Hermione, let's not be hasty," Ron sputtered with a nervous laugh. Then he grew indignant. "Wait, Harry was the one that said you weren't a studier, not me." Hermione sniffed with her nose in the air and turned away from Ron, but Harry didn't miss the wink she threw at him as she did so. Fred and George looked at each other with mischief brewing. One of them, probably Fred, said as they both stood up to further embarrass Ron, "Come along, Ronnikins. We need to talk to you in private about the finer points of wooing." That was all the one twin got out before they both collapsed to the floor in a heap, knocking over their chairs and toppling their plates onto their heads. It was pandemonium as Mrs. Weasley shrieked and everyone else at the table was moving to help them. Harry saw immediately that the cause of their fall was that shoelaces were tied around each other's ankle about 1,000 times. He then noticed out of the corner of his eye that Ginny hadn't moved, and was in fact intently buttering a roll. "Oh no, run, George," she said dispassionately before she took a bite. The table was silent as everyone stared at her, until Sirius tilted his head back and let loose with the laughter. Everyone else began to laugh as well, even Mrs. Weasley, who was doing her best to shoot her daughter a disappointed look that fooled no one. Fred and George, who always appreciated a good joke, clapped at their sister's quick and thorough revenge, even as gravy dripped down both their foreheads. Harry took in the scene of these people, his family, and felt his heart swell. Best Christmas ever, he thought to himself. Though he would have to remember to not upset Ginny anytime soon. Harry eventually crawled into bed just before midnight. It was a long but overall fantastic day, even with the minor conversation hiccup at dinner. But tomorrow was a return to schedule, which meant waking up at 5:30 in the morning to begin 2+ hours of intense physical and magical training. Ron of course thought he was barmy for waking up so early every day, but even he couldn't argue with the results. He was in that state between awake and asleep when there was a loud pop in his room. Harry immediately shot up, swiping his wand from under the pillow. He waited quietly for several seconds, when there was another pop, this time originating from the large fireplace on the far side of the room. He slid out of bed as quietly as possible to investigate. Hominum revelio, he said, casting the human presence revealing spell as he moved forward, along with another half-dozen standard and obscure charms used for detecting human or animal presence. They all came back negative. After another pop and creak, Harry was about to send a Patronus to Sirius for backup when the fireplace doors burst open and a cloud of ash flew into the room. Before Harry could even cough, a white blur shot out of the cloud toward him. He flicked his wand up in reflex, halting the item inches from his face. He encased what he now realized was a small envelope in a protective bubble, which he stuck to the wall so he could focus on any other flying projectiles. Nothing else came out of the fireplace over the next several minutes, so Harry eventually let his guard down and sat on the end of the bed in a bit of a stupor. What just happened shouldn't have been possible. One late night he, Sirius, and Remus had actually debated the possibility of someone trying to break into the Grimmauld place. The consensus was that it would take an elite team of cursebreakers a week of constant work to crack through enough levels of the house's magical protections just to determine that Grimmauld place existed. To go even further and know which chimney led to the fireplace in Harry's room, and then actually get an item through the wards, again, shouldn't be possible. But the academic part of Harry was piqued by the innocuous envelope hanging in the bubble. Whoever had sent this had to be near mythic in their knowledge of arithmancy, runes, and charms. He stood from the bed and ran another bevy of spells on the envelope hanging from the wall, all of which came back negative again. When he was within arm's reach, he studied the envelope one more time, and then proved himself a Gryffindor by grabbing it and popping the bubble. He really should let someone else know what was happening, but surely it was fine to investigate the actual envelope first before alarming everyone. What if it turned out to be a prank from Fred and George? He would feel foolish if he got everyone worked up on Christmas night for some harmless fun. The front of the envelope had his full name written neatly in calligraphy, which actually seemed vaguely familiar. He broke the unmarked red wax seal on the back and pulled out the plain white cardstock. One side of the card had the same handwriting as the envelope. "Happy Christmas, Harry. I wrote back in Diagon Alley that I would soon tell you the rest of what happened the night of the third task. I know it's probably taken longer than you hoped, but just remember, patient boys get nice presents from Father Christmas."
Ho ho ho. M.Enigma.
Harry frowned at the note. The name MT Enigma had reached folk hero status in the wizarding world, their incredible actions that night and mysterious background striking a fancy with the population. But not to Harry. For him, Enigma had always felt like a threatening presence. How could they be anything else when every time he heard from them, some painful life-altering act was about to take place? Suddenly Harry could hear something large sliding down the chimney. He had his wand aimed and ready to strike when a big red bag plopped down onto the grate. Before he could even form a thought on what just happened, more sliding was heard. Like out of a dream, a pair of legs with 2 black boots landed heavily on the bag. The legs were covered with red pants and white trim, and Harry could just see the bottom edge of a similarly designed coat on the person as well. "What the hell?" he muttered. The person in the fireplace spun around, as if searching for an exit, only their bottom half visible through the fireplace opening. Harry finally snapped out of his mild shock. "I don't know how you got in here," he exclaimed, surprising Father Christmas, who jumped straight in the air. "But come out of there right now." Father Christmas' legs slowly turned toward the fireplace opening. Harry, feeling more and more unnerved by this whole experience, was about to shout again when the person finally complied. He stepped out of the fireplace bent over as he patted the soot off his pants with his big green gloves. Father Christmas then reached back for his bag, swung it over his shoulder, and gave Harry his first true look at him. Except there was no one there. Oh, there was the shape of a jolly fat man under the pants, coat, and cap, to be sure. But there was no body to go along with it. It truly appeared as if the entire outfit was held up with nothing more than air. Harry's mind whirred at the sight. Either there was a person in the outfit who had discovered some unknown method to make just themselves invisible, or someone had worked enchantments like he'd never seen. Harry fired a very minor tickling jinx at where the face should be, and it went right through and hit the wall. Father Christmas raised their hand to TSSK Harry. Harry laughed in delight, walking around Father Christmas, examining every facet of the spellwork. He knew he should be weary, but he was too impressed with the magic to be cautious. For his part, Father Christmas was somehow able to give off the impression that he was enjoying the attention, and even shook as if he was letting out a giant belly laugh when Harry poked his stomach. A wind charm trapped inside a containment field could provide the invisible structure needed, but it would never allow for the dexterity you've shown, he said, standing in front of the suit and tapping his chin in thought, not to mention maintaining the wide range of shapes needed to mimic the human body. He tapped on his chin for a few more seconds when he exclaimed, "Aha! I bet the inside of those clothes are just laced with runes, probably using Elder Futhark as a base, anchored with Iwaz as the focal point, since that would work best in combining motion and structure." Harry reached out to see under the coat when Father Christmas slapped his hand away hard enough to sting. "Sorry, didn't realize Santa was so shy," he said sarcastically, shaking out his hand. Father Christmas reached into a pocket on his coat and pulled out another white cardstock, which he gave to Harry. "Who better than Father Christmas to deliver my present? Ha, Harry. Without spoiling it, I'll say that my gift to you is the knowledge you've desired. Now I must warn you, this knowledge is powerful, terrible, difficult to believe, life-altering, and about a dozen other adjectives that I couldn't be bothered to find in a thesaurus. But most importantly, it's necessary. One last thing. I would say that on my honor this present is safe to you, but since you don't know me, who's to say I'm honorable? So I will instead put this question to you. What's life without a little risk?"
MT Enigma.
Harry's adrenaline spiked, and his hands shook from the overload. Was it really happening? Was now the time? The mystery of what happened after the third task had become such a fixed point in his life that not fully knowing what occurred burned at him like missing one single piece in a puzzle. But he also thought that perhaps there were worse things than not knowing. Now that he was to find out the truth, an ominous feeling of dread had settled over him. Normally, when he guessed on what happened that night, he liked to imagine some miraculous event saving him. Some sort of long-forgotten magic that delivered divine justice to the ones that truly deserved it. But sometimes his mind traveled to a darker place. What if between his death and return to Hogwarts something sinister happened? Something ancient and evil in a way that he couldn't possibly fathom. While his thoughts were running wild, Father Christmas had reached into his bag on the floor with both arms, rummaging around for something. The bag obviously had an undetectable extension charm as Father Christmas next threw half his body inside when he couldn't find what he was looking for. Eventually he eased back out, pulling along a pedestal which he stood upright. It was a bronze and incredibly old, with various runes running up and down the sides. Father Christmas then reached back into the bag once again and pulled out the real gift, a pensieve. Father Christmas stepped back after placing the pensieve on the pedestal, and then waved enthusiastically at Harry. Then, without warning, the air went out of the outfit and it crumbled empty to the floor, leaving Harry alone in his room. He stared at the pensieve for what felt like hours, uncertainty weighing on him. But the one thing he was certain of was that this was a moment, maybe the moment that would define the rest of his life. There was a chance Enigma may be screwing with him, but he was right in his note. This was worth the risk. Eventually, he took several deep breaths, made a silent prayer begging that what he was about to see wouldn't ruin him, and dove in. He landed between two headstones, just outside of the circle of Death Eaters. Even if he hadn't known what he was walking into, he would have known instantly where he was. The details of this night were seared into his soul. He moved closer to the circle of Death Eaters, and through a shifting of bodies he saw Voldemort, tall and thin and smugly watching a fight as if he was a hyena toying with its prey before striking. Harry felt his breath quicken, and panic began to rise within him. If he thought fighting those Death Eaters in the alley months ago was like being in a nightmare, then this was truly reliving his worst fears. But to his surprise, the panic never overwhelmed him, and eventually his breathing slowed down. He realized that the memory was missing a vital component of this night that allowed him to retain his calm. The smells. There was no coppery tang of blood in the air, no whiff of the freshly churned earth beneath his head as he lay defeated. It was such a minor aspect in the grand scheme of things, but it kept Harry tethered to the fact that this was just a memory, and it couldn't hurt him. He slipped between two Death Eaters to get a better look. The fight with Avery and Malfoy had just started, and the Death Eaters were already cheering like animals, braying for the blood of the past version of Harry Potter. He tried to watch dispassionately as Avery and Malfoy bombarded past Harry's shield charm. It was certainly a powerful shield, but it was not the best choice to handle this particular situation. Even with just 6 months of additional training, Harry would fight these two completely differently today. "It's all going to be over soon," shouted the Death Eater next to him. Then the Death Eater turned his head toward the exact spot Harry was standing. Harry unconsciously reached for his wand, which didn't exist in the pensieve. He couldn't see the Death Eater's eyes because of the mask, but for some crazy reason Harry believed he was looking right at him, which was of course impossible since he was just a memory. The Death Eater turned back to the fight, but did not cheer like his compatriots. Harry's attention was drawn by the sudden jeers from the crowd, where past Harry had just taken out Avery with a bone breaker. He shook his head at his younger self, wondering why he didn't make sure Avery was down for the count. To be fair, it was easier to judge mistakes through hindsight than make the right choices in the moment. Harry was impressed though with the spell fire his past self exchanged with Malfoy. He laughed loudly when past him called Draco a twat, which he was thrilled to hear caused some minor laughter from the crowd. He had to admit that overall his younger self put up a hell of a fight, but of course in the end it didn't matter. As past Harry fired spell after spell at Malfoy's shield, he knew what was coming, and found himself absurdly hoping for a different outcome. It was like watching a movie where you know your favorite character dies, but you still hold out hope every time that the ending has somehow changed. It was a wish for the good guys to always win, and the just to always prevail. It was a good desire, but it didn't make it any less impossible. When his younger self cried out like a dying animal after his hand and wand exploded, Harry thought about turning away. What right-minded individual could watch himself be tortured? But the possibility that he'd miss some clue was too great, so he forced himself to once again endure the worst moments of his life. Voldemort stood over past Harry, taunting him with his failures before using the torture curse with glee. Harry scrubbed at the tears rolling down his face, feeling like he was experiencing that pain all over again. Voldemort grew more furious and used the Imperius to get the answer he wanted, and then reared back when he didn't. Cruel actions followed even crueler words as Voldemort's wand carved Harry's face like a cake. Harry traced the now healed scar, and pushed back on the overwhelming emotions he was feeling in order to remain objective and aware. Because the answers he needed were coming soon. As a final whisper on the wind, Voldemort said to past Harry, "Goodbye, Harry Potter. Die knowing you never had a chance, as you are an insect when compared to Lord Voldemort. I look forward to personally explaining your final, pathetic moments in detail to Black and the Blood Traitor Weasleys." Harry braced as Voldemort raised his wand into the face of his younger self and shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" The instant the green light touched younger Harry, a sound like the tolling of a bell rang out, and Voldemort was launched into the air, crashing in a smoking heap in an open area a dozen meters back. Cries of "Master!" rang out as a portion of his followers ran toward their fallen master, while the rest moved at a more cautious pace. All except one Death Eater who was standing right next to Harry. The first group of Death Eaters got within a few feet of Voldemort when suddenly they crashed into an invisible dome that flared red when contacted. As the downed Death Eaters tried to pick themselves up, some were firing spells at the dome, while others were so desperate to gain entry as to go muggle and bash it with their fists. Each method was ineffective, the dome easily keeping the Death Eaters away from their fallen master. All except one Death Eater who was standing right next to Harry. Once again, the silent Death Eater next to him turned his head to face Harry, and this time he erased all doubt of his superhuman awareness when he definitely gave Harry a small nod. Then the Death Eater's wand slid into his hand, and Harry received another major shock in a night full of them. The wand was Dumbledore's. Harry wanted to spend hours trying to figure out how this Death Eater knew he'd be watching this memory, and how he came to own that oh-so-familiar wand. But he forced himself to remain in the moment. Observing as many details as possible was the most important thing right now. The examination of events could occur after, when he had more time and a shot of whiskey. The Death Eater next to him raised the wand and fired off a cannon blast, drawing the attention of the remaining Death Eaters. "What the hell are you doing?" one of the Death Eaters yelled. His hands were bloody from striking the dome encasing Voldemort. The Death Eater next to Harry tilted his head like a dog, but didn't answer. It was such a bizarre action that the hairs on the back of Harry's neck rose. Each second of silence that ticked by increased the degree of strangeness in air. The mood felt foreign and off-putting and was growing thicker, and it all centered around this silent Death Eater who was becoming more and more terrifying in his stillness. Then bloody hands stomped toward Harry's direction, unaware of the rising unease amongst the other Death Eaters as he parked himself chest to chest with the Death Eater holding Dumbledore's wand. I don't know what you're playing at, but if you want to keep your head attached to your body, you'll get your arse over there and help, right? Now, he said, the last two words punctuated with pokes to the chest. The silent Death Eater slowly looked down at the finger on this chest. When he raised his face back up, Harry was certain he was going to fire a spell at bloody hands. But his wand never moved. Instead, his other hand rose up, and then he snapped his fingers. The sound echoed throughout the quiet graveyard. The Death Eater with the bloody hands opened his mouth to threaten once again, but stopped. His finger on the chest began to tremble, and his eyes almost bugged out of their sockets. Bloody hands dropped to his knees, crushing his palms against his temples as he screamed in utter terror. Harry watched horrified as the Death Eater screamed until his voice went raw, and then toppled over as if his strings were cut. The Death Eater could have easily been mistaken for dead with his face frozen into that rictus of pure fear, if not for his almost silent mumbling. "What the fuck?" Harry whispered, afraid to shatter the quiet even knowing this was a memory. No one moved. No one made a sound. There was no wind, no animal noises. It was as if a spell of silence had been woven over the crowd. The silent Death Eater next to Harry raised his non-wand hand and pointed to the leftmost Death Eater across from him. He then slowly moved his finger right, pointing at each and everyone, the men and women in black. When he reached the end, he slowly brought his hand back and dragged his thumb across his throat. There was no confusion in his message. "Who the fuck are ya?" A Death Eater with a Cockney accent yelled out. With the spell broken, others began to yell too, and the crowd was growing animated. Then the Cockney Death Eater turned to the two Death Eaters on his side and said, "Come on!" All three let out a war cry as they ran toward the silent Death Eater. The three men grew closer, and the silent Death Eater didn't move. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, and still the silent Death Eater gave no indication he even noticed. All three Death Eaters drew into striking distance and let loose a coordinated attack of reductor spells, aiming high and low to maximize area. The silent Death Eater didn't flinch or raise a shield. In the blink of an eye, the spells were going to impact. That's when the silent Death Eater moved. In a flash, he contorted his body and slipped between all three spells, which missed him by a hair's breadth. Even as his body was twisted, he fired off 3 spells faster than Harry could fire 2. All 3 hit the upper wand arms of the attacking Death Eaters, severing them instantly. As the men were rolling on the ground, screaming and clutching at their phantom limbs, Harry was amazed at the lack of blood. The spell not only severed the limb, but cauterized it as well. The remaining 13 Death Eaters weren't stupid or stationary. Without hesitation, they fired at the silent Death Eater, fanning out to provide more angles of attack and avoid clumping. It may have been some years since the majority of the group participated in an event like this, but all 13 had been some of their lord's most talented and trusted during the heyday of the pureblood movement. The silent Death Eater somehow avoided most of the spells with an almost preternatural ability. The night lit up with innumerable flashes of every color imaginable, and yet the silent Death Eater was never touched. But the silent Death Eater's hands were not idle, either. Any spell that he was unable to avoid was shielded with his offhand, which immediately raised Harry's eyebrows. But it was his wand that Harry couldn't take his eyes off of. The wand of the silent Death Eater moved so quickly yet elegantly from spell to spell that he looked like a world-class conductor. The fighting technique was the same one Harry had been working on for the last few years, but to compare what Harry did to this man was like comparing a first-year spell work to Dumbledore's. Then the silent Death Eater began to push forward. The continuous assault of spells never stopped, but it didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. He redirected a withering curse with his offhand, hitting another Death Eater in the leg. His wand slashed through the air, blowing through a gaunt Death Eater's shield like a bomb going off, sending the Death Eater flying. The large black snake slithered out of the grass and raised up to strike, fangs glistening in the moonlight. The silent Death Eater didn't even slow down as he hit the snake with a bombarda, turning it into chunks of meat. Avery stepped forward and snarled, "Traitor!" But before his wand tip could even light, the silent Death Eater made a fist with his offhand, raising it and a terrified Avery into the air. After a beat, he threw Avery away, where he smashed headfirst into a headstone. One Death Eater went down with his mouth and eyes skinned over, while another was pinned to the ground by an invisible force. The silent Death Eater just kept marching forward through the dozens of spells, never stopping and never faltering. Harry watched as the silent Death Eater ducked an organ-rotting curse aimed at his head by a fat Death Eater. His wand slashed forward with return fire, striking the fat Death Eater in the stomach. The fat one blurted out a loud oomph just before his stomach turned to stone, which quickly spread to the rest of his body. In the middle of the battlefield now stood a statue of an overlarge Death Eater, frozen in his last act of clutching his big stomach. "Amicus!" screamed another large Death Eater. Harry realized that she was most likely Alecto Caro, the twin sister of the statue formerly known as Amicus Caro. Alecto fired spell after spell at the silent Death Eater, snarling and panting like a mad dog. The silent Death Eater batted each spell away contemptuously, barely paying her any attention as he attacked the other Death Eaters. Finally, Alecto began to tire out and slow down, and that's when the silent Death Eater swiped with his offhand again, and Alecto was launched forward toward her brother. She landed in the arms of the statue with a scream, where she quickly turned to stone as well. The return fire slowed as more and more Death Eaters were incapacitated. Finally, after a Death Eater sunk down into the earth so only his nose and top of head were showing, there was only one left standing to face the silent Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy. "I'm sure we can," was all Lucius was able to say before he flew into the air, grasping at his neck for breath. The silent Death Eater stood across from Lucius, offhand raised and squeezing so tight. As Malfoy's gasp stopped and his face turned blue, the silent one released his grip and Malfoy crashed to the ground, unmoving but still breathing. Stunned was not nearly a strong enough word to describe what Harry was feeling at this moment. In about 45 seconds, one man had not only taken down almost 20 top-tier Death Eaters, he had done so easily. The way the man moved, his use of his wand combined with wandless magic, it was everything Harry was striving for, but at such a level that it seemed almost unobtainable. Over the quiet whimpers and moaning from the still conscious Death Eaters, Harry heard a hissing-like groan. He looked toward the dome to see Voldemort slowly regaining awareness. What a display the silent Death Eater had just put on to make Harry forget that the Dark Lord Voldemort was still there, unconscious the whole time. The silent Death Eater also noticed Voldemort's imminent recovery. He raised his wand and fired out a rope that twisted and turned in the air throughout the graveyard like a snake. When the incredibly long rope finally dropped, it was touching every single Death Eater. The silent one bent down, tapped his wand to the end of the rope and murmured, "Portus," too low for Harry to learn anything from. As the silent Death Eater made his way toward Voldemort's dome, the rope lit up and disappeared, taking all of Voldemort's captured followers with it. Harry knew based on what happened with the Wizengamot that they were all still alive, but the bloodthirsty and battered part of himself that was once the boy lying dead in the graveyard hoped that wherever they went, it was a living hell. Voldemort stood, shaking his head to clear it. Harry knew the exact moment Voldemort noticed his now warzone-like surroundings. His snake-like eyes grew wide in astonishment as he took in the vaporized headstones, and he gaped at the grassy areas full of churned earth as if the dead had risen. It was the first time he'd ever seen Voldemort look anything other than completely self-assured, and Harry relished his confusion. Voldemort finally noticed the silent Death Eater. "You there? Tell me what happened," Voldemort snapped. When the silent Death Eater didn't even acknowledge him, Voldemort swelled up with indignation. "Answer me." Voldemort took one step toward the silent Death Eater and stopped abruptly. He searched the area around him, and then his wand was out in an instant, firing a spell at the dome, which lit up red once again. Harry begrudgingly admitted Voldemort had discovered the dome impressively quick. "What's the meaning of this?" Voldemort hissed. Then, to Harry's surprise, the silent Death Eater answered. It's a cage for an animal, he said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You are not one of mine. Noschit. Harry was desperately trying to place his voice, but it was too distorted through the mask. What gave it away? None would ever dream of speaking to me in such a manner. Oh, please, mocked the silent Death Eater. I bet most of them dream of telling you what a cockless lunatic you are. They're just too afraid to do it. Admittedly, not without reason. Voldemort let out an inhuman shriek. I will strip the flesh from your bones. Promises, promises. The grass around Voldemort's feet began to blacken from the uncontrollable magic rolling off him. Your mockery will only add to the amount of suffering I cause you. You'd have to get out of there first to do anything, and I don't see that happening for quite some time. Harry watched as the magic pulsing from Voldemort lessened and lessened as he reined himself back in. Once he had calmed, he fired several probing spells at the dome. I must admit that this is well constructed, but it won't be enough to keep me from escaping and ending your pathetic life in the most gruesome ways imaginable. For some reason, the silent Death Eater actually seemed to preen at the comment. Glad to know my hard work is appreciated, he said happily. You may be a murdering psychopath leveraging the pureblood cause, which we both know you care nothing about, by the way, to feed your megalomania, but you are a titan of the magical world. If I can create something that impresses you, as one magic user to another, I consider that a compliment. Voldemort seemed to contemplate the fake Death Eater in front of him before firing a few more probing spells. It most closely resembles a Norse Shilvedgr, but it's been modified to keep all magic in instead of out. I must admit, the ability to make an obscure 1,000-year-old spell your own shows great skill. Why, thank you, said the silent Death Eater as he bowed. But in the end, it won't save you from the horrors you will soon experience. And we're back to threats. With sweet talk like that, it's shocking you're still single, laughed the silent Death Eater. But let's be honest with ourselves. You're smart enough to know it would take several minutes of work for even you to break through the enchantments I layered for my special Shilvedgr, and I don't plan on giving you that kind of time. You layered? You didn't use runic slabs to anchor the spell? Voldemort asked with intensity. Without the slabs, this kind of spell work would take hours to accomplish. How could you have possibly known ahead of time where the ritual was to occur? Now that's a very good question with a very good answer, but I think we'll hold off on that for the time being. You will answer me now. For the second time, no I won't, said the silent Death Eater in a mocking yell. Come on, mate, say it with me this time. You're not getting to me anytime soon because that shield is way too powerful. Like you said, it would take time to delayer the enchantments, and for as strong as you are, you couldn't even come close to brute forcing your way through either. For God's sakes, you could set off an atomic bomb in there, and out here all we'd see were pretty lights. Voldemort's silence provided his acceptance on the matter, though the hateful way he gazed at the silent Death Eater would have cowered most men. How did you get the mask and robe of one of my followers? Oh, these. The silent Death Eater looked down at his robes as if seeing them for the first time. Got them off Mulciber. When I went to his house and asked politely for his Death Eater garb, he tried to pretend like he didn't know what I was talking about. Once he realized that I wasn't taking no for an answer, he tried every trick in the book to keep me from leaving with them. Even tried to collapse his wards on us both. The madman. None of it mattered, of course. I still put a hole the size of a watermelon through his chest and took them anyway. But you can rest assured that he fought for your cause until the bitter end. Voldemort stared once again at the silent Death Eater, giving no indication that he cared about Mulciber's fate one way or the other. Who are you? He asked. Can't ruin the surprise yet, but I promise you we're almost there. Voldemort sneered at that response, but moved on. I assume you removed my followers from this place. Did they also fall prey to some elaborate trap? Oh no, the silent Death Eater said breezily. I fought them all at once. Liar, Voldemort snapped. No, I'm not, he replied calmly. I have no reason to lie. I fought all your best people. The ones who had terrorized this nation, murdering, raping, ruining lives and families. I fought them all, Tom, and I destroyed them. Voldemort burst forward, so only the edge of the dome separating him from the silent Death Eater. How do you know that name? Who told you? Are you one of Dumbledore's pets? he demanded. Dumbledore, scoffed the silent Death Eater. Have you met the man? He hoards secrets like a niffler. Then how did you learn that name? You'll find out soon enough. Voldemort growled in response. I grow tired of your attempts at intrigue. And I grow tired of all your worthless threats. This shield won't last forever, and once I leave, I will show you why you should fear me. Harry expected the silent Death Eater to reply again with a snarky comment, but instead his tone was much more pensive. I will admit that the thought of you petrified me for a long time, but probably not in the way you're thinking. There's only one way to fear me, totally. Every being with sense knows this. The silent Death Eater's voice grew quieter as he answered. You're right, I had good sense enough to fear you and what you could do. But the thing that terrified me the most was the thought of this moment right now. Me ending up in front of you. Would I handle it? Would I be enough? I mean, it's not every day you're face to face with the monster hiding under your bed. And do you find yourself now faltering in my presence? Voldemort pounced, his smile malicious. Did you witness what I did to the great Harry Potter and realize that you are but an ant under my boot? When there was no response, he continued. Come now, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Many powerful wizards have gone against me, and they've all learned the truth in the end. I am the greatest practitioner of magic the world has ever known. You were right to fear me. The silent Death Eater shook his head and said softly, You still don't understand what's happening here. But the weak response only emboldened Voldemort. I understand that your fear of me is justified. You see, I will spend the next few minutes dismantling this impressive piece of magic around me. But not before you've had time to flee this place, if you're smart. But in the end, running will not save you. No matter where you try to hide, I will eventually find you and kill you. But not before I destroy everyone and everything you love. Voldemort waited for a response, his sick and twisted smile begging for the silent Death Eater to refute. When he didn't, Voldemort began to laugh before turning his back to him, raising his wand to begin dismantling the trap. Thus Harry was startled when the silent Death Eater removed his robes, showing the black trousers and jersey he wore underneath. His arms were solidly built under the sleeves, and he had a toned frame and a thick chest for his 6-foot height. The sheer fucking hubris, he spat, drawing Voldemort's attention. There was no weakness in his voice now, mistaking my silence for fear instead of what it really was. Me coming to terms with what's about to happen. You may be so weak you need to lie to yourself, but don't lie to me, said Voldemort. I told you I don't need to lie, but for the sake of argument let's look at the facts. I set an unbreakable trap for you before you even got here. Right where I knew you would land, I might add. I fought every single one of your Death Eaters at once and won, and now I'm bantering with you like we're old buddies instead of cowering like a schoolgirl, said the silent Death Eater, as if was simply listing ingredients from a recipe. But then the casualness in his voice turned into a sneer. So you tell me, Lord Voldemort, do any of those seem like the actions of a man who has even one iota of concern that things won't go his way tonight? At this, Voldemort simply lost his mind. Pull down this dome, coward. Have the courtesy to face me wand to wand, so you can pass from this world like a man after I mutilate your body and crush your soul. Funny choice of words, mutilate and soul. The silent Death Eater reached into a pouch on his lower back. He slowly pulled out a broken cup engraved with badgers, held it up for Voldemort to see, and then tossed it to the side. He did the same for the locket, diadem, and ring, each one as damaged as the cup. The diary with a big hole in it is still in Dumbledore's office, and the parts of Nagini's body are over there somewhere. He waved negligently back toward the field of headstones. But the best part is the last Horcrux. The one you didn't even know about is over there. He, of course, pointed to the downed body of the younger Harry. Thanks for the assist, by the way. For the rest of Harry's life, he would never forget the look on Voldemort's face as he saw his destroyed Horcruxes. His great works to ensure his immortality, handled so dismissively. In that moment, every bit of the godlike, unstoppable visage he had portrayed for decades vanished, and all that was left was a wounded man who had mutilated his body and soul in pursuits he never should have undertaken. Harry watched as Voldemort kept looking back and forth in shock and confusion at his Horcruxes and the silent Death Eater, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. But then he stared just at the Death Eater for some time, and then the confusion melted off his face, to be replaced by what Harry could only describe as dawning horror. "And now it's time," muttered the silent Death Eater. "Who are you?" Voldemort whispered again. "You know who." Harry heard the smirk in the response. "It's not possible," Voldemort said, shaking his head side to side. "It's not likely, but it's certainly possible."
No.
Voldemort screamed. "You can't have come back. No one could defeat me. Not even someone with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord." Then the silent Death Eater removed his mask, and Harry's world tilted on its axis. He could feel his mouth opening and closing, like an automatic bodily function gone haywire. The analytical part of him felt that he probably should have figured this out, that the facts were actually staring him right in the face the whole time. But what were facts and logic worth in the presence of insanity? Because insane was the only way to describe the identity of the silent Death Eater, who was now smiling at Voldemort. The silent Death Eater was Harry Potter. Or rather, it was an older version of himself. This future Harry's dark hair was sprinkled with gray around the temples, and the skin around his face looking looser and more worn. If this future version of him was a Muggle, Harry would say he looked to be in his late 30s. Since he was a wizard, however, that could mean he was anywhere from 35 to 70 years old. For a second, he wondered if this was some elaborate hoax. That's because, once again, the idea that he'd somehow grow up to travel decades into the past, capture 17 Death Eaters, wreck the Wizengamot, and, oh yeah, kill Voldemort was insane. But in his heart, he knew that was really future him facing off against Voldemort. What sold him was the way future Harry wore the scar on his face. It was definitely less pronounced and raw than the one he sported today, but there was no mistaking that unique Z shape. Someone faking this situation in order to hoodwink Harry would have tried to diminish the scar's impact on his future version's face, or remove it altogether. They would think any reasonable person would want the hideous deformity gone. But Harry knew he would never do such a thing. He may not be truly comfortable with it now, but it served him as a reminder of what he almost lost that night, and why he needed to keep fighting. It may be hideous, but it was his, and he would tell anyone who disagreed the same words Astoria used for people who commented about it around her. "You can fuck right off." "Hey Tom," said future Harry. Voldemort stood there poleaxed, but slowly regaining his wits. "How is this possible? It's super complicated, with enough high-level arithmancy equations to fill 10 notebooks. I mean, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you," replied future Harry, who then started laughing. "Not a Top Gun fan, no? Bah, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the truth is I'm not going to tell you, because I am 100% going to kill you, so why waste the time? How do you plan to do that?" Harry noticed that Voldemort had a sneer on his face once again, but it was much less convincing than before this revelation. "Are you going to keep me trapped in here while you fill this dome with poisonous gas?" "No," Harry said, surprised. "But I'm both impressed and disturbed with how quickly you thought of that. It makes sense. You dare not have the courage to face me man to man. Man to man. So you would try and find some craven way to defeat me. Why else would you place me in a dome where I cannot strike back? You've spent what appears to be decades preparing to kill me without facing me, because you know that while the mindless public from your time period probably heaps praise on you for all your supposed talent, I would still come out victorious in a duel." Future Harry began to slowly clap. "You are the most self-centered chap I've ever met, but that was an excellent attempt to goad me into fighting you." "Stop joking," snapped Voldemort. "It's a pathetic deflection. Face me, Harry Potter. Otherwise you'll always know in the back of your mind that you were my inferior. You just want me to fight you because you're so sure you'll win and be able to change the future." "I know I'll win, Potter." "Then that doesn't give me much incentive to fight you, does it?" Voldemort went to respond when future Harry waved him off. "No, don't bother to say anything. I know you'll challenge my manhood once again, and that's just tiresome. The truth is, Tom, I was never going to gas you to death, though I'll have to keep that one in mind for my next fight against a formerly immortal Dark Lord. No, I'm going to give you what you want. We're going to battle." Harry didn't know who was more stunned by that answer, him or Voldemort. Voldemort recovered, though, and threw his head back in laughter. "Oh, Potter, do you truly care so little for your life?" "No, I love my life. Great friends, great job, and amazing wife. It's almost perfect, except for you, my own personal millstone that's been hanging around my neck since I was 18 months old. You're right. I could get rid of you easily enough in that dome, but that doesn't feel right. No, you and I need to end things with our wands. That's the only way our story should finish. Then by all means, tear down this dome and let us begin." Voldemort bowed. "Tear it down? And waste showing you the best part of the modifications." Future Harry's wand moved in a complicated fashion as he said, "Compress." The shield now remained red and wobbled in place. Voldemort shouted out and raised his wand, but before he could do anything the dome shrunk down in an instant, enveloping Voldemort like a second skin. He gave out a cry and buckled at the waist, but just as quickly as the red dome crashed on him, it disappeared. "What did you do?" Voldemort wheezed as he stood up. "Nothing much except restrict your travel. You see, for the next 10 hours you are unable to apparate or use a portkey. Not to brag, but that modification to the shield won me an Abbot Fozzie Prize in Applied Charms a few years ago." "And what else does it hinder?" Voldemort demanded. "Nothing else. Only your travel." "Why? If you have such control over the shield, why didn't you impede my ability to cast?" Future Harry began to stretch out his arms as he answered. "Because I want you at peak ability when we fight, and I don't want to hear you bitch and moan with your excuses. And as for why it stops you from traveling anywhere magically, because when the moment arrives during our fight when you realize that not only can you not beat me, but that you're going to die, you'll be unable to run away like the craven you are." Voldemort sneered as he dropped into a dueler's stance, presenting a side profile, arms loose but ready. "It will be my greatest pleasure to watch the light leave your eyes." Future Harry gave a small smile as he adopted a similar pose. "Enough talking. Now let's see if the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, can match against the famous Harry Potter." The Death and Life of Harry Potter, Chapter 5. Within seconds it was clear this would be a much different battle than the one just fought against the Death Eaters. Where Future Harry used standard offensive charms and transfiguration, albeit at an almost absurd level, to defeat the Death Eaters, there was nothing standard with his approach to Voldemort. For several minutes both combatants exchanged barrages of beyond powerful spells and magnificent feats of transfiguration. Harry had no doubt that if he was really witnessing the fight in person, he would have been overcome by the sheer weight and pressure of the magic being exchanged. There was surprisingly little movement from the two. In this battle, both combatants faced each other head-on, as if running was beneath them. They reminded Harry of two titans from ancient myth, so powerful for so long that they had forgotten to be afraid of an opponent. Voldemort dodged a column of orange crackling magic, firing back his own muddy brown wave of pulsing energy. Future Harry rotated his wand, and the top layer of earth and grass in front of him rolled up and intercepted the magic. Future Harry then made a circular motion with his wand all around him. The ground started to shake and gyrate, and then sections started to rise. As the lumps of earth and grass grew, they formed into a dozen or so rough approximations of humans, each holding a bow and quiver of arrows. "Loose!" Future Harry yelled as he slashed his wand down, and the Earth Bowman fired at will toward the Dark Lord. Voldemort had a shield up at first to protect him, but somehow every third arrow or so got through. After one arrow nicked his arm, Voldemort turned his blazing red eyes toward Future Harry and screamed out as he jabbed his wand forward. A shockwave of sound shot forward, turning the Earth Bowman back to dirt and making Harry dizzy as well. "Impressive, Potter," Voldemort shouted as he increased the size of two gravestones exponentially and then had them fly toward Future Harry. Future Harry quickly waved his wand over his body just before the gravestones smashed into him in an explosion of sound and rubble. Before Harry even had time to worry, the pile of stone melted into the ground like water, and Future Harry stood there unharmed, a blue barrier fading from around his body. "Thanks, Tom," Future Harry said as he dusted off his clothes. "I haven't worked this hard in a long time. It's nice to stretch out every once in a while, wouldn't you say? I must admit that there's nothing more invigorating than a good duel." Voldemort casually fired a hex that somehow shrieked through the air, and future Harry batted it away. But I believe it's time to really begin to test ourselves. Voldemort raised both arms up, and the ground in front of him began to smoke, then glow red, and then melt. He had somehow turned the dirt and grass into a growing pool of lava. He thrust his arms down, and the pool expanded quickly toward future Harry, followed by a growing wave of lava. Future Harry brought his wand tip straight up in front of his mouth and blew over it. A huge gust of electric blue frost flew out of the wand and intercepted the incoming lava, creating a spray of boiling hot steam over the quickly cooling pool and wave. I couldn't agree more. Future Harry brought his fist up to his mouth, blew into it, and tossed a red spark toward Voldemort. The spark exploded between them, growing instantly into a 4-story dragon made of fire. Harry watched in awe as the fire rolled and expanded, but always maintained the shape of what appeared to be a demonic version of a Hungarian horntail. When the dragon spotted Voldemort, it raised its head and roared a hideous and primordial scream. Voldemort actually appeared alarmed as the fire dragon's stomach expanded right before bellowing white-hot flame out of its mouth. Voldemort was able to just raise his wand to create a barrier to deflect the bright white heat and fire around him. Voldemort screamed out from the effort it took to maintain his position from the unrelenting assault. When the fire dragon stopped its attack, the area around Voldemort was either on fire or turned into black glass and ash. But Voldemort wasted no time catching his breath or noticing the destruction. His wand was slashing through the air, creating silver bands that shot toward the fiery beast. They wrapped around its snout, body, and wings, and the fire dragon let out a horrifying shriek of pain and agony as the bands grew tighter. Finally, the fire dragon let out one last miserable roar before it was extinguished by the shrinking bands, which disappeared just after the dragon did. Voldemort spun in a circle with his wand pointed out. As he completed the circle, the ground above every grave exploded outward in a shower of dirt and grass. Suddenly the bones from the graves shot into the sky, all flying to a spot just in front of Voldemort. Thousands of human bones in different states of decay crashed into a heap, and then began to fuse together. As the bones took shape, Harry was sickened by the monstrosity that was slowly forming in front of him. In response to the 4-story fire dragon, Voldemort was creating his own towering beast, a hunched, mutated bone monster that looked just human-shaped enough to haunt nightmares. Once every last bone from the graveyard merged with the monster, it took several grating steps toward future Harry, with its hideously large and deformed mouth open in a silent snarl. Future Harry fired a red beam at the monster, but to both Harry's surprise, nothing happened. "Ha!" Future Harry said, looking at his wand. That momentary lapse allowed the monster to get close enough to make a swipe with its razor-sharp claw of bones. Future Harry saw the move just in the nick of time and was able to roll out of the way. Future Harry fired several more powerful spells at the bone monster as he tried to keep his distance. Each one connected with the silent monster, but splashed against its collection of bones harmlessly. "I see your future education lacked in dealing with necromancy," Voldemort shouted happily. After avoiding a particular close attack, future Harry stopped, and with a look of sudden realization began to pat his body. Harry watched confused as future Harry yelled out, "Yes!" when he patted his right front trouser pocket. He reached in and pulled out something hand-sized and brightly colored. Future Harry eyed the item and gave a small laugh. "I live such a weird life," he muttered. He tossed it into the air and hit it with a blue spell. As he fired the spell, the bone monster came close enough to future Harry to swipe at him once more. This time, however, future Harry didn't have time to defend himself. Just before the swipe of the bone monster's claw was to eviscerate him, there was a loud crack and the monster was launched off its feet and crashed into a giant oak tree. Harry looked at what hit the bone monster and could only cackle at the lunacy of this whole evening. Even he, with his stunted childhood, still recognized the ridiculous savior. There, standing protectively in front of future Harry, was a cartoon hero brought to larger-than-life-size proportions. It was Optimus Prime. The Autobot leader was full of authority and gleaming red and blue metal as it stared down its enemy. The bone monster recovered and got to its feet, letting out yet another silent snarl. The two mammoth constructs ran toward each other, with Optimus ducking the monster's attack and instead punching the monster in the collection of bones it used for a face. The bone monster finally reared back, showing the first signs of damage as bone chips fell off of it. It then body-checked Optimus away to give itself room, but Optimus was quick to return and engage again. "I did not expect that." Voldemort hesitated. The two constructs continued to trade blows as they moved further away from the two remaining in the graveyard. "I'm not surprised. I can't imagine Saturday morning cartoons were your thing." "Saturday morning? What nonsense are you babbling about?" Future Harry waved the question away. "It's not important. Let's just get one with it, shall we?" Voldemort and Future Harry both whipped their wands forward, beginning another round of spellfire. Back and forth they went, neither gaining the advantage over the other. At one point you'd have Voldemort destroying Future Harry's flock of ravens with fire, followed by Future Harry's elemental lightning being dispersed by Voldemort's black cloud of swirling magic. On the battle raged. Eventually Voldemort conjured a boulder and launched it toward Future Harry. Future Harry jabbed his wand toward the rock, exploding it, but in doing so he released a cloud of green gas from the core of the boulder. As the gas moved toward him, Future Harry quickly swiped his offhand over his face, creating a bubblehead charm over his eyes and mouth. Future Harry tried using wind and an overpowered vanishing charm, but was unable to dispel the cloud before it reached him. He hissed in pain as soon as the gas touched his skin, and his clothes started to bubble and melt from the noxious fumes. As his arms turned red and began to blister, Future Harry pulled his wand toward him as if he was yanking on a rope, and millions of little water droplets began to form around his body. He was literally pulling the moisture out of the air. Those water droplets swarmed and encased Future Harry, providing him instant relief based on the look on his face. Now pulling both arms into his chest, Future Harry then exploded his arms outward, which in turn exploded the water out around him, destroying the gas cloud. As the water moved, Future Harry transfigured it into razor-sharp pieces of ice. While Voldemort was able to use fire to mostly protect himself, he had been caught flat-foot by the quick transfiguration to ice, giving Future Harry an opening to attack. Future Harry spun his wand above his head, and a wave of yellow, almost electrical-like energy moved forward so fast that Voldemort could only get his wand partially up. Voldemort collapsed to the ground, pinned as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on him. In fact, the entire area around Voldemort seemed to be affected. The grass was flattened, the limbs on the trees were pointing straight down and groaning, and several of the headstones cracked and chipped. His future self was literally increasing the gravity in a not insignificant amount of space. Defying gravity by making an object float was one thing, but this was mind-boggling. The power one would need to affect gravity on this kind of scale was beyond measure. When he looked at his future self, he expected to see extreme exertion, or maybe even triumph at the position Voldemort was in. Instead, Future Harry looked concerned while he easily maintained the gravity spell. Harry's brows creased as he looked back at Voldemort, trying to understand what was going on that had his future self so cautious. To him, the scene was set for victory. The Dark Lord was down and not moving, pinned by the constant, overwhelming pressure. If there was something there, Harry couldn't see it. Bang! Suddenly Harry cried out, his senses overwhelmed by an incredibly loud boom and bright flash of light. Once his vision cleared, he tried to determine who or what created the flash, but there was no immediate evident explanation. Voldemort and Future Harry certainly weren't the culprits, either. One was still pinned, and the other was still holding his spell while blinking rapidly. Future Harry continued looking incredibly concerned, which along with the mysterious flash and boom was ramping up Harry's anxiety. He looked back and forth at the scene, trying desperately to find what he was missing while still trying to figure out where the flash came from. He was so caught up in his own investigation that he almost didn't hear it. Amidst the groans of the gravity spell, there was a weak, intermittent hacking sound. He moved his head around to try and hone in on the source, and discovered it was coming from Voldemort himself. When Harry walked closer to investigate, he thought at first Voldemort was somehow choking. But as the horrible hacking sound continued, it dawned on him that it wasn't a choking sound at all. Voldemort was attempting to laugh with no air in his lungs. Suddenly vines shot out of the earth around Future Harry, knocking his wand from his hand deep into the graveyard, then wrapping around his arms and legs. Future Harry was hoisted into the air, where he struggled futilely to escape. Voldemort rose to his knees, laughing with abandon now that the gravity had gone back to normal. He pulled his wand loose from where it had been stuck into the ground, and Harry understood what had had his future self so spooked. He couldn't see Voldemort's wand while he had him pinned, which meant that Voldemort was still a danger. A smirking Voldemort sauntered over to the captured future Harry. As he watched his future self keep struggling to escape, Harry grew more and more confused. This wasn't supposed to happen, was it? There was no conceivable way Voldemort could defeat his future self, because he knew Voldemort would literally lose his head in the next few minutes. That act had to be done by future Harry's hands, because Voldemort certainly didn't do it to himself. Then Harry's stomach dropped when he realized he'd been making one massive assumption. Ever since future Harry unmasked himself, he believed him to be empty enigma. But what if he wasn't? What if there was someone else who was ready to swoop in and take care of Voldemort? And what if that person does so only after Voldemort killed his future self? Here we are once again, Harry. You worked and trained for decades with the sole intention of defeating me, and when the time finally comes you failed. I think that might be the saddest thing I've ever heard. Future Harry had stopped struggling, and was glaring at Voldemort with utter hate. No words, Voldemort derided. Why, just a few moments ago you couldn't help but joke and jest. What happened to that light-hearted attitude? Voldemort stepped in front of future Harry, gazing at him with that same infuriating smirk. Normally I would draw this out, enjoy my time with you. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to take months of personal attention to mold your mind and soul into becoming my most devoted follower. Can you imagine how the wizarding world would react to seeing a grown-up Harry Potter murdering mudbloods with a smile on his face and a song in his heart? Truly a remarkable vision. Unfortunately, with you being from the future, the secrets you carry are much too important to chance losing through my persuasive techniques. So instead, I will rip all you know from your mind and use that information to further cement my power. Can you imagine knowing what events are to come, using that information to shape the days to come? What am I saying? Voldemort laughed. If there's anyone who knows, it's you. Voldemort reached up with his long fingers and grabbed future Harry's chin, forcing him to look Voldemort in the eye. Once I've taken everything I can from your mind, Voldemort began with barely controlled rage. I'm not going to torture you further. I've already tortured one Harry Potter tonight, and doing so twice is beneath me. You're beneath me. He angrily released future Harry's chin and took a few steps back. Actually, I was hasty about promising not to torture you. Voldemort smirked once more. In order to make sure your mind is ready for me, I'm gonna have to, how do they say, soften you up a bit. Crucio. Harry's terror grew as his future self thrashed and pulled on the vines holding him, somehow never making a sound through the unimaginable torture he must be feeling. As Voldemort kept the spell going and going, Harry's hopes that his future self would somehow find a way to escape and overcome Voldemort disappeared. He was going to witness his death, his true death this time. What kind of monster was empty enigma to send Harry this memory? To be there, so to speak, for his final defeat at the thing that had taken everything from him? Voldemort finally released the spell after several minutes. Future Harry hung limply from the vines, his eyes glazed and without focus. He may still be breathing, Harry thought with numb resignation, but he was dead in all the ways that mattered. Voldemort let out one last victorious laugh and raised his wand toward future Harry's head. Defeated and drooling as it should be, here's to the future Harry Potter. Legilimens. The triumphant grin slipped off Voldemort's face, replaced with a frown. In a blink, two blue lights shot past Harry, fired from behind him. Voldemort's confusion at whatever he saw in future Harry's mind garnered all his attention, and he didn't see the two spells in time to protect himself. Voldemort's hands exploded at the spell's impact. He screamed as he collapsed to his knees, blood and grizzle coating his front. He tried to raise his hands in front of his face, but there was nothing left except jagged nubs. A shocked Harry whirled around in time to see his future self appear out of thin air, bruised and battered but relatively unhurt. Future Harry's previous joviality was nowhere to be found, and now he exuded a grimness of determination. Future Harry stepped between Voldemort and the version of himself still hanging from the vines. He stared down at the Dark Lord who hadn't yet noticed him, as he was still gazing at his missing hands. He had mercifully stopped screaming. Voldemort finally became aware of Future Harry's presence, and was just as shocked at his appearance as Harry. "How?" Voldemort gutted out. Without a word and without looking back, Future Harry slashed his wand toward his drooling self hanging from the vines. The spell impacted the chest area, opening a massive gash. But instead of blood and internal organs rushing out, it was dirt and water. "A homunculus," Future Harry said quietly. "Not my best work. I didn't even have time to give it speech, but it got the job done." "When did you?" Voldemort began. But Future Harry interrupted him with quiet calm.
No.
"You get nothing more." Voldemort started breathing heavily, his eyes darting around like a wild animal searching for an escape. He rose to his feet and spun in place, and promptly fell back to his knees while crying out. He was trying to apparate without a wand, and with Future Harry's anti-transportation spell on him. It was such a pathetic display that Harry couldn't even take any joy in witnessing it. "Like I said, Craven," Future Harry said simply. Future Harry raised his wand at Voldemort, who had just a moment to understand what was happening and scream before his head rolled off his shoulders. It was so abrupt, so anticlimactic, that it took Harry several seconds to process the simple fact that he just witnessed Voldemort's true death. So many emotions flooded him as he watched the head come to a rest, Voldemort's face locked forever in complete terror. There was elation and happiness, of course, but most of all tremendous relief. He hadn't realized how much he needed to actually see the deed happen. Future Harry seemed to be having the same kind of catharsis. He brought his hands behind his head, letting out a joyful laugh while tears streamed down his face. He walked over and kneeled next to Voldemort's head, staring at for quite some time, like he was forcing himself to believe what had just happened. Eventually the truth must have sunk in because he stood and immediately got to work. He vanished the vines and homunculus, then apparat across the graveyard. Since this was Future Harry's memory, Harry was forced along, and he had to fight the disorientation from the abrupt change in the memory's perspective. Future Harry had landed next to a massive pile of bones still being guarded by Optimus Prime, who was the obvious victor in the fight between constructs. With a wave of his wand, the bones flew back into the air, heading back to their respective graves. Future Harry gave the Autobot a joking salute, which Optimus matched seriously, then shrunk him back down to toy size. "Thanks, Teddy," he whispered, staring at the toy for an extended moment before putting it back in his pocket. Without warning, he spun on his heel again, and Harry had just a second to brace himself for another jarring change in perspective. They arrived back at Voldemort's body, and Future Harry wasted no time firing several spells around the graveyard. The almost complete destruction began to clear. Headstones came back together, while grass and dirt rolled back into position. He put out any remaining fires while also vanishing the large cauldron that had been the start of this nightmarish evening. After a few minutes, the graveyard appeared clean and whole, as if it was just any other random day. Future Harry put his wand tip in front of his mouth and clearly said, "Arseface." A still unconscious and brutalized Wormtail popped into the air about a meter off the ground and instantly crashed face first. Somehow Future Harry had tied a portkey to an activation code passed through his wand, which was of course ridiculous and beyond anything Harry had ever heard of. He couldn't stop smiling. Future Harry twisted his wand and Pettigrew flipped onto his back. Voldemort's head was then levitated and plopped on Wormtail's stomach. Future Harry then gathered the remaining former Horcruxes and tossed them toward Pettigrew as well. When the body of Cedric Diggory was levitated toward the growing pile, Harry had to swallow past the lump in his throat. A part of him would never forgive himself for not being faster to defend Cedric that night. He just hoped that wherever Cedric was now, he could forgive him. Future Harry gently placed Cedric's body on the ground, and then spoke so quietly that Harry had to get closer to hear. "It's been so many years, and I still think about you all the time. I'm sorry it turned out this way," said Future Harry. When the body of the younger Harry was brought over, Harry actually recoiled at the sight. He knew he had been injured that night, his scar being the most apparent example. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine looking like this, bloody and mutilated. So pale he looked more corpse than alive. If he didn't know otherwise, he would have thought younger Harry's body had been through an explosion. After placing the people and items together so they were all touching, including chunks of Voldemort's snake, future Harry took one last long look before summoning the Triwizard Cup. When the shining blue cup came close enough, future Harry stepped aside, and it hit Cedric's outstretched hand, sending the group back to Hogwarts. Future Harry then turned his attention to Voldemort's headless body. With no ceremony or delay, future Harry fired a burst of concentrated flame, immolating the body in seconds. "Fucker," he growled, and then vanished the remaining ashes. And that was that, Harry thought. Even seeing everything that happened that night, after living with the after effects for the last 6 months, Harry still had trouble believing it was finally over. Hem. Future Harry's high-pitched throat-clearing drew Harry out of his own thoughts. "So you and I have a lot to talk about," future Harry stated, somehow again looking directly at Harry. Then, with a tired smile, he added, "But for God's sakes, let's not do it in a graveyard. Luckily, I know just the place." Future Harry snapped his fingers, and everything turned black. The Death and Life of Harry Potter, Chapter 6. Switching memories while inside a pensieve is an incredibly jarring experience. The world instantly goes dark around you, and for a split second you're not sure if you exist as anything more than passing thoughts. Which is why it took Harry a few seconds to gather his bearings after he appeared in the new location. Once he did, he found himself inside a windowless sitting room, with weathered walls painted slate gray and an older dark wood floor still in excellent condition. The only 2 items in the room were an identical pair of comfortable chairs in front of an open hearth, a cozy fire already crackling. The sound of a door closing behind him drew Harry's attention. His older self stood at the other end of the room, wearing different clothes and with none of the nicks and bruises from the fight with Voldemort. It was possible he could have changed his outfit and fixed his injuries with magic before coming into the room, but it was more likely that this new memory was from some time long after the battle. Harry was finally able to take a good look at what his future had in store for his appearance, and all in all, he was happy with how he would age. As he noticed in the graveyard, the Z scar was faded but still recognizable, and his future self was in excellent shape for a middle-aged man. His face was a little more weathered than Harry would have liked, but not so much that he looked like worn shoe leather, thank God. He also wore his salt and pepper hair longer on top and cut short on the sides, which wasn't a style Harry would have chosen for himself, but he was just happy he still had hair at that age. The clothes took a little getting used to, though. While the dragonhide boots and jacket were fantastic choices in Harry's opinion, the jeans and green-collared shirt were way too tight. He was having difficulty imagining a future where trousers that looked painted on were in style. As he catalogued every single detail he could from future Harry's appearance, one odd thing jumped out to him: his future self's demeanor. When he was fighting in the graveyard, he seemed larger than life and unstoppable. Here, in this new memory, he was more reserved and lacking his previous exuberance. "Get a good look?" future Harry asked, favoring Harry with a small grin. Harry ignored the question and continued his examination. "Well, aren't you going to say something?" This question caused Harry to do a double take. A memory talking to the person inside the pensieve was crazy enough, but to respond? Hello? "He speaks," future Harry mock celebrated. "I don't remember being a 15-year-old mute, but admittedly it has been a few years and the memory isn't what it used to be." Harry's brain completely shut down as he stood there gaping. Future Harry chuckled, seemingly enjoying his befuddlement. "Oh kid, better close that mouth. It's only going to get stranger from here." As future Harry moved to sit in the chair to the right of the hearth, he motioned Harry to the other. While his brain was still rebooting, Harry slowly made his way toward the unoccupied chair, where he encountered a dilemma. "How the hell am I supposed to sit down?" he murmured. "You actually just bend your knees and put your arse on the cushion." At Harry's incredulous look, future Harry added, all right, lesson time. I bet your initial assumption is that you can't sit because you'll fall right to floor, am I right?" "Yes?" Harry stretched out. Then let me ask you a question. Inside a pensieve, how is sitting on a chair any different from standing on the ground? Harry actually thought about what future Harry was asking. You're saying they're the same? Future Harry nodded. Magic is incredible, especially when it works in conjunction with the brain. When in a pensive memory, your mind interprets everything around it in regards to what it understands from reality. Chairs are for sitting, floors are for walking, etc. So the magic of the pensieve takes your brain's parameters and makes them real, allowing the memory to match your real-world expectations. This holds true as long as your actions don't disrupt the memory itself. For example, you can sit in an unoccupied chair, but if you tried to punch me in the face, your fist would pass right through because hitting me would interfere with the memory. Harry eyed the chair for a second longer, and then gingerly sat down. To his surprise, it was actually as comfortable as it looked. This is incredible. I mean, functionality within a pensieve isn't something I've given a lot of thought, but it's, what the fuck? How am I talking to you? Future Harry laughed. I knew the pensive talk wouldn't distract you for long. This is not possible. And yet it's happening. Future Harry sat upon that comfortable chair, still strangely subdued, while one leg rested effortlessly on the other. Harry thought his demeanor was rather blasé for a guy who was breaking the laws of time to have a conversation with his younger self. Frankly, it was starting to bug Harry. Something in his expression must have bled through, because future Harry raised his hands in supplication. All right, sorry. No more smug responses to my younger self. Now, I'm not going to just answer your question because where's the fun in that? Instead, I'll give you one hint, and then let you ask me one question. You're really not going to just tell me? You're going to make me jump through hoops on this? Harry asked, irritation coloring his speech. Yes, and putting the fun for me aside, it will make sense why in a minute. He then clapped his hands together and slid to the edge of his seat. Are we ready to put on our thinking caps? So many curse words floated across Harry's brain. Yes. Very well. My hint is this. I'm Harry Potter. Harry waited a beat for the obvious follow-up. None came. That's it? He asked incredulously. That's all you need, future Harry answered. Unless me adding that this whole thing is like a great big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff helps. It didn't help, and apparently Harry grew up to be a bit of a nonsensical dick. His initial impression of the phrase, I'm Harry Potter, coming from Harry Potter, was that it was the kind of bullshit a first-year philosophy student thinks up when they've been enjoying some illegal substances. Somehow, he didn't think that was the correct interpretation. Okay, let me see if I understand this. In order to decode the mind-boggling feat of conversing through time using a pensive memory, something which introduces possibilities that could rewrite our understanding of all recorded history, I need to figure out the helpful hint you provided, which is, I remind you, just saying our name. Harry couldn't help but snark, which sadly didn't seem to impact his future self at all. Harry started by talking himself through the problem. The first thing I can do is immediately dismiss it as you identifying yourself. I already knew you were Harry Potter by your looks and the way you talked to Voldemort, so the hint isn't to convince me of your identity. He tapped his finger on his chin. It could be a brag on your part about your standing and abilities, like saying, I'm Harry Potter is good enough to get you free drinks at a pub or something in your time. This elicited a chuckle from his older self. Sorry to disappoint, but I still need to bring my wallet wherever I go. That's too bad. Harry ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, turning his already wild hair impossible. I'm Harry Potter isn't a lot to go on, mate, now is it? I already know I'm Harry Potter, and I know you're Harry Potter, but what does? His words trailed off, because an idea began to dawn on him like a coming sunrise. Oh, I think I'm having a thought. Maybe I'm overthinking the hint. Maybe the answer is as simple as the statement itself. You're Harry Potter, which means you're me. No more, no less. He wasn't sure why, but the words felt right as soon as he said them. His mind followed the trail lit up by this path of thought. If he accepted his hypothesis as the truth, then that meant his future self was emphasizing the fact that he was Harry Potter, too. He could also be highlighting that their different ages didn't make them different people, no matter how much trouble Harry had wrapping his head around that fact. Suddenly, he knew the question he wanted to ask. Were you ever sitting where I am right now? The look of pride that bloomed from future Harry stirred feelings of nostalgia for Harry's past talks with Dumbledore. Indeed I was his simple response. Harry jumped up, a giddiness in his step as he fully dove into the flow of problem-solving. So if we take the hint and your answer to the question together, saying your Harry Potter is saying you were once me and all that entails, he said, pacing behind the chair. So when you were 15 years old, you were going through this exact event from my perspective, which means that there was a future Harry for you as well. He stopped walking. So if you were once me, then logically I'll grow up to be you. Which means we're in some sort of loop, aren't we? Future Harry didn't answer, but he did smile, which raised Harry's excitement even further. Okay. If we accept this is just one big time loop, then at some point in my future I'll be the one sitting in your chair, wearing ridiculous jeans and talking to a 15-year-old version of me. That means I would have lived through everything you have. I would have been the one in the graveyard defeating the Death Eaters and Voldemort, and I would have had this conver. And then, just like that, he understood. You're cheating. You're not really talking to me, are you? You memorized everything. He stated in awe as he sat back down. You had the memory of this conversation from when you were me, sitting in my chair, and used the pensieve you just gave me for Christmas to memorize every word, every pause, every step I take. That way, when you finally became future Harry, you could give the impression we're having a conversation. Instead of answering, future Harry clapped. I mean, no big surprise since I knew you were going to get the answer, because you're right. I have memorized this conversation. To use a pensieve this way, Harry was awestruck at such out-of-the-box thinking. It was such a simple yet elegant solution. So when you recorded this memory for me to interact with, from your perspective you're what, sitting in an empty room talking to air. That's right. Let me tell you, talking to an imaginary version of your teenage self is not the most comfortable experience. The amount of time it had to take to memorize everything. Years to get it as flawless as I have, future Harry said. But I'm not going to tell you how many. As much as you may want to know everything about your future, you can't. Because knowing it may impact it? Amongst other things. But a question popped up, the only question about the future he absolutely needed to have spoiled for him. Wait, you have to tell me about Astoria. Do they find it? Is she better? Please, don't tell me. I can't, Harry, his future self said, looking incredibly pained. I'm so sorry, but that's not a story I can tell. Harry bit his tongue and shut his mouth to hold back the bitterness. He understood intellectually what his older self was saying, but it still felt like a kind of betrayal. Wait, isn't it also dangerous for a wizard to meet their past selves? When Hermione had the time turner a few years ago, she said that was the thing McGonagall kept emphasizing. How can us meeting be okay? That, young Harry, is an excellent question, and the answer to it is, I don't know. How can you not know? Harry asked skeptically. You're the time traveler here. I traveled through time, but I didn't create the loop. In fact, I'm just as stuck in the loop as you are. This response stopped Harry dead in his tracks. Ah, you are, aren't you? He grimaced, feeling somewhat foolish for not picking that up. But future Harry waved off his embarrassment. Don't beat yourself up for being fuzzy on the details. I've had a lot more time to study this whole thing than you, and I still put myself in knots if I think about it too deeply. The truth is, I don't know why we're able to have this conversation when every rule of time travel says that a wizard going back in time should never be seen by their younger selves. I just know that this somehow works, because I've already seen it work. Okay, but if you didn't start this thing, who did and why did they? How should I know? Future Harry shrugged. You're asking me to answer a magical paradox that is way beyond both our comprehensions. The truth is, you're never going to know why the loop was started, because why it started doesn't really matter. The only thing that does matter is how to operate inside of it. You're telling me you never investigated the origins of what happened? Did I? You damn it. Did we ever think it might be important to understand why the time loop came to be so that we knew the reason for our actions? It seems to me that figuring out why you needed to come back in time would be pretty necessary. You'd think so, but it's really not. Harry felt his frustration rising at one glib answer after another from his future self. If it makes you feel better, at one point I did take time to investigate the reason for the loop, even though my future version of Harry told me the same things I'm telling you. But I stopped pretty quickly when I realized I needed to put all my time and effort into figuring out how the hell to actually come back in time. Ultimately, I decided that I could live without knowing the why of the loop because the answer didn't change the end results, which is that me and everyone I know and love ended up with a pretty good life. Really? Harry asked, his irritation lessening. Yes, future Harry replied, a strangely bittersweet smile on his face. What? And this is the part of the show where I remind you that I'm not going to answer the majority of the questions you're about to ask me. Unfair? Probably. But believe me, this is for your own safety, and because certain events in your future need to play out the way they do, and you being pre-warned would change that. Harry had to stop himself from arguing, which was especially galling since he could understand future Harry's reasons. All right, he said begrudgingly. What can you tell me? Let's start with what I can't tell you that I know you're dying to ask. I'll even try and be nice and not leave you with more questions from my answers. Future Harry started checking the responses off on his fingers. First, I can't tell you how I traveled back here from my time. But don't worry, you'll figure it out on your own someday. Fair enough, said Harry. But if you can figure out how to go back in time more than a few hours, can't someone else do the same and screw up everything you're trying to fix? Like, what if some pureblood git from your time comes back and tells Voldemort to skip visiting the Potter household on Halloween 81? No one else could do what I did because there was a confluence of events that led to my discovery that literally cannot reoccur again, and, most importantly, were brilliant. Don't discount that fact. Humble too, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Future Harry winked. Always. Second item you can't know about. I can't tell you why I now use Dumbledore's wand. I wish I could though. It's like something out of a children's story. Fine, but why would you even want to use it, anyway? My new one's fantastic, and besides, Dumbledore and I are different enough where I doubt his wand would work very well for me. Future Harry said. Stop trying to backdoor into the answer. No more talk about his wand. Moving on to the third item, how I switched places with the homunculus. I'm more interested in how you made the thing so quickly. What did the flash of light have to do with it? Future Harry gave him a deadpan stare. Moving on again. I'm sure you noticed during my fights that my skills are just a little more advanced than yours. Well, I'm sorry to say, don't bother asking how I acquired them. No training tips from me. Just rest easy in the knowledge that you will get to my level someday. And the last but not least item you can't know about, where I sent the Death Eaters and what happens to them. It's not pleasant, and you need to experience a few more years of all the highs and lows life has to offer before you can understand why you'll do what you end up doing. Harry shifted in his seat, uncomfortable with the implication of future Harry's words. That's not ominous or anything. Future Harry shrugged, but offered no more. Okay, Harry began, changing the topic. So why are you here? Why are we here? If you can't tell me anything about the future, or about the present even, then why even bother with showing me this memory? Harry! Future Harry stretched out his name, frowning at him from the other chair. You're better than that. This is a loop, remember? So if you didn't have this memory, then I wouldn't know that when I'm older I travel back in time and do everything you did. Sorry, it's been a long few hours. Ah yes, it has been a long day for you, Future Harry said, steepling his fingers below his chin as he sat back in the chair. Christmas, 1995. One of my favorites, probably my favorite as a kid. Now remind me. Was this the year Sirius charmed Remus Fork to scream obscenities every time he went to take a bite of Christmas dinner? No. That hasn't happened yet. Then there you go. There's a bit of future knowledge for you. Harry snorted at his future self. Why even pretend like you didn't know it was Christmas 1995 for me? According to you, you've seen this conversation a million times, which means you knew that didn't happen this year. Because it's all part of the loop. Future Harry held his hands out like this was answer enough. This is the conversation we have, and it's the conversation we'll always have. I'm not trying to rewrite history here. I'm just swimming with the current. I just wish the current had more answers for me. Future Harry leaned forward and pantomimed, smacking Harry on the knee. Don't lose hope, young me. I have more to offer than just blowing your mind on how to use a pensieve and teasing you with all the stuff you can't know. I do have some actual knowledge to impart on you. Harry perked up at this. Really? Like I said, I may not be able to tell you much, if anything, about the future, but there's no reason I can't tell you about your past. My past? Well, it'd be more accurate to say my activities in your recent past. It took Harry a moment to understand what his older self was driving at. You mean what you did as MT Enigma? Which, can I just say that as a fake name, it's a little on the nose. You act like you're blaming me. I didn't pick it, remember? Harry did. Stupid time loops. But yes, I can give you some background on the things I did as Enigma, especially the stuff that pertained to you. Like what? Like how I was slick enough to slip that message in your pocket just before you met Astoria. That surprised Harry, even though it shouldn't have. He knew that his older self was Enigma, and that Enigma gave him that note, but for some reason he hadn't put the two together. You were the guy that bumped into me in Diagon Alley just before I walked into the store, weren't you? After that day, I racked my brain on how I could have received the note, and that was my best guess. Right again, future Harry said. And here's one other little hint I can tell you about the future. I actually took classes in sleight of hand and pickpocketing just on the off chance that being that close would have let you sense a magical attempt at passing you the note. No kidding? Harry asked amusedly. I tell you, the lengths we go to maintain a timeline. They both smiled at each other when Harry grew serious. That note saved her life. There was no need to clarify who the her was. I know, future Harry said quietly. In addition to thinking about who could have slipped him the note that day, Harry had dwelled for a long time on the series of events that occurred after he ran out of quality Quidditch supply. If he hadn't been there to shield Astoria from the Bombarda spell that went off right behind her. Do you ever think? Not anymore, future Harry said firmly. And not for a long time. That way lies madness. Astoria was alive at the end of that day, and that's all I ever cared about. It maybe should have felt like a rebuke, but Harry didn't take it that way. He understood perfectly what his future self was saying, and couldn't help but agree wholeheartedly. All right, so tell me, between that day in the alley and today, what have you been doing? Have you been hiding in the past the whole time? Can you jump from the present to your time period? You know, I'm glad that we've always been inquisitive like this, future Harry said. Your questions are well thought out, and deserve equally well thought out answers. He paused before continuing, and kept pausing longer. You're not going to tell me, are you? I can answer some questions about what happened to you tonight. Wait, future Harry said, waving his hands. Before you start, I'm going to use my ability to cheat and confirm the first question you're thinking of asking. Yes, I was able to circumvent the wards in Grimmauld Place and get that note and Jolly St. Nick down the chimney because the house recognized me as a you, even though that meant 2 Harry Potters were present. It's a bug in the wards that you and Sirius will eventually fix. That, of course, was the first question Harry was going to ask. Good to know. So Father Christmas, that was runes, right? Indeed. Ah, I knew it. So was it Elder Futhark like I thought? It was with some help from a rune combination you're not familiar with yet. Can you? Nope. Harry actually grunted in frustration. God, you're obnoxious to talk to, he complained. You'd think you'd treat your younger self better. If you think you're mad now, future Harry began, wait until you find out about the card that came out of the chimney. What about it? Harry asked cautiously. Do you normally go around touching random magical items of questionable origin with your bare hands? Or more importantly, not call for help when someone breaks your house's unbreakable wards? Harry immediately thought of the card coming out of the chimney and him putting it in the bubble. He would never break protection and grab a mysterious card, even after testing it, and he certainly would raise the alarm if something busted through the Grimmauld Place wards. Except tonight he did the exact opposite of those two things. You son of a bitch, Harry groaned. How the hell did I not feel the compulsion charm? You know what? Don't bother. I bet in the future someone comes up with like a super version of the compulsion charm that can't be detected without a special counter, or some other bullshit like that. I'm sure that must be it, and not my vastly superior ability, future Harry mocked. Harry chose not to dignify his older self with a response, and instead relaxed against the back of the chair. He was gripped once again by how bizarre this whole experience was. Sitting beside a cozy fire, sharing a strange conversation with a future version of himself, is certainly not how he expected to finish his Christmas night. But even as he was relaxing, there was something else niggling in the back of his mind about this whole experience. Maybe it was that his older self's change in demeanor was still bothering him. He'd gone from swaggering badass to passive teacher, which had Harry wondering what happened between the graveyard and this memory. It could have also been the fact that future Harry went through a tremendous amount of effort to get him into this memory, but as of yet had not told Harry anything really helpful. Interesting, yes, but not helpful. Overall, this whole setup felt off, which was a ridiculous thing to say when you were talking about a conversation with your future self, but that was the best way he could describe it. So what else can you tell me about tonight? Harry probed. Let me think. Anything else? Future Harry was tapping his chin. Nope, that's it. Future Harry spoke the words, but the look on his face said otherwise. No, that wasn't just it. Okay, so if you can't tell me more about tonight, what else can you tell me? How long will you be here? What other changes have you made to the timeline? What else? Future Harry just shrugged in response, which infuriated Harry with its dismissiveness. You shrug. Okay, what does that mean? Does it mean you can't tell me anything else? Or you won't? Future Harry shrugged again. No. Harry leapt out of his seat and jabbed his finger toward future Harry's face. I refuse to believe that I grow up to be such a withholding prat. I find out tonight that I basically have the entire fate of magical Britain on my shoulders, and when I try to get you to tell me anything but the bare minimum on how the fuck I accomplish everything, you shrug your shoulders. Harry was beyond rage, pacing behind his chair. He hadn't felt this out of control since he started his mind healer sessions. Why did you even bother to memorize this whole conversation if you don't tell me anything useful? He yelled, throwing up his hands. Then he sneered, Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You're not doing this. It's the loop forcing you. As soon as he said those words, he realized that's what was causing the niggle in the back of his head. Wait, that is a good question. Why did the loop make you go through the effort to memorize this whole conversation? There's nothing you've told me that couldn't have been written in a letter or said with a normal memory in the pen sieve. Future Harry was staring at him silently, but Harry wasn't going to accept that response now. Every action so far in this loop has been meticulous. Sending everything back from the graveyard with the port key, capturing but not killing the Death Eaters, placing the shield in the exact spot Voldemort would land in, slipping me the note at the exact point I would need it to save Astoria. Nothing was wasted, so there has to be more to this conversation we're having. Doesn't there? What are you holding back? There was no immediate answer or movement from future Harry, but this time Harry remained silent as he waited. Eventually, future Harry looked away, his jaw working as if he was forcing back something strong. When I was younger, he began haltingly, I wondered why the next part of this conversation took so long to get to. Why couldn't the truth be told right out of the gate? Why did there have to be so many hoops to jump through, as you said? Because you're right, Harry. I have been holding back, delaying in telling you the important part of why I'm here. Future Harry paused, his mouth moving a few times before continuing. Even after I learned the reason for the delay, I still didn't get it. For years I thought it would have been kinder if my future Harry had just ripped the bandage off and told me everything as soon as I sat down in your chair. But now that I'm in this chair, now that I'm older and I've lived the life I've lived, I get it. You see, Harry, the delay isn't for you, it's for me. What do you mean? Harry asked, his anger cooling at his older self's distress. Future Harry gave him a tremulous smile. You know, even though to me this room is empty, I can see you so clearly in my mind. Standing there, fire burning as you shout me down. God, you're so young. Picturing you reminds me how much I didn't know when I was your age, how much was set to come my way that I couldn't possibly foresee. How unprepared I was for all of it. What? Quiet! Future Harry snapped fiercely. But then he blew out a deep breath, and that brief fire seemed to go out. The delay in the conversation is to allow me to remember and enjoy the last moments where Harry Potter was unburdened with the future. Harry felt a chill roll down his spine at those words. What do you mean? From your perspective, you just saw the good guy prevail over the evil wizard, and in the storybooks that means the world will be a just and better place. If only it were that simple. Believe me, you won't really understand the weight of defeating Voldemort until you experience these next years. He paused. So like I said, remembering and appreciating these last few moments of, for lack of a better term, your innocence before I utter the words that place a weight on your shoulders that you'll carry for years. Well, it's a pleasure I never respected until now. Harry stood frozen as an icy block grew in his chest, unsure of how to respond. You'll need to keep the faith. Keep the… What do you mean? Harry questioned, sitting back down in the chair. His future self seemed pained as he stared down at his clasped hands. As you can gather, getting to this point in my life hasn't been easy. You mean facing Voldemort? At future Harry's nod, he added, but you won. I may not know everything leading up to it for you, but if it was me, I'd say it was worth whatever effort it took to get there. Harry half-asked, half-stated. You're right, that's really what matters. Winning so that everyone can be safe. Making a better world. Acting for the greater good and all that. But my God, you're going to pay for it. Suddenly Harry found himself under the full attention of future Harry Potter, and it was intensity the likes of which he'd never known. It felt ancient and powerful, as if he was finally seeing the truth of the man he would become and the kind of immense power he would wield. Yes, I defeat Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and help usher in a new era in the wizarding world. But you need to understand something, Harry. Getting to that point will hurt. It will hurt so much. On the road to the endgame you saw tonight, there will be times that you are tested in ways you can't possibly fathom. Like what? Harry asked without thinking, then realizing future Harry would never respond. To Harry's shock, he did. Like the times that you think you've screwed up, that you've made the wrong choice. You'll fear you've somehow knocked yourself out of the loop, and thus completely fucked the future. Those are the worst times, Harry. The dark periods where you hold on to yourself by the thinnest of margins. Harry's mouth was bone dry, and it took him a few attempts before he could get the words out. What happens? That I can't say, but I will tell you that keeping the faith is what lets you move forward when you think all is lost. Future Harry abruptly stood and knelt in front of Harry. Like the rest of the evening, he somehow knew exactly where to look so that he was staring him dead in the eye. You need to understand that there will be times ahead where the only thing you can do is believe that you're still on the right path, even when every ounce of you is screaming you're not. You will think you've fucked up, that you've ruined everything, but in those moments, it is absolutely imperative that you stay on course. Keep the faith that when in doubt, the only way out is through. Harry found himself having trouble speaking, whether from the lump in his throat or the ice that seemed to now span his entire chest. He knew not. Eventually he fought to say, but isn't you being here proof that it will all work out no matter what? Why would I doubt that? Future Harry sat back on his haunches. He spat out a bitter laugh and raked his hand through his hair so hard it looked like he was trying to pull it out. God, I wish I could tell you what's going to happen. That way you might understand. He trailed off. He sat back in his chair and composed himself before continuing. There's a difference between being told and experiencing. When you were younger, people always told you about how madly in love your parents were. At the time, they were just nice words that helped you feel better when you thought of the family you'd lost. You didn't have the first clue what being in love meant until you met Astoria Greengrass. The overwhelmingness of it, the intoxication. How you want to spend every moment you can with her because you don't remember what life was like before you two became one. Don't bother lying to me. I know it's true. Future Harry continued. So yes, it seems unfathomable that you would ever doubt the end results. Like you said, you're seeing proof right now that everything works out through this memory. But once you experience some of the events I did, then you'll understand. You'll figure out that fear can create doubt and uncertainty, no matter how much intellectually you know they shouldn't. That's when you'll need to keep the faith, Harry, because otherwise you will truly be lost. He stopped speaking, leaving the crackling fire as the only sound in the room. What do you say to something like that? What are you even supposed to think? Harry's imagination was going wild, picturing so many awful scenarios of what the next few decades would look like. No friend was spared, no terrible event overlooked. He imagined everything that could go wrong going wrong. If future Harry's goal was to make him afraid of what was to come, then he accomplished his task with flying colors. You can't just drop this on me and not tell me what happens. I know how unfair this is, future Harry said kindly, but I really can't tell you what happens, no matter how much I may want to. The events have to play out as they will, without any foreknowledge on your part. Otherwise, they'll be changed. Are there good times? Harry hated how small he sounded, but the terror robbed him of his voice. Oh, Harry, yes, his future self stated emphatically. I've really been preaching nothing but doom and gloom, haven't I? Do you remember when I said I love where life ends up for me and my friends and family? That wasn't a lie, I truly do. Yes, there will be dark days, but there will be happy ones, too. You will experience such moments of joy in the years to come that you wonder how you ever got so lucky. But you'll have to be strong through the bad times to get to them. Merlin, man, Harry ground out shakily. I know. Future Harry gave Harry a moment to gather himself. So what do you think? What do I think? Harry asked incredulously. I think that you've made my future sound like a fucking hell's cape, even with the happily ever after bit at the end. Future Harry had the decency to wince at the response. Yeah, I know. I thought it was overly bleak when I was in your position, too. But I need you to understand how important it is to stay mentally strong. I do now. And all it took was forcing me into a lifetime of looking over my shoulder and waiting for the other shoe to drop. Future Harry didn't respond, but instead did something peculiar. He gave a little smile, and the heaviness around him lightened up ever so much. What is it? Harry asked. It's almost time. Time? What time? After my little talk, I know you're feeling overwhelmed. That would be an understatement. I know, future Harry said. But there's one last thing you need to be told. It will be even more difficult to hear. Then why the hell are you smiling? Because the messenger is a vast improvement. By the way, you didn't happen to bring a hanky with you by chance. Hanky? Harry heard the door open on the other end of the room. His head whipped towards the sound just as a person emerged from behind the door. A blonde-haired woman around future Harry's age. It took Harry a second to place her, but he did, because she was a woman he would always recognize. It was Astoria, a healthy Astoria. Harry felt the air whoosh from his lungs as she smiled at him, that familiar Astoria greengrass smile that said she loved you. But she also had a secret, and oh boy would she enjoy holding it over your head. Like always, seeing it made his heart sing. The years had been kinder to her than future Harry. Her skin was still smooth and rosy, and her now shoulder-length golden hair showed no sign of graying. She wore a woman's tan jacket and similar style blue jeans to future Harry, but where his looked painfully tight, hers perfectly showed off the womanly curves she had grown into. Somehow, beyond all reason, she had become even more beautiful than she was in Harry's time. But all of that was just a bonus on top of the true treasure he found in studying her. She wasn't sick any longer. He didn't need to be told to know he was right. He had spent almost every day with her for months, which meant he'd seen her malediction up close. No matter how hard she tried, there was always a background sense of illness around her. Skin just a little too pale and clammy, bags under eyes showing a lack of sleep, and a body that was a bit too frail to be healthy. Of course, speaking to her, you'd never know how much of a toll her sickness took. She was always sunny and fierce, and refused to let her disease slow down her life. But no matter how much she fought against being hobbled by the malediction, it always eventually reared its head. There were many a night at Hogwarts that Harry laid with her in the infirmary, holding her close as she shivered from weakness brought on by a flare-up. She would never acknowledge the pain she was in, so neither would Harry. Instead, he'd talk to her like it was a normal day, where he'd complain about Snape still being on his case, or laugh at Seamus trying to woo Lavender even though he'd gotten drunk after their first Quidditch win and thrown up on her. He gladly performed this farce because he loved Astoria desperately, and it's what she needed in order to feel in control of her life. Sometimes they even talked about their future as they held each other, and dreamed of how fantastic it was going to be now that Voldemort and the Death Eaters were gone. But in the back of Harry's mind, there was always a voice telling him to enjoy the time he has with her, because there might not be much of it down the road. But that wasn't the case now. The woman walking toward him had somehow bucked hundreds of years of her family's history, and found a cure where so many ancestors of hers had failed. Harry had trouble seeing out of his damp eyes, but the laugh he let out was no less joyful. "Hello, Mr. Potter?" she said in that same question-like way she did the first time they met. "My friends call me Harry," he grinned. "Harry it is then." She clapped, and he was delighted he remembered the words so easily. He then asked her the only question he cared about right now. "How?" She unfortunately only smiled sadly in response. "Gotcha. Can't spoil the future anymore." There was a twinge of frustration, but that paled in comparison to the joy he felt just knowing she'd be okay. Harry took some time to absorb the scene in front of him before saying to his future self, "You said you couldn't tell me about her." "Ah, I said that I couldn't tell. Do you really think I'd hear the end of it if I stole her thunder?" He threw a thumb out in Astoria's direction, who gamely rolled her eyes. "Yes, yes," she said as she sat on the arm of future Harry's chair, throwing her arms around his neck. "I'm an unreasonable monster. I should just become a dark lady and be done with it." Future Harry leaned up and gave her a lingering kiss before settling back. "Well, if you do, I just heard of this new way to stop you. See, all I'd need would be my Shilvejker, some poisonous gas and—" Astoria reared back as if struck. "You'd use a suggestion from Voldemort to take me out. Remember your mortal enemy, the artist formerly known as Tom Riddle? That's who you'd take advice from." "To be fair," future Harry teased in a nonchalant manner, "if there's anyone who knows how to stop a Dark Lord or Lady, it's another Dark Lord or Lady." "Ugh, what I find truly insulting is that you think that lame arse suggestion would be enough to defeat my unstoppable future Dark Lady reign of terror." "Imaginary reign of terror that you imagine couldn't be stopped, you mean? PSSSH details," she waved off. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed so happily as he dried his eyes, knowing that he would be able to keep enjoying the same stupid faux arguments with Astoria for years to come would power his Patronus for the rest of his life. His laughing drew their attention, whatever that meant inside this memory, so he said, "I know I shouldn't bother asking because you're going to say, it's the loop, but why do you think it's okay for me to see a curse-free Astoria?" He quickly added, "Not that I'm complaining, no. It's just, you've been so tight-lipped about everything else. Learning that Astoria and I are still together is a pretty huge spoiler for the future." It was Astoria who answered, "Well, Harry, first, let me just say that I'm so delighted to see you." "See you? Is that the right term?" she asked future Harry, who nodded. "I guess it is, even though I'm not really seeing you right now. Instead, I'm looking at an empty chair pretending you're there, which is just strange no matter how you look at it. But I have seen this memory more times than I can count, so I do know exactly what you look like right now." She then whispered sensually to Harry, "Would it just be so naughty of me to admit that I really wish I was in the room with you, because I remember your buns being so firm when you were that age, and I'd love to see if my memory matches the merchandise." "Jesus," both Harrys muttered, the younger with wide eyes, and the older covering his. Astoria giggled. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Older you has become immune to my gentle teasing, and it's such a wonderful throwback to see it make you sweat again." "Glad to help." Harry desperately tried to keep his blush under wraps. Astoria eventually stopped laughing. "Okay. I promise no more teasing." "Good." "Ah, don't be grumpy, love," Astoria said with affection, still sitting on the arm of the chair. "If you can't take it from the person who loves you the most in this world, who can you take it from? Besides, it took your mind off the absolute bomb my Harry just dropped on you, right? In fact, I'd go so far as to say that under that sourpuss expression you're currently sporting, you're actually loving the banter." Harry tried to stay irritated just to prove her wrong, but he couldn't stop himself from agreeing. The back and forth was always one of his favorite parts to his relationship with Astoria. "See, there's a method to our madness," she beamed. Harry finally smiled at that. I guess, though you answering my question would probably make me feel even better. Cheeky, future Harry said. You say that as if you somehow grew out of giving me cheek in our relationship. She turned to Harry. Here's another hint about the future for you. You never stop being a cheeky sod. It's probably because I bet you never stop being a sassy bint. Harry whipped right back. Future Harry let out a bark of laughter, while Astoria tried to look scandalized and failed miserably. Anyway, she drawled, older you has all these theories on why I get to play my part in this memory. Me? I think it's simple. You're the love of my life, and I'm yours. So how does knowing we end up together really spoil your future? Warmth spread throughout him as he thought about her answer. She was right. He may be a teenager who had a limited love life so far, but he'd already had some strong inklings that Astoria Greengrass was it for him. Thus, having it confirmed didn't shock him like it should have. But as much as we wanted to bask in that romantic answer, it didn't quite fit the whole picture. It neatly sidestepped the fact that he also now knew her malediction would be cured, which was about as big a spoiler as you could get. The fact that she didn't bring that up raised some red flags for Harry. I can see the wheels turning in that big brain of yours. Why can't you two brilliant gits just accept that for once the universe actually did you a favor and leave it at that? Astoria complained. Harry looked at the two across from him and realized his troubled expression was matched by his future self. You know it's not that easy, Ash, future Harry said tenderly. Ash, Harry wondered. You think I don't know that? Astoria snapped, startling Harry with its abruptness. You think I don't know that you scaring the piss out of Junior is mostly because of me? You think that the need to have this conversation doesn't haunt me every fucking day? So don't tell me it's not that easy, like I'm a small child. I know exactly how fucking hard it is. Harry gasped as future Harry grabbed Astoria's hands, showing no offense at her words. I know, love, I know. The wind went out of Astoria's sails and she slumped down against future Harry, suddenly looking years older. There were no tears on her face, but her expression was so forlorn that even with the fear and confusion he was feeling at her reveal, Harry wanted to wrap her in his arms and never let go. But then she found some well of strength and turned her gaze to Harry, with her posture and demeanor now every bit as intense as future Harry was a few minutes ago. You listen to me, Harry Potter, as I know you've figured out your older self's doom and gloom talk was pretty much all about us. I take no pleasure in saying your next few years are going to be rough for our relationship, to say the least. In fact, things will get so bad that you'll wonder how they can ever be fixed. She rose from the chair and stood over him, gazing down with that still fierce expression. Like your older self said, the only thing you can do is keep the faith and trust that you'll make it through. And I promise you will, Harry. Her voice broke over the next words, but her appearance remained as stoic as ever. It takes a long time for us to get our happily ever after, a long time on a crooked road, but we get there. Then she crouched in front of him, again, like future Harry did a few minutes ago. I'm going to tell you something that will help keep you sane when you're almost convinced all is lost. Are you listening? Yes, he whispered. She smiled at him then, a melancholy thing that was equal parts reassuring and heartbreaking. I have loved you since the moment I walked out of the Quidditch store and blew you a kiss, and will keep loving you until my last breath on this earth. Never doubt that. Never doubt, Harry, that my love for you will never fade. It will never tire. It will never vanish into the wind. My heart belongs to you, just like yours belongs to me, and I would never dream of ruining that. Harry felt his chest rattle as the air rushed out of him. What possible words could he speak that would encompass everything that her speech brought forth? How could he give description to the feelings her words invoked? Future Harry stood up from his chair, gently pulling up Astoria and wrapping her in his arms. As he watched his future self run his fingers through her hair and murmur words of comfort, Harry desperately wished his Astoria was here. He needed to feel her skin and the heat of her body against his. He needed to know she was all right, because future Astoria's words about the future impacted him like nothing else he'd learned in this conversation. I have a guess why you can know about Astoria, his future self said. His arm wrapped around Astoria's shoulder. Whether it was an earlier version of Harry Potter or something more, I think whoever constructed this loop realized we would need the reassurance that we'd end up together with Astoria, and that we'd have decades to enjoy without her malediction. It was definitely true for me. After that, no one spoke for some time, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry knew in the coming days, weeks, and months he'd have to unpack the myriad of emotions he was experiencing after tonight's reveal. He could already feel a pit of worry growing in his stomach over just what happens to him for the next few years. Okay, enough with this overly sentimental talk, Astoria spoke. Harry wasn't surprised she broke the silence. She was never one to linger on bad news. This time, though, felt especially forced. She gave Harry an impish grin and said, "So, teenage Harry, you can tell me. You took a peek down my shirt when I was kneeling in front of you, didn't you? What do you think? Do I fill out nicely over the years or what?" Harry felt uneasiness when she laughed in an almost agitated manner, recognizing the rather tasteless joke for what it was. He wasn't really in the mood, but fired back nonetheless, as he always did when his Astoria played this game. "I'm more than happy with my Astoria, so I don't go around peeking at anyone else, even if it is an older version of her. I can't believe I'm saying this, but teenage Harry is more charming than you," Astoria told future Harry, a brittle smile adorning her pale skin. "You say more charming. I see it more like I've always been a smooth operator." "Ha!" she snorted. Somebody who's a smooth operator would never use the words smooth operator. She took the bite out of her remark by kissing him desperately. "Stop," Harry interrupted. It was clear they were both deflecting, both delaying the conversation again. This frightened Harry because he knew the next question he wanted to ask, which meant they knew the next question he wanted to ask, and were trying to avoid it. "What do I tell my friends and family when I go back? What do I tell Astoria?" Astoria and future Harry looked at each other as if they were lost, and that increased Harry's sinking feeling. "What now?" he complained. "I think you agree that people can't know that I time travel back to do the things I do," said future Harry. "It would raise too many questions, cause too many problems, and the people we love deserve to have a conspiracy-free future. Knowing the details of what really happened will be our burden to bear, and in doing so we will protect our friends and family." Harry didn't even need to think about it. Agreed. "So when you get back to your room, you will find 2 vials holding memories," said future Harry. "The one labeled Enigma you can show to everyone you trust. It will be a memory of me standing in this room, with my face concealed by a robe to hide my identity. I certainly won't show them the fights in the graveyard, but I will say I'm Enigma and Monologue, a modified version of what we discussed tonight, so that people have enough truth to close the book on this whole thing. Wait, Dumbledore won't just accept a masked man tossing him a few answers to the biggest mystery in magical Britain in the last 20 years. He will dig in on this. You'd be surprised. I'm going to provide enough details to answer the most pressing questions, but don't underestimate how much people want to be done with Voldemort. Yes, Dumbledore will still have questions after watching, and will even likely guess that the memory is holding quite a bit back. But even he will choose not to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm providing closure, and that's what the people of magical Britain want most right now." Harry didn't know how much he agreed with that statement, but his future self lived it, so it must have been true. "Okay, what's the second memory?" "That one's for me," Astoria said softly. "You'll show it to your Astoria, eventually." Harry blinked at her answer and asked slowly, "Like when I see her tomorrow?" "More like years from now." Harry was struggling to keep a lid on his rising panic. "So I just show her my memory of this conversation?" When neither responded, Harry asked, "So what are we saying here? I'm supposed to keep her in the dark like everyone else about what really happened?" "Yes." Future Harry looked so remorseful as he spoke. Harry wanted to smash him in the face. "But if I don't tell her about this memory, then she'll never know about." He was pleading at the end, begging them to tell him he was misunderstanding their intent. But in his heart he knew he understood them perfectly. "I won't do it." Future Harry and Astoria remained quiet. "You want me hide the truth from the woman I love? How do I act around her? How can I possibly be with her knowing what I know? How can I ever look her in the eye again and not tell her the malediction will be cured?" Silence again. Both refused to look him in the eye. Answer me. Finally, future Harry responded. You will, because it's what has to happen. Oh, fuck the loop. He was seething and beyond caring. And fuck you for being such a coward to never even try to break it for Astoria. In an instant, he grew disgusted at the person he becomes. At some point, he'd gone from a man of action to some kind of pathetic sod who refused to even try. Never could he have imagined growing up to be the kind of man that relied on fate to solve his problems. Harry, please look at me. He couldn't look at Astoria, afraid that he would feel the same loathing for her as he did for his future self at this moment. Harry. The pleading tone finally got to him, and the sympathy and compassion he saw from her made him want to scream and weep all at once. When we first met in that Quidditch store, I told you that having a choice in life makes all the difference. What I didn't know at the time, because I was too young, was that sometimes there are no good choices available. Sometimes all you can do is the right thing, no matter how much it might hurt us. Harry looked away, trying to maintain control as Astoria continued. This is the first moment, Harry. This is the first moment you have to keep the faith that you're on the right path. Not telling the woman you love the truth is a terrible thing, but I promise you it's what has to happen. Harry clenched his eyes shut, forcing the tears not to come. With every bit of strength he had, he pleaded in a wavering voice. She has to know, she has to. Curing her malediction is all she's ever wanted. Please don't make me do this. Oh, love. He opened his eyes to see tears streaming down Astoria's face. Even future Harry was looking away, his face red and blotchy. The other memory is me explaining to my younger self exactly why you didn't tell her the truth. I won't lie and tell you that I handled it well when I first found out. But Harry, I'm here now, she said, iron in her voice. Our love wins out in the end. Believe that with every fiber of your being, and everything will be okay. Harry couldn't speak. It was like something was blooming inside him, some pressure that wanted to explode. It was all too much. Hadn't he put in his years of service already? He'd suffered through the Dursleys, the life-threatening attacks at Hogwarts, the torture and mutilation in the graveyard. With Voldemort finally gone, he'd felt a kind of peace that he never thought would belong to him. His future was his, and no longer did he have this life and death threat hanging over his head. Now he finds out that it was all an illusion, and he isn't even close to being done. But he was supposed to take comfort that it all works out eventually? So what if everything turns out okay in some nebulous future that was decades away? Didn't he deserve a happy ending that didn't require more pain before achieving? I don't think I can do this, he said thickly, shaking his head. I can't. I love her. You will, said his future self. At Harry's snarl, he added, not because of the time loop. Not really, at least. You'll do it because you so desperately want the people you love to be safe and happy. Doing this, making this sacrifice, will keep the people you love safe, and eventually, everyone will be happy. Sometimes, Harry, in order to win, you have to first lose. Oh, fuck you, Harry sneered. When do I turn into a cliché machine? You know what? This whole experience gives a brand new definition to self-loathing. Future Harry flashed him a sardonic grin. I know exactly how you feel. Enough, Astoria interjected. She turned to Harry. It's almost time to go back. She made a move to grab his hand, and then pulled back when she realized she couldn't. Merlin, I've never wanted to hold you more in my life. She took a deep breath, let it out unevenly, and stepped close to Harry. She whispered in his ear, you can have the happy ending you've always wanted. Love, it just won't be right now. I promise you it's worth it. She stepped back and blew him a kiss, her eyes glittering under the firelight. I love you, she said. His future self gave him a serious nod and said, I'm sorry, but no, you can do it. Just before the memory ended, the walls melting around him, Harry stumbled back, breathing heavily as his body adjusted to the change. Before he could even move, the memory he just watched rose out of the pensieve and then evaporated into thin air. He looked around his bedroom, feeling as if it had been 1,000 years since he last saw it. In a way, it was, the boy that went into the pensieve earlier was not the same one that came out. He mechanically made his way to his bed, checking the alarm clock which showed 2:23. He slid under the sheets knowing there was no way he would sleep that night, but too tired to do anything else. He was weary in his mind, body, and soul. He laid there for the next few hours, trying to determine what to do moving forward. That idea was too big and overwhelming, so he finally focused on just thinking about what he would do later today. Would he follow the path laid out for him, or would he blurt the truth to Astoria, and maybe everyone else? His older self and future Astoria were pretty emphatic that theirs was the only way, but their advice admittedly led to pain and suffering. How much? He didn't know because they wouldn't tell him. Obviously, the easy answer was to do as future Harry and Astoria said. No matter how much he wanted to rage and scream about it, Harry respected the idea of the time loop. But did his older self ever even try another way? Did he grow so fearful of making a mistake that he was afraid to try and improve his lot? Harry was certain he knew the answer. And Astoria, God, how could he even think about not telling her? What would he do? Every time he came even remotely close to thinking about what to say to his girlfriend, his mind would recoil, like touching an exposed nerve with your tongue. At first light, as he was churning through his thoughts for what felt like the millionth time, something new finally popped up. "Oh my God," he said, sitting right up in bed. "How in the hell did I forget to ask about Optimus Prime?" He would have laughed if he wasn't afraid it would turn into crying. "Taking 2 days off in a row? Who are you?" Sirius teased as he sat down next to Harry at the kitchen table. It was late morning, and they were the only two in the kitchen. Harry hid his grimace behind his cup of tea. He skipped his normal workout again this morning, as he was too busy being trapped in his own personal loop of torment. After hours of thinking about nothing else, he still had no idea what to do about Astoria. This made getting up to practice the cutting curse 100 times seem not that important. "Just trying to conserve my energy for all the Boxing Day shopping," he lied. Harry was even proud of how normal he sounded. "You're going to go out today? You?" Sirius exclaimed. "Astoria." Sirius put up his hand. "Say no more. I remember how mental your dad got when he first started dating your mom." A wistful look came across his face. "Christmas holiday of our 7th year, your mum somehow convinced your dad, Mr. I consider Quidditch Quarterly to be high art, to go with her to the ballet. Not just a ballet, a muggle ballet. It was a thing the Evans family did every year, or so James said." "I've never heard that story," Harry said, not needing to pretend to be intrigued. "It's nice to think of my dad sharing an experience like that with Mum's family, but I hope you guys took the mickey out of him when you found out." "Oh, without mercy," Sirius smirked, and he and Harry laughed. Then that wistful look returned. "You know, now that I think about it, that was actually the thing that convinced me your parents were for real. You know your dad always had his eye on your mum, and that she thought he was a right Burke until he pulled his head out of his arse 7th year. Yeah. Well, when they got together, me and Remus were thrilled for Jamie, of course. First time they come back to the common room after an obvious snog, I yelled out, 'About fucking time, Evans!' Bet Mum loved that," Harry smiled. Sirius leaned in closer. "I was lucky to make it out of that room alive. I tell you, Harry, your dad was no slouch with magic, especially at Transfiguration, but you are definitely Lily's son when it comes to your talent." Sirius shivered, then continued. "Anyway, like I said, we were both thrilled, but I'll be honest, I didn't think it would last." "Really?" Harry said with surprise. "Everybody tells me how perfect they were for each other." And they were, but nobody knew that then. I mean, neither James nor Lily had had a serious relationship before they started dating. At the time I thought, now that Prongs finally got the girl, the thrill of the chase will wear off, and he'd be on his merry way. "Anyway," Sirius said after taking a sip of his juice, "Christmas holiday rolls around, and they'd been dating a few months. Their relationship was going fine, but it all seemed so, I don't know, normal for Hogwarts, not like an epic love affair or anything. So I was even more convinced it was only a matter of time before one of the two called it quits." "Wow. Just wait. A couple days before Christmas your dad gets all dressed up in a muggle suit and heads over to pick up Lily. A few hours later he comes home from the ballet and walks into my room." "Your room?" "I was living with the Potters at the time, remember? Harry's nod, he went on. So he walks in looking like he's just waking up from a stunner, sits on the end of my bed and then stares at my wall for like half a minute, not saying a word. Padfoot, he finally says. What the fuck did I just watch? Harry and Sirius burst out laughing. Men in codpieces, Jamie, I said. Sirius howled harder, and even Harry was having trouble catching his breath. Who? Sirius sighed, drying his eyes. As funny as this story is, let me get to the point. After I finished cackling, I asked him something like, well, Prongs, how'd you enjoy your one and only ballet? I expect him to laugh, of course. But he looks at me all confused. Then dead serious, he says, no, I'm sure we'll go next year. It's important to her family, and Lily loves it. Simple, like it was a foregone conclusion they'd be together next Christmas. And that's when I knew that this wasn't a passing fancy for your dad. He was in it for the long haul. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. You and Astoria remind me a lot of James and Lily, Harry. He would be so happy for you. Both of them would. Would they be happy to know their son might choose to lie to the woman he loves about the most important thing to her? He wondered. You okay, Harry? Sirius asked with concern. He did his best to plaster on a happy appearance. Yeah, I just didn't sleep well last night. You sure? Anything you need to talk about? He was saved from answering by the door to the sitting room opening. Ron strolled in, not paying attention to anyone else in the kitchen as he zeroed in on the remaining scones from breakfast. He grabbed one for each hand before he noticed he wasn't alone. Oh hey, he took a huge bite out of a scone, getting a bit of cream on his cheek. Far be it for me to judge someone's eating habits, but didn't you have 3 of those during breakfast? Sirius asked. Yeah, Ron replied, finishing off the first scone. Harry smiled as Sirius said nonchalantly, oh, no reason. Bit of advice for you though, Ron. You may want to work on your expansion charms, especially the one for trousers. Very funny, Ron said before starting in on the second scone. I'm in the prime of my life. A few extra scones won't hurt. That's a very positive attitude to have, my soon-to-be pudgy friend. Ron didn't reply verbally, because his mouth was full of scone. But he did make sure to give Sirius the proper 2-finger salute, which caused Sirius to laugh uproariously. Once Ron finished swallowing, he asked, Hey Harry, want to play some chess before your girlfriend gets here? Yeah, sure. He stood up and made to follow Ron, but at the threshold of the doorway he stopped. He may not have a clue what to do with Astoria, but he at least felt confident on how to handle the situation with Sirius and everyone else. Sirius? I'm gonna have something to talk about with you later. Well, everyone, really? Sirius, sensing the change in atmosphere, answered back calmly. That sounds fine, Harry, whatever you need. Harry nodded and walked out with Ron. He would show everyone the Enigma memory tonight. That meant one problem down and one massive, life-changing problem to go. A little while later he found himself in the lounge, both eager for and dreading Astoria's arrival. He was getting trounced by Ron in their game of chess, which he would like to blame on his distracted state, but he was pretty sure Ron would have destroyed him regardless. Checkmate, Ron yelled, showing mercy by putting him out of his misery. The fist pumps were a bit much, though. When is Astoria arriving? Hermione asked from her spot on the couch, where she was reading a book. Ginny was curled up on the other end, napping. Harry stuttered, then looked at his watch. Any time, really? Hermione lowered her book and gave him a penetrating stare. It was vintage Hermione to sniff out the slightest change in her friend's temperament, but he absolutely needed her to not press him on it. Not today. Everything all right, Harry? Luckily, Ron was too busy setting up the board to pay attention. Otherwise, he would have chimed in as well. He and Ron may be best friends, but Hermione was Ron's new girlfriend, and that meant he would absolutely throw Harry to the wolves and stand on her side of overly invested concern if she started really questioning Harry. Fortunately, inspiration struck. I'm fine, Hermione, just nervous about her gift. That did the trick because Hermione lit up with excitement. Don't be nervous. She's going to love it. Harry had bought Astoria a lovely pair of diamond earrings that she had offhandedly pointed out during a Hogsmeade date. Not content with what he felt was a standard gift for a couple's first Christmas together, Harry had worked with Hermione to add runes that provided some additional benefits and features. By far the most unique among them was a rune cluster that brought the earrings back to their case no matter their location. "Yeah, mate. She'll be happy you bought her such a pricey gift," Ron added. Hermione did not take that statement well. "Oh yes, because all women sit around comparing gifts by the size of the total on the receipt. Sometimes Ron Weasley, I wonder why I'm even with you." She finished her sentence in a whisper, looking around to make sure no one overheard. Without even looking up from the board he was still setting up, Ron said, "You have a thing for fit redheads." Harry actually laughed as Hermione blushed. She was just about to respond when the flames in the fireplace turned green, and a second later Astoria stepped out of them. Harry's heart lurched as he took her in. Seeing a future healthy version of his girlfriend highlighted how unhealthy she looked today. Not that she still didn't look amazing. In Harry's biased opinion, she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. She dropped her bag and dusted off her green skirt and white blouse, and quickly patted her bun to make sure no hair came loose. As soon as she spotted him, her whole demeanor changed, from polite traveler to enraptured lover. This was Harry's favorite part every time he met up with Astoria. Those first few seconds where she couldn't hide how much she loved him. He jumped out of his chair, suddenly realizing how much he needed to be close to her. "Happy Christmas, Astoria." Hermione beamed from her spot on the couch. "Happy Christmas, Hermione." "Oh." He wrapped her up in a tight hug, soaking up the contact with her body. He needed to feel her, to smell her perfume, to make sure she was real after everything that happened last night. He even went so far to lift her off her feet, which was an unusual occurrence as evidenced by the squeak Astoria let out. "Happy Christmas to you too," she whispered in his ear. He finally put her down just as Ron greeted her. "Hello, Greengrass. You and your dark family sacrifice any babies during the winter solstice." "Just two. It was a slow year." They both smirked at each other, and Astoria added, "So what do you think about the cannons sacking Farstead and bringing in Briley?" "What?" Ron yelled, turning ghastly pale. "You're having me on. They can't get rid of Farstead. No. He's the best manager they've had in 20 years. Why would they do that? There's no way. No. Where did you hear this?" Astoria tried to rein in her laugh, but couldn't help herself and guffawed at Ron's thunderstruck look. "Must you rile him up?" Hermione asked in a long-suffering sigh. "Evil Harry?" Ron said, pointing at a preening Astoria. "You're dating pure evil." "Ahoo me." She batted her eyelids, fooling no one. "You can't be too mad. I did bring you a present." She reached into her bag and pulled out a wrapped box. Ron reluctantly took said box, ripped off the paper, and gave her a gimlet eye. "Honeyduke's chocolate. Nice choice. You're forgiven. This time, Greengrass. But I will have my payback. Oh yes, I will have my payback." She gave him a jaunty wave as she handed Hermione her wrapped package. It was clearly a book, which she eagerly opened. Chella's Chart of Charming Charms. "Thank you, Astoria. I've had this on my list to read for quite some time. Ron and I have your gifts upstairs, so we'll give them to you later if that's okay." "That's fine, Hermione." All the noise finally woke up Ginny, who stretched like a cat before looking around. As soon as her eyes landed on Astoria, her demeanor grew decidedly cool. Greengrass. Weasley. There was definitely no love lost between the two. All Harry had been able to get out of either girl was that there was an incident in their second year, and neither wanted to talk about it. It wasn't bad enough to make them mortal enemies or anything so dramatic, but they definitely preferred to not be in the same room together. "Why don't we let Astoria and Harry exchange gifts alone?" Hermione said. Before Astoria could wave her off, she hustled Ron and a more than happy Ginny out the door. Now that he was alone with her, Harry found himself wishing that his friends had stayed. "So, are you going to tell me what's wrong? Or are you going to make me pry it out of you?" Her eyebrow was arched, and her arms crossed, which were the signs that he was in her crosshairs. He tried to laugh it off and used the same ploy that worked on Hermione. "Just nervous about your gift." She said. "I'm going to pause on the questions because it's Christmas." Boxing Day. Christmas, and I want to see what you got me. But don't think I'm letting this go. Something's clearly bothering you. Harry forced a quick smile and grabbed his gift from the table he was playing chess on. They both sat on the couch once Astoria pulled his gift out of the bag. Me first, she exclaimed. As he watched Astoria happily tear into the wrapping paper, he became lost once again in his ongoing dilemma. In the end, he always came back to the same questions. How could you lie about something so life-altering to the person you loved? How could you act normally around them when you were hiding the truth? How could you build your relationship knowing you held such a vital piece of the foundation from the other person? And when she found out he didn't tell her about the malediction, because there was no doubt it would be such a betrayal that it would crush her. Even with Harry knowing that everything turns out all right in the end, even hearing the words themselves from future Astoria didn't absolve him of the hurt his actions would cause her. The alternative, telling her the truth by showing her the memory he experienced, was a perilous choice itself. He had no doubt that seeing her malediction cured would be the most amazing moment in her life, and he knew that once she accepted it as truth, she would then want to assist Harry in his mission to come back in time. But the more Harry thought about it, he began to wonder, would it be possible for Astoria to resent him for showing her the truth? Would the seed of betrayal be planted because he was selfish enough to choose his happiness instead of the option that guaranteed success? He stared as his girlfriend fought to open the box, her tongue sticking out of the corner of her mouth. He felt an unconscious smile already settled on his face. She really was perfect for him. Never could he have dreamed of finding someone so in tune with his needs and wants, and in turn be able to fulfill that same person's desires as well. How could he live without this? When he thought about it that way, it made him feel a great swell of anger at his future self. The coward. How could he not even try to always keep Astoria in his life? Why would he accept a scenario that saw their relationship in tatters for some period? Oh, Merlin, Harry! Harry was drawn out of his spiraling thoughts by her breathy exclamation. Astoria was peering down at the earrings, and then her head shot up. Are these? From Lorello's? Yeah, the ones you pointed out. You remembered. Her smile was luminescent as she put them in. I don't care what Daphne says. You're the best boyfriend ever, she teased. I could save your sister from a burning building while being fantastically wealthy and minister for magic, and she would still think I'm not good enough for you. Yeah, you really have no chance with her, she winked. Well, how do I look? She twisted her head to and fro, the firelight sparkling off the diamond studs. As he gazed at Astoria, he suddenly felt overwhelmed and had to swallow the lump in his throat. He wasn't sure why the sight of her dressed up and wearing the earrings he bought her impacted him so strongly, but he found himself spellbound. Awful, he finally said with a smile. Just hideous, really. Always the charmer. He jolted at the reminder of future Astoria's similar claim. You know you look amazing. I know, she answered breezily, giving him a quick kiss and then resting her head on his shoulder. They watched out the large window as snow fell gently to the street, enjoying the solitude between them. Harry let her bun loose, to which she complained, so he could run his fingers through her hair, to which she retracted her complaint. He felt her eyes close as she calmed, and he found himself calming as well as she stroked his leg. And right there on the couch with the girl he loved, it all became so clear. He was going to tell her the truth. He wanted this always. He would fight for moments like this and not in some far-off future. No, he wanted it now, and he wanted it for the years to come. But most importantly, he wanted Astoria secure in the knowledge that the cure for her malediction existed. He wanted her to be able to live life without the constant worry about the future. That's why he would break the loop and find a better way. A sense of euphoria swept over him now that he finally made a decision. He would tell her tonight, after he showed everyone the Enigma memory. After some time he said, I didn't even tell you the best part about those earrings. Oh, she said, popping up from his shoulder. Tell me after you open your presents. Presents? As in more than one? Yeah, well, one of them I bought and one of them I didn't. You'll see once you open the damn packages. She was blushing as she thrust the first present into this chest. All right, no need to abuse me, he said almost giddily. He ripped off the paper and threw it straight in the air, something he knew Astoria loved. Just as he was about to open the box, he said to her, "It's the Philosopher's Stone, right? Box is a little big, but I bet you're just using that to throw me off." "Oh yes," she deadpanned. "You got me. For Christmas this year I gave my boyfriend the gift of immortality. Good luck topping that in the years to come." "Stop stalling." Harry lifted the top of the box, barely paying attention as he was too busy adoring how excited Astoria was. He finally moved the tissue paper and saw the gift itself, and all the wild excitement he was feeling disappeared. It was a dragonhide coat. In fact, it was the same coat he was wearing in the memory. Astoria's smile dimmed as Harry just stared at the jacket. "Do you not like it?" she asked hesitantly. Her question shook the icy grip off his heart, and he forced himself to look thrilled. No, I love it. It's just, Sirius told me my dad had a jacket like this, and it got me thinking about him, that's all." "Oh, love." She threw her arms around his neck as Harry lightly hugged her back. He hadn't even thought about it. The lie just came out as smoothly as if it was the truth. "Are you all right?" Yeah, of course," he said. "Okay, good." She jumped up off the couch. "Well, don't just sit there, try it on." Harry stood and slipped the jacket over his frame. Fit perfectly. "Does it look all right?" he asked, stretching out his arms and twisting about. Astoria was staring at him hungrily, biting her bottom lip. "Oh yes, if I wasn't worried about someone walking in here, I'd have thrown you on that couch myself. Sirius would probably cheer us on. Everyone else would probably hit us with an aguamenti." Astoria's eyes roamed up and down his body one last time, and she finished off with a shiver. "Anyway, the coat has some minor adjustment charms on it, so it will grow with you to an extent, but I think that will be fine because I can't see you getting much taller." "A few inches," Harry said without thinking. "So sure, are we?" Harry winced internally. There was mention of another present? Astoria immediately went from frisky to bashful. She reached back into her bag for the final gift. She hesitated before handing it over. "This is just a little something I made. Please don't think it's stupid," she said with a vulnerability that was unusual for her. Harry didn't rip into the packaging, sensing that this wasn't the kind of gift you treated like that. He spotted wooden edges as he finished taking off the ribbon and paper. No idea what it could be. "Do you like it?" At first, he thought it was an uncut piece of wood that had a general rectangular shape. Then it dawned on him that it was actually a picture frame, and instead of having perfectly straight edges, it kept a bit of the naturalistic flow of the dark wood, giving it a much more unrefined yet artistic appearance. Just when he was going to ask why she hadn't picked out a picture for it, the answer became evident. Black lines that looked burned in started popping up in the middle of the frame. As more and more lines popped in, they began to flow and connect. Before his eyes, a lifelike burned image began to take shape. He felt himself still when he realized it was he and Astoria, dancing at the Halloween ball at Hogwarts. The burned lines moved in such detail that it almost felt like watching a memory. There was Astoria in her gown, throwing her head back and laughing as Harry twirled her in a ridiculous fashion. You could see the joy shining through, the love they both had for each other. It was a moment that Harry would cherish for the rest of his life. What the picture didn't show was the end of the night, where Astoria had almost collapsed because she had overdone it and refused to tell Harry. According to her, they had both been enjoying themselves so much that she didn't want to ruin everything. They had one of their only fights as she laid in the hospital wing bed the next day. He had been so scared that it came out as fury, telling her that she was reckless and stupid. Astoria, never one to back down, fired back that her malediction had taken enough, and she'd be damned if it would take any more. If he had a problem with that, she said, then he could get the fuck out. Harry was drawn out of the memory when the final piece appeared on the frame. Across the top, burned in words formed. "Loving you" appeared for a few seconds, and then faded away to be replaced by one single word. "Always." That one single word punctured Harry right through his chest.
Hor.
Astoria started coughing uncontrollably, almost bent over at the waist. She had probably overdone it with the excitement for the gifts. Harry simply rubbed her back as she tried to calm herself down, which he knew from past experience was the extent of the help she wanted from him. As she stood back up, pale and waxy while she had trouble catching her breath, her concern wasn't over her own health. Instead, she was focused on the gift in his hands, and she looked so nervous at his non-reaction. But all Harry could think about was how sick his girlfriend was, how breathing normally was a constant struggle, how her body consistently betrayed her, how tiring it had to be to always try and make the best of a bad situation. Not for the first time he thought that he would do anything to make her feel better. And that's when he knew. That's when he understood. There couldn't be any hope for a better solution than the one he knew was certain to work. There couldn't be any bravado that he would succeed in improving on the time loop. He couldn't remove the sting of his inevitable betrayal to her, no matter how noble the reason. There was only ever one's choice. That's what his future self was trying to make him understand. Because in the end, it all came down to one thing. If he didn't show Astoria the true memory, if he accepted that his relationship with her would suffer greatly, then her malediction would be cured, guaranteed. That's all that mattered. So he would go against every instinct he had to fight to make his future better, to fight to keep the love of his life always by his side. He would become the coward he accused future Harry of being. He could live with it because she would be cured, and future Astoria proved to him it would work out in the end. But living with your decision, and not being crushed by the decision as you make it, are two different things. He looked back at the changing words on the frame, wanting to scream and curse at the universe for fucking with him again. But he somehow kept his composure by swallowing his pain, because he knew breaking down would tip her off that something was wrong, and he couldn't do that. It was another lie in what he imagined would be an ongoing string of them. So he looked into her eyes, smiled oh so bright, and told her, "No way you made this yourself. This had to be done by a professional." She blushed but looked pleased. "No sir, that's a Greengrass exclusive. Made with holly because I know what a sentimental sap you are. My father helped me with it. Apparently we had woodworking magic in our family grimoire. Who knew? I appreciate that instead of having some super cool offensive spells, or some piece of archaic magic that had been lost to the general public for centuries, your family has held the ancient secret of making stuff out of wood. Very noble. If you don't like it, I can take it back and get you a slightly used box of Honeyduke's chocolate." Harry pulled the frame out of her reach as she went for it. "Too late, you already gave it to me. Those are the gift laws." "I thought so." She once again appeared vulnerable as she asked, "Are you sure you like it?" "I love it. I love you." They hugged again, and he pulled her in closely even though he was afraid she would feel his trembling. He tried to memorize how she fit in his arms, savoring his last moments with an Astoria that was completely in love with him, and who would never believe he'd lie to her. Astoria pulled back, looking at him in concern. "So are you going to tell me what's up with you? How about I show you in a little bit? You and everyone else." "Okay, but are you sure you're all right?" she asked. "Everything's fine. A lie? But you're going to have trouble believing what you see." She looked him over one last time, searching his face for the truth. She wouldn't find anything, because he was already burying his true emotions as deep as he could. "If you say so. Now come on, let's go upstairs. I want to open more presents from Ron and Hermione, and if they're awesome, I can rub it in Weasley's face." As she tugged him up the stairs, every step he took felt like a noose tightening around his neck. He was setting himself up for many dark and difficult years, but he would endure it because doing so would give everyone he loved the life they deserved. He just had to hope that the happy ending he saw with Astoria wasn't too far in the future. That meant that in the meantime he would need to keep the faith.